The sound of heavy breathing. Desperate cries for help echoed. It hurts. Let me go. A person imprisoned in a cell screamed. Bai Qinglong. You despicable and shameless demon. We should tear you to pieces. From afar, a figure sat on a chair. It was a man with a calm demeanor. He sat and thought. He suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing the words. Tear Bai Qinglong to pieces. Ooh. What a disgusting taste in my mouth. Have I transmigrated? Bai Qinglong recalled past events. Isn't this the final boss scene in the game? The one I used to play. Standing before a mirror, he kept thinking. What was the name of that villainous demon again? He opened his eyes wide in shock and realized it was him. It was him, the figure in the mirror. The demon lord, Bai Qinglong. He couldn't stop thinking about the ominous scenes. I've transmigrated into the greatest villain. But this character was a ruthless one. He even had 3 beautiful disciples under his control. The demon lord, Bai Qinglong. He was the ultimate villain of the entire game. In the game's finale, the nation of immortal romance, he once betrayed and killed his master. He devised a plan to turn his master into a pill, refining him into a human elixir. After killing his master to protect his secret, he used forbidden spells to massacre his sect, leaving only one junior sister alive. After that, he disappeared into exile. In the game's conclusion, Bai Qinglong, under the guise of the Shadow Hall's master, fought with Mu Xinlin, the leader of the righteous path from the merchant sect. Bai Qinglong exhausted his 1,000-year cultivation, paying a heavy price, barely escaping back to the merchant sect. Unable to believe the truth, he covered his face with his hands. Now Bai Qinglong, disheveled, returned to his lair. This was a scene near the grand finale. The once mighty demon lord with divine cultivation, now reduced to a fallen tiger. Ping Yang was stunned as he realized. I remember very clearly. In the original story, Bai Qinglong is about to die, poisoned by the 3 disciples he trusted the most. A shadow slowly approached. There was a knock at the door outside, catching Bai Qinglong's attention. A girl with a seductive figure spoke gently. Master, are you inside? She approached, holding a medicine bottle, and said to Bai Qinglong, It's time to take your medicine. Bai Qinglong became anxious. Indeed, she's here. She walked in with a grim expression, recalling her senior sister's words from before. Kill him, Tinger. It's the only choice. Yu Tinger pushed open the door. Kill him. And everything will end. She opened the door, letting in a cool breeze. Bai Qinglong grew nervous. She's here. Just like the original story, my 3 disciples. Yu Tinger has already turned against me, using the excuse of delivering medicine to poison the protagonist, Zhao Shen. Yu Tinger stepped inside, while he was still lost in his own thoughts. Now, I am Bai Qinglong. The demon lord is also me. Bai Qinglong grew contemplative. I don't want to die yet. At least, my disciples should not be given to that stallion-like protagonist. Congratulations, host. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, shocking Bai Qinglong. You have unlocked the legendary love system. You have received a beginner mission. Use great love to redeem Yu Tinger. Make her abandon her hatred and become loyal to the host. Bai Qinglong with a perplexed expression. What is this? A legendary love system. Isn't the demon lord supposed to be full of evil deeds? Even for the usual transmigrators, this is too much. Suddenly, Bai Qinglong reconsidered. Wait, it might not be like that. In the original story, Yu Tinger's favorability could be unlocked. After my death, the woman in front of me, she is one of Bai Qinglong's 3 disciples. Yu Tinger. That means, even though the plot has progressed to this point, she still cannot be ruthless to me. Bai Qinglong smiled slyly. Does Bai Qinglong like Yu Tinger? This is crucial for Yu Tinger. This girl, she is my only breakthrough right now. Bai Qinglong raised his hand, tidying up everything around, startling Yu Tinger, who cried out in surprise. Yu Tinger cautiously peeked to see what Bai Qinglong intended to do. Everything around her and Bai Qinglong was cleaned and tidied meticulously. Bai Qinglong raised his hand again. No need to be so formal. Come here, Tinger. Hearing Bai Qinglong's words, Yu Tinger was taken aback. Is this just my illusion? She wondered, lost in her thoughts. The man who always stood high above now speaks with a hint of gentleness? Without further thought, Yu Tinger knelt down immediately. Disciple pays respect to master. not to the Lord. Yu Tinger's gaze wavered. In her mind, she kept encouraging herself. Tinger, you must stay strong. There's nothing to fear. Senior brother Zhao Shen vouched with his life. That master isn't right. Bai Qinglang is gravely injured. Just make him take this soul-devouring pill, and he will die for sure. His soul will dissipate, never to reincarnate. Yu Tinger offered the pill bottle to Bai Qinglang. Master, the alchemy garden has just harvested a batch of century-old spirit pills, especially refined into 9-turn demon pills, which you required recently. Bai Qinglang stood up, puzzled. So quickly, already refined. Are you sure this batch is perfect? Yu Tinger hesitated, stammering in reply. Tinger dared not delay. These past 2 months, I've worked day and night with the blood-refining elder. The pills are guaranteed to be at least of the 7th grade. Rest assured, Master. 7th grade. Then why does this bottle contain 9 colored pills? When did you and the blood-refining hall gain the ability to refine 9th grade pills? Tinger turned her head, avoiding Bai Qingling's question. Master. The addition of auxiliary materials. Yes, auxiliary materials. Bai Qinglang glared and spoke coldly. Was it intentional or an accident? Hearing this, Tinger was terrified. She immediately knelt down. Master, rest assured. Even with auxiliary materials added, the efficacy is 90% of the original pills. If it's less than half effective, Tinger is willing to accept severe punishment. Bai Qinglang thought to himself. So, eager to make me take it. My dear disciple is really hoping for her master to die quickly. Bai Qinglang frowned. Sometimes when one is most anxious, that's when they are most vulnerable. The prelude has been well played. With great love, one can touch the soul in an instant. Bai Qinglang took the pill bottle from Tinger's hands, then placed it right in front of him. Tinger hesitantly raised her head. Master, will you take it now? She recalled her childhood, when her small hands clutched Bai Qingling's, calling softly, Master. Bai Qinglang turned his head, smiling gently at Tinger. Master. Ending her memories, Tinger felt regretful. Master, if you're not satisfied, shall I take it back to the furnace to refine again? Freshly made. Bai Qinglang stepped forward and placed his hand on her face. He gazed at her and stroked her chin. Why do you hate me so much? Bai Qingling's question left Tinger stunned. So much that you want to kill your master. Bai Qinglang glanced at Tinger and said, Come with me. Tinger burst into tears. Master, do you not trust Tinger? Bai Qinglang said nothing more and simply gestured for her to follow. No need to ask questions. Tinger obeyed, stood up, and wiped her tears. Yes, master. Bai Qinglang walked ahead with Tinger following behind. The two descended the staircase together. Bai Qinglang smirked slyly. Just as I expected. They don't yet have the courage or trust to turn against me. If I can use this well, I might be able to turn the tide. Bai Qinglang and Tinger approached a sinister-looking door. It was the Blood Master's underground chamber. Tinger was startled and asked nervously, Master, what are these things? This is the place where, after Bai Qinglang took the poison pill, the protagonist Zhao Shen came to deliver the final blow. In the game, it seemed harmonious, but in reality, it looks terrifying. Let's go. In front of them were eerie skeletons. These are all remnants of the One-Eyed Witch tribe, who lived in the 10,000 southern mountains. Once, their leader Taba Changyu tried to deceive me. They tortured me endlessly. Life was worse than death. Taba Changyu wanted to take my innate demon seed. But unfortunately, at the critical moment, my demonic blood reacted, allowing me to escape by shedding my skin. Images of Bai Qinglang attacking demons appeared. When my demonic power was fully developed, the first thing I did was return to the 10,000 mountains, to repay the kindness of those who helped me back then. Tinger, at this moment, began to empathize with Bai Qinglang. Master. Not only did Master's teacher try to take his demon seed, but the witch tribe also betrayed him. Anyone who went through such experiences would lose faith in the world, wouldn't they? Tinger clenched her fist and thought, Masters shouldn't be treated this way. Her gaze grew uncertain. But senior sister told me about the true face of this man. If I don't kill him this time, who knows how many more people will die by his hands? Bai Qinglang glanced at Tinger. But it's not these things. The door opened. Tinger and Bai Qinglang stepped inside. This is what I want you to see. They both entered, and upon entering, above them in midair, were floating red orbs. The orbs seemed like surveillance cameras. Tinger was surprised. These are demon image orbs. She recalled a conversation she had with her senior sister. Demon image orbs can monitor every move of their targets and, following the owner's will, project the desired images. The demon image orb in your room was created by Master. Since we joined the sect, he has been watching us. Her senior sister had once whispered threateningly, "We are not his disciples but tools he nurtures. Forbidden's fruit he taints the moment he touches them." She clenched her fists tightly. Her senior sister instructed her to pretend not to know about the existence of these orbs. But now, why show these things to me voluntarily? Bai Qinglang seemed to notice something unusual. He glanced at her. Tinger raised her head carefully. Tinger responded and then raised her head. "Yes, Master." The demon image orbs projected an image. Inside was a scene of a young girl crying in front of her parents' corpses. Ruthless bandits approached, threatening her. "This little brat is still crying. So annoying." One of them raised his blade, ready to strike her. "Shut up, you brat." The girl cried out, closing her eyes in fear. A figure appeared, attacking the two bandits. The person walked forward slowly. Their figure looked familiar. Standing before the girl, the figure made her ask, "Who Who are you?" It turned out to be Bai Qinglang. His eyes glowed red as he replied, "Bai Qinglang." The girl immediately knelt before Bai Qinglang. "Are you an immortal? Please, save my parents. Gods and Buddhas abandon the world, demons spare no one." Bai Qinglang stroked the face of the crying girl. "Come with me." "Where?" Bai Qinglang gave a gentle smile. "Home." Ending the memory, Tinger spoke up. Master Qinglang, throughout your life, you faced countless enemies. As your disciple, I too will face countless threats. To settle, these demon image orbs are one of the few methods I have to intervene and protect you in times of danger." Tinger hesitated. "Master, do you mean to say you've always used the demon image orbs to protect us, and not to monitor us?" Bai Qinglang turned away. "Over the years, I've deliberately been harsh on you. The world knows you have every reason to hate me. If I were to die unexpectedly," Bai Qinglang's words caught Tui Xinger by surprise. "The three sisters, you would have a reason to stand against me. To protect yourselves." Her eyes gradually softened as Bai Qinglang spoke. "If this secret can be hidden for life, that would be best." Tears streamed down her face. "As if you've decided to kill your master." Bai Qinglang sighed with a bitter tone. Let it go. As long as Xinger can live a peaceful life, everything else doesn't matter." Immediately, Tui Xinger rushed to embrace Bai Qinglang. She hugged Bai Qinglang tightly, crying, "Master, it's Xinger's fault." Tears poured from Tui Xinger's eyes. Xinger shouldn't have listened to outsiders and believed like a fool. Xinger should have known earlier that Master is the one who treats me best in this world. Tui Xinger quickly apologized to Bai Qinglang. "Xinger was truly wrong. Please forgive me, Master." In fact, Xinger, hearing Tui Xinger's response, made Bai Qinglang smile smugly. "You truly love your master." The system appeared. "Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's mission. You have received a reward of 500 points and a golden chest." Bai Qinglang rejoiced. The mission is complete. So it's considered that great love redeemed her? Never mind. To keep living, I must change the plot line. Absolutely. Xinger's loyalty is indispensable. Bai Qinglang placed a hand on Tui Xinger's shoulder. "Rebellious disciple, I understand your personality better than anyone. Who is the schemer that used sweet words to deceive you?" Xinger knelt down immediately, reporting, "Master. It was the direct disciple of Yingui Palace, Zhu Shen, who tried to ruin the relationship between me and you. He also used sweet words to mislead my two senior sisters, breaking the bond between master and disciple." Tui Xinger blushed. "Today's events were all because I was deceived by Zhu Shen. Please, Master, deliver judgment. The harshest punishment for Xinger is as long as I am not banished. That's enough." Bai Qinglang smiled. "If so, I can give you a chance." He placed a hand on Tui Xinger's shoulder and instructed, "Help me with the task to atone for your mistakes." Tui Xinger's gaze became dazed. "Yes, please instruct me, Master." At Shangmin sect, near the Eula Hall, Two figures could be seen from afar. One of them was the male protagonist of the original story, Zhu Shen, and senior sister Dantai. Xinger, junior sister, hasn't come out yet. Could it be that the demon discovered something? Could it be that junior sister Xinger has been exposed? The cold-faced woman was none other than Bai Qinglong, the two disciples of Dantai Lingian. I instructed Xinger, whether successful or not, she must send me a transmission. There's no news yet today, indicating the plan is still underway. Zhu Shen grew anxious. No, I must go and check on this. There must be no mistakes. Dantai Lingian placed the blade of her sword on Zhu Shen's shoulder, blocking him. I advise you not to act recklessly. She loudly threatened Zhu Shen, making him hesitate. Outside the blood hall are numerous terrifying restrictions. Only Xinger is permitted entry. If you try to force your way in, you're courting death. Zhu Shen sighed. Fine, we'll wait a bit longer. Suddenly, Zhu Shen's eyes lit up. Oh. Tui Xinger was slowly approaching the two of them. Xinger, junior sister, you're back. Zhu Shen was overjoyed to see Tui Xinger. Junior sister Xinger, I'm so glad you're all right. I was so worried, he said, stepping forward. He tried to support her, but Xinger instinctively stepped back. Tui Xinger's gaze was filled with disgust. Zhu Shen looked disheartened. Xinger, junior sister ... Zhu Shen seemed incredulous. Was that backward step of yours serious? All these years, I've done so much for you. And now, in this situation, I can't even hold your hand. Dantai Lingian stepped forward to check on her junior sister. Are you all right, junior sister? Did you succeed? Why didn't you send a message to your senior sister as promised? Senior sister, I hesitated. Tinni has succeeded. Zhao Shen smiled proudly. Succeeded? Really? I remember when I was 12 years old. I infiltrated the Xiangming demon sect. 3 years, then another 3 years. Now I'm 15. Finally, I can eliminate a great demon leader, renowned in the world. 6 days later, I will be famous in the righteous path. That demon leader arrogantly thought he had control over everything. I immediately drank the wise soul eating powder. During this time, his emotions fluctuated greatly. I feared making mistakes, so I dared not send messages recklessly. If so, there's no hurry. This poison pill ... was purchased by our master for a large sum on the black market. I recall Bai Qing ... being poisoned in an extremely gruesome manner. After 7 days, when the poison reaches its peak, ... even a great cultivator will face death. Dantai Lingian, with a doubtful look, sighed. 7 days is not too long to wait, but Lingian has one question. I hope Zhao Shen can answer it. My master ... said that demon leader has committed countless atrocities. ... he has no personal grudge against you, Zhao Shen. Why are you so willing to cooperate with us, and even provide such a powerful poison pill? Tinni added, yes, that's right. You've been so enthusiastic and dedicated. Zhao Shen smiled. Of course, I can't bear to see ... that demon oppressing and bullying you too. I wanted to quickly rescue you from this plight. My intentions ... you still don't understand. Tinni immediately hid behind ... Dantai Lingian. Could it be that from the beginning, you did all this for us? Zhao Shen quickly waved his hand. No. Why would you think that? Dantai Lingian glanced at Zhao Shen and walked away. That's all for today. In 7 days, we will know. It's getting late. Zhao Shen, don't delay ... your evening class at the ghost hall. Zhao Shen forced a smile. Got it. Senior sister Dantai. Tinni, junior sister. Let's meet another day. Women change their minds so quickly. Both looked at Zhao Shen as he gradually left. Dantai Lingian immediately questioned Tinni. Tinni, tell the truth to senior sister. Are you feeling very upset inside? Tinni hesitated. Senior sister, have you ever thought ... that our master might not be as we imagined? Perhaps he is just strict with us ... but doesn't actually mean us harm. Dantai Lingian smiled bitterly. Tinni, the evidence Zhao Shen brought proves ... that Bai Qinglang only sees us as puppets. Not to mention his other crimes. This one alone ... is enough for us to never forgive him. Tinni hesitated and didn't reply. Back at Bai Qingling's place, Tinni delayed for some time for me, gaining a bit more breathing room. Zhao Shen, and those 2 disciples of mine ... one single quotes denotice for a while ... that Tinni has betrayed me. Now, let's see the system reward first. Immediately, a treasure chest appeared. Bai Qingling's interest was piqued. It truly looks exactly like the game's original version. Bai Qinglang smiled sinisterly. The chest opened successfully. Please select one of the 3 secret treasures. 1. Elastic Freedom Technique. Used with female cultivators of the same realm for obvious effects. 2. SA Wheel Defense Technique. Temporarily enhances parts of the body. 3. Demon Lord's Cultivation Rewind card. Allows the user to temporarily revert to ... any cultivation stage of their first life. As soon as the 3 treasures appeared, Bai Qinglang froze stiff. He stared in astonishment at the 2 treasures before him. What are these 2 items? Elastic Freedom Technique. SA Wheel Defense Technique. Are these really for demon cultivators? Clearly, they are for human cultivators. Bai Qinglang immediately grabbed the treasure. The Demon Lord's Cultivation Rewind card. This is definitely the one to pick. Bai Qinglang held it and smiled triumphantly. The rewind card allows a return to any cultivation stage. Doesn't that mean Bai Qinglang can return to his peak? Nascent soul transformation stage. 7 days later, we'll see who lives and who dies. Bai Qinglang stood on high, looking down. Tin Ni must have followed my instructions. To meet Lingian and falsely claim the poison plan succeeded, according to the plot. 7 days later. They single quotes LL enter the blood cocoon to check my condition. Weaken as my life force fades. Ultimately, it will be the protagonist. And the undercover demon, Zhao Shen. Bai Qingling's eyes lit up with determination. These 7 days must be well prepared. Bai Qinglang stood tall and shouted loudly. I am Bai Qinglang, Demon Lord. I will defy the heavens and change my fate. Suddenly, from the blood lake, a mysterious box slowly emerged. Following Bai Qingling's roar, the box exuded a strange and mysterious aura. Bai Qinglang immediately grabbed the box. Bai Qinglang had once hidden his essence, cultivation, and organs inside it, replacing them with substitutes. Inside the box was something incredibly peculiar. During critical battles, as long as a fragment of my soul escapes, I can perfectly regenerate my body. Now that I know the future plotline, this backup plan is no longer necessary. Bai Qinglang opened his mouth wide, preparing to swallow it. Why not restore my strength and quickly regain my former power? Bai Qinglang immediately closed his eyes and started cultivating his essence. As his essence returned, Bai Qinglang let out a deep sigh. Bai Qinglang clenched his fist and smiled. This essence cultivation is the foundation of Bai Qingling's core. I've directly healed my injuries and returned to the foundation establishment stage. Bai Qinglang struck the ground, causing it to crack. He smiled sinisterly. Good, this is the aura a boss should have. At that moment, Tin Ni transmitted a message, Master. Tin Ni has completed your task and returned. Tin Ni also has something she wishes to present to you. Bai Qinglang fell into deep thought. What could this girl give me? Something I can't get in the game. At this point, Sui Shinger appeared, kneeling to the ground and exclaiming, Master, the wicked Zhao Shen. Upon learning that someone had taken the poison pill, his heart was filled with joy. The 2 senior sisters remained as usual, showing no suspicion of Shinger. Bai Qinglang calmly asked, Oh, did Zhao Shen say anything? He said the poison will peak in 7 days. And not even a golden immortal can survive it. He instructed me to return in 7 days, to inspect the master's remains. Moreover, he shifted the blame to Mu Xinlin. Sui Shinger frowned. She had just learned Zhao Shen's full plan. Who knew he could be so vicious and shameless? Sui Shinger then took out a pill bottle. Master, Shinger has something to offer you. A genuine 9-turn soul restoration pill. Bai Qinglang immediately stood up. What? In the original story, the 9-turn soul restoration pill only existed in illustrations. Players couldn't obtain it. How did Shinger get a genuine 9-grade treasure pill? Sui Shinger smiled happily. Thank you for the reward, Master. Shinger will now retreat. Sui Shinger turned and left, but did not forget to lick her lips secretly. Bai Qinglang blushed and stared at his hand in confusion. My hand. Bai Qinglang recalled the system earlier, saying that the reward system was unlocked. Show it to me. Welcome to the marketplace system. The user can consume points to exchange for yang. After upgrading, total points consumed will increase. Yang will gradually unlock new marketplace levels. Current points, 1,000 bronze points. Bronze yang cost 100 silver points. Silver yang cost 1,000 gold points. Gold yang cost 5,000 platinum points. Platinum yang cost 10,000 diamond points. Diamond yang remains mysterious. Only drawing yang is possible. Previously for free. Awarded 5,000 points worth of gold yang. Now I only have 1,000 points. The system then notified, but Bai Qinglang seemed to have expected it. As a first-time user of the marketplace, you are awarded a one-time draw before you buy opportunity. The value of this chance is 1,000 points. Classic marketing strategy. But do I even have a choice? The system activated the drawing system again. Congratulations to the user for obtaining the choose 1 out of 3 card. Memory recall storyline. When you forget the storyline, the original storyline will automatically awaken your memory. Emotionless lust severing blade. A single strike severs all warmth and lust, leaving no desires behind. No longer entangled in worldly affairs and repeated lives. But who knows if one can restart life? Bai Qinglang shouted angrily. Is this a joke? I already memorized the storyline. Isn't the lust severing blade just a pig slaughtering knife? And the parasite pill is a tool to erase records. Draw before you buy. Isn't this just a scam for money? These trash items. Still want to scam my 1,000 points. Do you even know how to do business? You dog system. The Iron Shadow Demon Pearl suddenly appeared. Bai Qinglang looked at it curiously. What is this Iron Shadow Demon Pearl? An image gradually appeared. It turned out to be Bai Qingling's first disciple, Feng Lizhu. She immediately knelt down. Disciple Lizhu greets master. Bai Qinglang was surprised. She was indeed my first disciple, Feng Lizhu. This is much better than a gacha game. Bai Qinglang began to evaluate Feng Lizhu. Her figure, appearance, and personality, cold outside, warm inside, were all perfectly to my liking. Feng Lizhu, hearing no response, looked up. Master was staring silently at Bai Qinglang. Feng Lizhu was puzzled. This devilish figure had never behaved so godlike before. Could the rumors outside be true? Should I report to my two junior sisters and tell them to act quickly? Feng Lizhu smiled triumphantly. Bai Qinglang suddenly spoke, warning Lizhu. What are you smiling about? Am I that laughable? Feng Lizhu immediately froze. Something was off. He's still the same. Bai Qingling's gaze was terrifying. The familiar aura of oppression and fear, a single glance, was enough to crush all pride and arrogance. Feng Lizhu felt extreme terror inside. I absolutely must not provoke him. Feng Lizhu touched her belly. She didn't want to trigger the cursed seal on her stomach. She feared the punishment of eternal heart-devouring pain. Bai Qinglang then asked Feng Lizhu, where are you now? Following master's instructions, I've cleaned out all the dark demons from Black Water Mountain at Demon Suppression Tower. There are no more righteous disciples patrolling the mountain to prevent anyone from stopping you from climbing the mountain. Bai Qinglang smiled smugly. Very good. Continue your mission. Attack the Demon Suppression Tower. Find that secret artifact for me. Feng Lizhu bowed her head in response. Lizhu obeys, she said, sweating nervously. As expected, he remains as ruthless and fearless as ever. Feng Lizhu stood up. At that moment, I had an illusion. He had the chance to seize the opportunity. Disciple takes her leave. Bai Qinglang spoke up to stop her. Wait a moment. Feng Lizhu was surprised. Huh? Does master have any other instructions? She asked. Bai Qinglang slowly walked closer. Do you know what day it is today? Feng Lizhu could not remember and bowed her head. This disciple is ignorant. I humbly ask for master's guidance. Bai Qinglang approached Feng Lizhu. Time flies like an arrow. After tonight, you will have reached adulthood. Feng Lizhu was stunned by his words. Unknowingly. It had been 14 years since that snowy day. No one remembers. But I, your master, have not forgotten. That day was a stormy, snowy day, when you followed me up the mountain. Bai Qinglang tightly held Feng Lizhu's hand. He warmly blew on her hands to keep them warm. At that moment, they seemed so close. But Bai Qingling's face darkened. Happy birthday, Zhao Lizhu. Little Lizhu. Feng Lizhu was slightly stunned. But then her gaze softened, and a hint of vulnerability appeared. Feng Lizhu smiled happily as she looked at Bai Qinglang. Then she turned and walked away. Tears began to fall from her eyes. Lizhu takes her leave. Congratulations, user. You successfully conveyed deep love. You have earned 2,000 points. Current balance, 3,000 points. Bai Qinglang looked melancholy. This time, it was not intentional to win Feng Lizhu's affection. It was simply while playing the game. He liked her character's backstory and conveniently remembered her birthday. Bai Qinglang was lost in thought. Currently, all 3 disciples have been comforted. There should be no issues arising within the next 7 days. with the assistance of the 9-turn soul consolidation pill offered by Shinga. Achieving the core formation stage in one rebuild will be as easy as flipping a hand. After that, Bai Qinglang returned to his sinister demeanor, ready to utterly crush the so-called righteous protagonist. At the throne hall of Ming's sect, the disciples were practicing diligently. One disciple next to Zhao Shen worriedly asked. Seeing Zhao Shen looking gloomy, he asked, "Senior brother Zhao Shen, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" Zhao Shen shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, thank you for asking, junior brother Chun. By the way, did you deliver the phoenix hairpin I asked you to give to junior sister from Eula Hall?" Chun replied, "Yes, I delivered it." "Did she accept it?" Zhao Shen's eyes lit up with excitement. "She accepted it, right?" Junior brother hesitated. "Well, ... Zhao Shen blushed and smiled happily. "Could it be that junior sister prepared a gift in return for me?" Junior brother hesitated before answering. "No, senior brother. She broke the phoenix hairpin on the spot." Zhao Shen's mood sank into an abyss. He dropped the flute he was holding in despair. "What?" Zhao Shen clutched his head in agony. "Why?" On that day, the first phase of the plan to eliminate the demon leader was a success. Zhao Shen thought, junior sister must be missing me. Why did she reject my gift? Junior brother hesitated again, continuing. "Not only did junior sister break the hairpin, she also said ... Zhao Shen, still in shock, asked, "She said what?" "She said ... Junior sister's face was full of disdain as she said, "I hope senior brother Zhao Shen doesn't come looking for me again. I don't want my lover to misunderstand." Zhao Shen spat blood in frustration. He collapsed into a bush, worrying his junior brother. "Senior brother Zhao Shen, are you all right?" Zhao Shen stood up and shouted. Who dares to steal her from me behind my back? When I find out who it is, I won't let them off easily." Meanwhile, Bai Qingling was meditating. Bai Qingling smiled contentedly. "I've reached the core formation stage again. And I've formed a supreme great core, coveted by all demon cultivators, the 9-colored demonic core. This core is equivalent to infinite mana. Even Bai Qingling couldn't cultivate it initially. Although it doesn't compare to peak divine transformation stage power, there are no rivals in the core formation stage." Tui Kinger happily congratulated Bai Qingling. "Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master. It's an honor to serve a master as powerful as you. You have contributed to this success, and I won't forget it. Starting today, you no longer need to perform formal salutations, nor use honorifics." Tui Kinger smiled happily. She bowed and expressed her gratitude to her master. Master, listen to what I have to say. This morning, Zhao Shen tried to give me a gift to win my favor again." She narrated the event while mimicking the scene for Bai Qingling. I broke it on the spot. That idiot thought he could fool me again?" Tui Kinger's eyes gleamed with madness. "It's just a pity that what I broke wasn't his bones." Bai Qingling stared at Tui Kinger in surprise. "If it were, I would have felt even better." Bai Qingling then said to Tui Kinger, "Come closer to me." Tui Kinger looked at him in confusion. "Yes, master." She bowed and approached him. "Take off your shoes." Tui Kinger was taken aback. "What?" Bai Qingling stared at her intently. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Tui Kinger hesitated but knew that a female demon cultivator's feet were considered sacred objects. The solace of their feet are imbued with yin energy, capable of corrupting demonic auras. Even the saneness of the Hewan sect rarely reveals her feet to others. Seeing Bai Qingling's stern expression, she obeyed. "I understand, master," Tui Kinger replied. She slowly removed her socks, revealing her delicate feet. Her feet, pale and tender, came into view. On the arch of her foot, a purple mark appeared. Bai Qingling's expression darkened. "What is this mark?" he asked sternly. His face turned grim as he examined it closely. "This is the toxic miasma of the heavenly demon flower." "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Bai Qingling asked. Tui Kinger hesitated and replied, "This is just a minor issue, not worth troubling you, master." Her eyes grew dreamy. "As long as I can craft pills that please you, I wouldn't mind if the poison consumed me entirely, even if it fills my heart with venom. My entire life is dedicated to serving you, master. Nothing else matters." Bai Qingling was slightly embarrassed by her fervor. "That's a bit too intense. This isn't some romantic game. It might kill me. Please stop with the dramatic declarations." Bai Qingling cleared his throat, breaking the awkward atmosphere. He then ordered Tui Kinger to sit down. Tui Kinger was shocked. "What?" but that's your throne. Bai Qingling placed a hand on her shoulder and pushed her gently. I told you to sit down, just do it. Tui Kinger looked at Bai Qingling in surprise. I'm going to detoxify you. She shyly glanced at Bai Qingling. Are you going to use your unparalleled demonic blood, immune to all poisons, to cleanse the toxin from me? Tui Kinger shook her head firmly. No, absolutely not. Master, your exalted blood cannot be sullied by my lowly body. She extended her hands to stop Bai Qingling. You are the supreme being of the demonic path. How could you let my impure body defile you? But Bai Qingling touched her feet marked with the toxin. Tui Kinger was so moved she burst into tears. Master, someone as noble as you is willing to come near me. Her heart overflowed with gratitude as Bai Qingling approached her. She thought, he truly cares about me. Her eyes were filled with emotions. But Bai Qingling calmly said, I've removed the miasma from your body. Tui Kinger trembled, her body numb with relief. He really does care about me, she thought. Tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you, Master, she whispered. Bai Qingling wiped his lips and said, the poison is gone. You'll be fine now. Tui Kinger's heart swelled with gratitude. She looked at him, her face flushed with emotion. Master, the white Xing Lang interrupted her train of thought. How much longer do you plan to sit on my throne? Tinni immediately realized something was wrong. She instantly covered her face in embarrassment and ran away. Tinni takes her leave. The system displayed a notification congratulating the host. Successfully spread great love. Earned 2,000 points. Current balance, 5,000 points. Bai Qinglang leisurely sat down on the chair. System. I want to check my techniques and skills. Current cultivation level, core formation stage. Divine techniques available. Tai Shang breathing technique. Unavailable. Skyhorse Dragon Transformation Sutra. Sea of Blood Decision. 9 Condensation Heaven Decision. Support skills. Alchemy skill LV89, Ancient Arts LV95, Beast Taming skill LV60, Crafting skill LV90. Bai Qinglang sank into deep thought. Even at the core formation stage, I still can't use my innate demonic techniques and heaven-defying divine powers. Currently, the most reliable skill is ... Bai Qinglang stared at the notification board. The ancient arts in the story of Zhao Tianian. Tomorrow, I'll enter the Blood Vermilion Hall. I'll test chopping off my own head to claim credit. I happen to have a parasite seed. It's perfect for sending him off. Bai Qinglang extended his hand and summoned an object. A bizarre-looking insect appeared. Bai Qinglang smiled sinisterly. Zhao Tianian, I hope you like this grand gift. Bai Qinglang stepped into the Blood Vermilion Hall. The third underground level. The people inside, imprisoned by Bai Qinglang, screamed, Look! The Demon Lord is here. One of them screamed hysterically. Kill, kill, kill. Curse him to death with our thoughts. Bai Dianju, I was your comrade in the demon path. We even shared a meal. Bai Qinglang approached a man calmly seated inside the dungeon, his face full of displeasure. Demon Lord, what do you want? Bai Qinglang looked at him with great interest. This guy instantly has the look of a protagonist in a video game. Bai Qingling only saw this person as an experiment, picked up on the way back. But after Bai Qingling died, a quick mission triggered, revealing this person's true identity. Zhao Yi, the chief disciple of Kunlun Dao Sect's Jade Su Master. Cultivation level, foundation establishment, a master of the Kunlun Divine Sword Technique, a leader among the younger righteous generation. Zhao Yi widened his eyes and asked, How do you, a demon, know my identity? Because your disciple Zhao Shen is on his way to find you. And since you care deeply for each other, you can look after each other. Zhao Yi screamed furiously. If you dare harm a single hair of my disciple, I will turn into a demon and never forgive you. Demonic light flickered in Zhao Yi's eyes. Indeed, he secretly learned some demonic arts from the soul-calling flag. Practicing the demon path, no wonder in the side quest, he could help Zhao Shen unlock the 3 demon paths. Embarking on the dual cultivation path of Dao and Demon. Bai Qingling's gaze was sinister. In this life, I hate being threatened the most, but I am willing to give you a chance. I want to play a game with you. Zhao Yi asked suspiciously. What game? Bai Qingling smirked wickedly. A head-on duel. If you win, I'll release you to reunite with your brother. If you lose, The soul-calling flag will refine you completely. Zhao Yi shouted, unacceptable. If I were truly a match for you, would I have ended up like this? Bai Qingling began chanting an incantation, Primeval Rift. Bai Qingling removed Zhao Yi's seal. See for yourself. I was burned by Mu Xinlin. My cultivation ruined, now starting anew. Now, my power is equal to yours. We are both at Foundation Establishment. Bai Qingling smiled. Here's your chance. What's your choice? Zhao Yi seized the opportunity and stood up. Zhao Yi displayed an imposing aura. Fine, come here and challenge me, Zhao Yi declared. I, Zhao Yi, will accompany you to the end. Zhao Yi stood unwavering. As he faced Bai Qingling, the small insect started to move at this moment. Lately, Yu Xing'er has been acting strangely. Something might go wrong. If I don't go personally, I won't feel at ease. His junior brother woke up and asked, Senior brother, where are you going this early? Zhao Shen calmly replied. To Tianyuan Lake near Yula Mountain. I feel like having some fish. Outside, rain poured heavily. At the entrance to the blood hall, Yu Xing'er stood outside, drenched. Master, may I come in? She asked. Bai Qingling turned his head in confusion. I just came from the 3rd basement level. Why is Yu Xing'er here now? Bai Qingling pondered deeply. She should have come tomorrow at noon. Zhao Shen should arrive early in the morning. Could something have gone wrong? Bai Qingling sat down on a chair. Come in, he said as the door opened. Yu Xing'er stepped in. Yes, master, she said. Bai Qingling, with a somber expression, looked at Yu Xing'er and asked, What brings you to me? Yu Xing'er stammered pitifully, Master ... Somehow, I felt uneasy. So I came to see if everything is all right. Do you think Zhao Shen could ambush me? Or do you believe I've been severely injured by Mu Xinlin and turned into a cripple? Lightning struck instantly. Yu Xing'er immediately replied, Master, I wouldn't dare. Tinni is just. It's just that at this moment, Bai Qingling realized ... right. So that's it. It's because of the thunderstorm outside, returning to the past. That year, Tinni's parents were killed. That night, after I rescued her ... The storm was as fierce as tonight. Bai Qingling frowned. This is Tinni's deepest fear. Looking at the pitiful Tinni in front of him, the rules of the game may involve this girl's power, and it lies in known, scene transitions. At this moment, Dam Tai Lingian was calmly playing her zither. A shadow approached. 7 days had passed. The blue-haired girl before her was Deep Hongyi. Don't you want to see ... the end of that demon with your own eyes? Dam Tai Lingian turned to her. Hongyi ... You are my best sister. You should understand. Before I sever my ties with the master, I will not allow anyone to speak of him. Deep Hongyi, sit closer to her. The master of this hall commands it. Why not comply? So, you wish to personally see off your master? Your great lord, no. Dam Dai Linem's eyes brimmed with sorrow. No need. He was my eternal dream, and also my heartfelt loyalty. Turning towards you then. At this moment, Dam Dai Linem's jade talisman proved useful. None of the Eula Palace guards questioned me. Tiu then gently landed on the ground. He stood before the Bloodlord. It seems destiny wants me to achieve greatness. At this moment, Tiu then grew tense. Living as a spy for 15 years, enduring hardships, all for this day. Plus, with the secret artifact gifted by my master. What is there to fear? Tuesday Tinni approached, softly calling Tiu Suhain. Tiu then beamed with joy. Tinni Sumoi, he thought. She has ignored me for so long. I cannot be kind immediately. But his infatuated face gave him away. He followed closely behind Tuesday Tinni. Tinni Sumoi, are you finally willing to talk to me? My dear, for your sake. I've neither eaten nor drunk recently. Tuesday Tinni smiled. Tiu Suhain, you misunderstood. Recently, I have been secretly monitoring the demon. If the demon saw you meeting me, it would ruin everything. Tiu then smiled happily. So, Tinni Sumoi was concerned about me. I should have known. I should have known. When the 7-day deadline comes, we need not worry anymore. Why don't we go together to slay the demon, and make our names known across the 9 provinces? Tuesday Tinni pulled her hand back and avoided him. But I'm still scared, she pretended to cry. That demon is a shadow in my heart. I can't shake it off for now. Tiu then gripped the sword tightly. I understand. But no matter, he said confidently, unsheathing his sword. Today, your elder brother will personally lead you to slay that demon. But it doesn't matter. He unsheathed his sword confidently. Today, your elder brother will personally lead you to slay that demon. Clear the shadows in your heart, Tuesday. Tuesday Tin-ni blushed shyly. I'm counting on you, Tiu Suhain. Tiu then fantasized about how adorable she was. She appeared here so early, surely to cheer me on. Suddenly, Tuesday Tin-ni's expression changed. The Blood Lord's gate opened. The two stepped down slowly. Tiu then seemed to realize something was wrong. Strange, are we on the wrong path? Tiu then touched his chest. The mystical aura from the artifact given by Master Ngokutu was being suppressed by an unknown force. If the suppression continues to grow stronger, this artifact will lose over 90% of its power. He turned back, hesitating. Tin-ni Sumoi, we can't go any further. Let's go back to the previous fork and choose another passage. No, that's not right. Tin-ni has served the demon for years. There's no mistake about the passage leading to the third basement level. The demon's lair can only be reached through this path. Tuesday Tin-ni put on a pitiful look. Could it be? Tiu Suhain, do you truly not trust Tin-ni? Tiu then immediately shook his head. No. How could I? Don't be sad. I'll follow your lead, Moi. Let's continue. The two finally reached the end. Tiu then hesitated, sensing something strange. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly eerie. The gate at the exit suddenly slammed shut. Bach Then Lang slowly appeared and greeted Tiu Sudiran. It's an honor to meet you for the first time. Tiu then was shocked at the sight of him. Bach Then Lang. You're not dead yet. Tuesday Tin-ni also feigned panic. How? He doesn't look poisoned or near death. Could it be that he has not only regained his power, but also purged the poison entirely? Tiu then comforted Tuesday Tin-ni. Don't worry, Tin-ni. Look at his hand. On Bach Then Lang's arm appeared a mark. It's the final stage of the Kain Wu soul-devouring powder. He's terminally ill, beyond any cure. Tiu then smiled smugly, remembering the look on Honu Yet Dung's face. She's overthinking it. This demon is just making a show of power. Bach Then Lang muttered. Tiu then, aren't you going to act, Tiu Suhain? Is he now mumbling the incantation to activate the array? He must be planning to use the Blood Lord's restrictions. For one final gamble. Tiu then smiled as he looked at Bach Then Lang. Then he assumed an offensive stance. He would not let him succeed. Then ascending sword technique. Bach Then Lang whispered, no. Stop. Tiu then smiled and shouted loudly, now you beg for mercy too late. Tiu then moved, rushing toward Bach Then Lang, and slashed forcefully. Die, he screamed maniacally. I did it, finally, I did it. Rest in peace, your disciples. I will take care of them for you. At that moment, Tiu then realized something was wrong. What? You. You're not. Bach Then Lang? Tiu Ditch revealed himself behind the mask of Bach Then Lang. Tiu then couldn't believe what he was seeing. You single quotes brother? Tiu then was bewildered. He looked at the figure lying on the ground before him. He couldn't believe his eyes. You're Tiu Ditch? Tiu Ditch weakly called out, brother. Tiu then heard it. He hurried over to help his brother up and ask what happened. Bach Then Lang approached, laughing loudly, and said mockingly, meeting again, I had to use my ultimate move. You two really are a harmonious pair of brothers. I couldn't bear to see his suffering. So I gave him a swift end. Shouldn't you thank me for that, Tiu? Hearing this, Tiu then screamed in agony. It's you. Why? Why did you harm him like this? You didn't even let him say to more words. You didn't even allow that. At that moment, Tuet Tin-ni stopped pretending, laughing scornfully. Fool, now you understand why. It's all due to the brilliance of the master's plan. Tiu then, hearing this, couldn't believe it and exclaimed, you call him master. Tin-ni? Bach Then Lang pulled Tuet Tin-ni closer. He held her face and said, a disciple of mine is naturally also my servant. A sly smile appeared on Bach Then Lang's lips. Did you just now understand the rules of the demon realm, Tiu? Tiu then, now nearly mad, screamed loudly. Tin-ni. For years, I've treated you with utmost care. Just now, I only touched your hand. And you avoided me like that. Now, you seduced that demon lord to touch you? He slammed his hand down on the ground, expressing unwillingness and disbelief. Then was now almost driven mad. He kept screaming loudly. Why did you all deceive me? Tinni, why did you betray us? However, Tuet Tinni coldly replied, betrayal? From start to finish, the master has always treated me sincerely. I willingly vowed to be loyal unto death, and to give my all for him. But you, Tiu then, intentionally tried to sow discord between us and harm the master. I wish I could strip your skin and extract your soul, so you'd live a fate worse than death. Hearing these words, Tiu then, still infatuated, immediately deluded himself. He thought silently in his heart, this isn't right. Tinni would never say such things. Then he loudly declared, it must be that demon using puppet magic to control her. If I kill you, Bach Then Lang, I can save my Tinni. Tiu then suddenly launched an attack towards Bach Then Lang. Even if you aren't poisoned, after your Mutam land burns all your cultivation, how can you possibly be a match for me? Seeing this, Tinni called out in worry. Master, be careful. But in the face of the attack, Bach Then Lang remained completely calm. He merely used his demon eye to immobilize Tiu then. Tiu then was struck by Bach Then Lang's power, rendering him unable to move. He stood frozen in midair. He thought silently to himself. The flow of sword energy and movement, is all visible to his eyes. Seizing the right moment, Bach Then Lang reached out. It was at that instant. With just his fingers, he stopped the sharp blade of Tiu Then's sword. Bach Then Lang had foreseen his plan and completely countered it. Tiu then, seeing this, was utterly shocked. This is golden core cultivation. How do you still have golden core cultivation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Bach Then Lang chuckled coldly and said, the most power you can unleash, Tiu, is equivalent to the golden core stage, right? I'm only using my golden core cultivation to fight you. Consider this my acknowledgement of your abilities. With that, he easily broke Tiu Then's sword, effortlessly. If not, where would your strength to resist come from? Tiu then was shocked and thought to himself, my sword technique, the sword bestowed upon me by my master and Goku. Meanwhile, Tuet Tinni, witnessing this scene, was overjoyed. She thought, the master's cultivation still remains. That vile woman, Mutam Lan, truly didn't burn away all of his cultivation. The supreme demon lord, who strikes fear into everyone, has returned. Bach Then Lang slowly spoke. The side performance ends here. Now it's time to use your secret weapon, the 12-petaled demon suppressing golden lotus. Tiu then was stunned. How do you know about this? Could it be that every step was part of your plan? Determined, he thought, at this point. I can only rely on my master's protection. This is your doing, demon. Tiu then, prepared to launch an attack against Bach Then Lang. Zhuan Qian 8 forms, the ultimate technique to eradicate evil. Cornered, Tiu then used his precious artifact. Immediately, a dazzling golden light burst forth, engulfing his entire body. The 12-petaled demon suppressing golden lotus. The energy beams were all absorbed by the golden lotus. But witnessing this, Bach Then Lang remained unfazed. He thought, I've finally drawn out your trump card. This golden lotus may be your final weapon, but can it harm my nascent soul cultivation? My recently rebuilt golden core body can't endure the torment of this weapon. Bach Then Lang smiled and thought, luckily, I've known the original plot all along. Right after, beams of purple light from all directions began firing continuously. Just need to prepare in advance. There is still a way to resolve it. Even the Demon Emperor cannot overlook this. Casually, it quickly rushed forward and pierced through the golden lotus. The impact was strong. A loud explosion erupted instantly. The golden lotus shattered into pieces immediately. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Shen was utterly shocked. He was speechless. At that moment, he screamed in rage. Mu Linlin, you hypocritical fraud. I actually trusted you to assassinate this demon. Damn it, you've doomed me. Right after, Bai Qinglang appeared out of nowhere. He stood behind him and spoke slowly. Zhao Shen, it's time for us to end this. Zhao Shen stepped back in fear. He looked at the man in front of him and thought to himself, am I going to die here today? If I had listened to that woman's advice, Would things have been different? Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Bai Qinglang chuckled. He was utterly satisfied. Finally, I've waited for this moment. Once I crush this ant, I can surpass the first arc of the plot. Zhao Shen noticed the killing intent radiating from him. He trembled in fear. Unable to stand as he stammered, "Don't come any closer." In that critical moment, suddenly a woman's voice rang out. "Master Bai, wait a moment." Zhao Ling immediately turned around and asked, "Who is that?" Bai Qinglang also quickly focused his attention. "You are ... He turned around quickly and saw the woman who had just arrived. That woman was none other than Hua Yurong, the master of the Ghost Moon Hall of the Dark Ming sect. Bai Qinglang looked at the woman in front of him. With eyes full of doubt, he thought to himself, the game mechanics never included Bai Qingling's perspective, and there was never any mention of this character. But through this body, I recognized her immediately. Hua Yurong, when Bai Qingling was at the evil medicine sect, the only junior sister he cared for deeply, was, at this moment, making Bai Qingling's chest suddenly ache. It made him feel a strange sense of discomfort. Bai Qingling only had fragmented memories of this person. He told himself, it's strange to feel heartache without recalling complete memories. In the past, with his junior sister, it seemed like cultivating dark arts had buried all traces of humanity. In the storyline, only the withered Udambara flower remained as a token of her emotions. After calming down, Bai Qingling quickly and politely greeted, "Greetings, Lady Jai. Your holy lady's presence here is truly an honor for this humble one." Hua Yuan responded indifferently. "Master Bai, it seems my disciple Zhao Shen has offended you." Zhao Shen was soon brought up. In their conversation, "I wonder how Master Bai plans to deal with this." After hearing this, Bai Qingling understood Hua Yurong's intention and chuckled before replying, "Haha, though defiance is great, it's not much of an issue for me. However, as you know, my way of dealing with enemies has always been consistent." Then his tone turned ice cold. "Those who offend me, how could they not die?" Hua Yurong, unfazed, replied, "From your tone, Master Bai, it seems you're determined to act." On the other side, Zhao Shen, still arrogant, raised his voice loudly. Master, don't fear him. He's already spent his strength. Now he's just putting on an act. In the dark arts, there are no taboos. This is the best time to kill him and make your name known." But just as he finished speaking, a surge of power quickly flew in. That surge of power passed through Zhao Shen's body, making him scream in pain. Zhao Shen's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe it. Looking at the person before him, he cried out, "Master, you ... Hua Yurong closed her eyes tightly, as if determined. "If death is inevitable, it's better to die by my blade. At least it honors the bond between us as master and disciple." With those words, Zhao Shen fell to the ground. Beside him, blood pooled endlessly, flowing from his severed arm. "This is also punishment for disobeying your master's orders." Tui Linger angrily stepped forward to confront Hua Yurong. "Hua Master, my master's actions need no interference from you." Hearing this, she was taken aback. She questioned again, "What did you just call him?" Then her master loudly scolded Tui Linger. "Insolent! What are you doing here? This is no place for juniors to interfere. When I knew your master, you weren't even around yet." Hua Yurong stood there with an imposing aura. But Tui Linger wasn't backing down either. The two glared at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. They seemed ready to kill each other. Bai Qingling watched the two women arguing and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such foolishness from my junior sister. That strike wasn't meant to kill Zhao Shen at all. Next, Hua Yurong will surely use the excuse of cleaning up to save his life. Ridiculous. I won't let Zhao Shen escape death in any way. But what puzzled Bai Qingling was that his heart continued to ache. But why? This body's reaction seems to want me not to expose my junior sister's scheme. Relevant information about Hua Yurong. In the original storyline, very mysterious actions of mine trigger the hidden barrier of Hua Nuyet Dung. Why is the benefit of Hua Nuyet Dung's power greater than killing Tu then? At this moment, Hua Nuyet Dung spoke up from the other side. "I want to properly bury my disciple Tu then. This small request, White Palace Master, you won't make it difficult for me, will you?" White Then Lang replied without hesitation. If the sanest needs me, you must promise me one thing. Hua Nu Yet Dung frowned and asked back, "You're so stingy. Speak. What promise?" White Then Lang sneered and replied, "A month from now is the sect leader selection assembly. By then, I will tell the sanest my request." Hua Nu Yet Dung sighed, reluctantly agreeing, "I can only promise to try my best by that time. I hope the White Palace Master won't make any unreasonable demands. I'll take the body away now." After saying that, she left with Tuyuthan's body. "Farewell," Tuesday Tin Ni immediately asked, "Master, do you really intend to go along with that woman's wishes?" White Then Lang did not reply. Instead, he loudly exclaimed, "Sister, under Nine Ni Mountain, Hua Udam will never wither. Brother has never dared to forget in this lifetime." Upon hearing these words, Hua Nu Yet Dung's departing steps hesitated slightly. A single tear fell slowly from the corner of her eye. She stood silent for a long while, saying nothing. After a moment, she let out a cold snort and left. At the same time, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the situation. You have earned 1,000 points. Current balance, 8,500 points." White Then Lang silently chuckled. The decision to let Tuyuthan go was risky, but not impossible. "For you, I took this gamble. Sister, do not let me down." Little sister. White Then Lang successfully changed the main storyline. He successfully eliminated Tuyuthan. Now, under the Blood Palace's underground chamber, Tui Jing Ni is lying on him. For her, this is an extremely happy moment. "Thank you for the reward, Master. I return. At that very moment, the system also announced, "Congratulations, host, for successfully solving Great Love. Points earned, 1,500 points. Current balance, 100,000 points." The favorability of Tui Jing Ni has reached the threshold. The host can now initiate trust evaluation. He was a bit confused after hearing this. Trust evaluation. The system then provided further instructions. Reveal the true plot honestly. The story branch of Tui Family Village and Tui Jing Ni. Upon passing the evaluation, the loyalty of Tui Jing Ni will be permanent. Hearing this, Bai Ching Lang pondered for a moment. A reward for permanent loyalty. I remember the plot of Tui Family Villages. After recalling the details clearly, he slowly stood up. This surprised Jing Ni a little. "Huh, Master?" she asked. He quickly replied, "This reward session is over. Follow me over here." In the original story, the Grand Elder of Evil Sect, Li Qianyu, once plunged the world into chaos, causing the righteous and demonic paths to join forces against him. After Bai Ching Lang's death, the appearance of a sword seemed to prove that Bai Ching Lang was the true culprit behind the Tui Family Village massacre. This caused Tui Jing Ni, as a member of Tui Family Village, to weep endlessly. She could not let it go. That storyline was the stepping stone for the protagonist. The cultivation of Tui Ling Ni required my death at Zhao Shen's hands. At this moment, Zhao Shen would guide Jing Ni to uncover the truth. Bai Ching Lang realized that it was time to reveal the truth to Jing Ni. This meant that even without the system's requirement, this was a storyline he had to face. Tui Jing Ni looked around the secret chamber and asked blankly, "Master, isn't this where you collect rare treasures? Even I am not allowed to enter here normally." "Why?" Bai Ching Lang did not answer. He walked straight to his sword and asked, "Do you recognize this?" Tui Jing Ni saw the object in front of her clearly and was shocked. This belongs to Uncle Marong." Bai Ching Lang quickly admitted, "That's right, the guardian cultivator of Tui Family Village. Marong Tai's Dao sword. Thailand, I know. The massacre at Tui Family Village is a scar in your heart. The great protector of your village, Marong Tai, remains missing to this day. Everyone believes the culprit is Li Qianju from the evil sect. In truth, I killed Marong Tai and used the souls of the villagers to forge his Dao sword into a soul sword. This is the ultimate truth behind the massacre at Tui Family Village." Upon learning the truth, Tui Jing Ni was horrified. "Master." Bai Ching Lang looked at the silent Tui Jing Ni and sighed inwardly. "I'm sorry, although I can explain my reasons. The path of demonic cultivation only values the result. Because of continuing to resist Tuyuthan and Mok Tam Lam, Bai Then Lang could no longer bear any more risks. No more trust. Tin Ni, does your reaction reassure me? After this moment, will I still have a chance to trust you?" At this moment, Tuesday Tin Ni picked up the sword and slowly spoke. Tin Ni finally understood. It turns out their souls have fused into one, never to be separated again. They are now living happily together. Hearing this, Bai Then Lang was stunned and let out a gasp. At this moment, Tuesday Tin Ni continued speaking. Master, please understand Tin Ni's feelings. The matter of Tuesday Jia village was never brought up actively. But Tin Ni knows everything, because Tin Ni couldn't hold back, and investigated it herself. Ta Kuk Sex La Theme Tuet is a master of corpse magic, a corpse magic technique torturing the unloved and undead. La Theme Nuyet used corpse magic to infect Tuesday Jia village. This is the absolute truth that I secretly uncovered. It must be Uncle Modong who had no choice but to offer his life pill and Dao sword to the master. Master, please help everyone escape the torment of the killing aura, at least to reunite with the pure soul form of Tuesday. Tin Ni knelt before him, catching him by surprise. Faced with corpse magic not related to him, the master still took action to save everyone. They weren't turned into evil aura. The master is truly the greatest and most compassionate sage in the world. The master not only didn't blame Tin Ni for investigating, but also shared the truth with her. To serve the master in this lifetime, Tin Ni feels truly blessed. Then Lang was startled after hearing this, thinking, the reasoning process is accurate, but the attitude, has it turned into obsession? Has it surpassed the demonic path of this Bai Than Lang? At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host, Tuesday Lin Ni, for passing the test. The trusted disciple will forever remain loyal to you. Bai Than Lang looked at Tuesday Tin Ni in front of him, thinking to himself, clearly, as a demon lord, doing righteous acts feels disgraceful, and yet I'm worshipped passionately by such a pure maiden. I must be on the path of madness. Going further and further, returning to his room, he kept thinking, no matter what. In the end, he finally resolved the last trouble of Tuesday Lin Ni. But how should he take advantage of the Honiet line? In Bai Than Lang's mind at that moment, memories of the past suddenly resurfaced, recalling those memories. Up to the moment of parting with his junior sister, Duan, he could only remember her name, Dung Ni, crying as she did today. Then she left behind a withered Udambara flower. He helplessly held his head, reflecting on his earlier memories. It seemed Bai Than Lang considered it a weakness, an emotional flaw, and sealed it away. Where was that memory hidden? Could it open a path to solving Tu then? At that moment, he suddenly remembered. Today he had accumulated 10,000 points. He could directly draw the Yang White Gold. Bai Than Lang quickly pressed the button to open the reward interface. Opening Yang White Gold, the system announced. Startup successful. You have 0 balance left. Please choose one of the 3 secret treasures. 1. Yang Dream Elixir of Immortality, a top-tier earthly dual cultivation treasure that permanently enhances physical endurance. The more people, the stronger it gets. 2. Rui Hypnotic Powder, an enchanted pill, ironically named I Fell for Firewood, with miraculous effects when used on female enemies. 3. Nirvana Molting Meditation, a 7th-grade ancient insect technique, allowing one to escape peril by shedding skin, related to cultivation of ancient arts. Bai Than Lang pondered deeply over the 3 treasures. The 7th-grade ancient insect was useless. He already had 13 types of 9th-grade nirvana insects. Rui Hypnotic Powder was an indulgent tool. Its value for breaking through predicaments was limited. After some time, he finally made a decision. Indeed, strength is always the most important. His face flushed red because of the thoughts running through his mind. Strengthening endurance is still getting stronger. Bai Than Lang didn't hesitate to press the button, choosing the Yang Dream Elixir of Immortality. He stored it in his inventory. Then he continued to plan his next move. As for the next action, it seemed he would need to confront the 2 Lin Am disciples. Tu then, barely surviving, was brought back for treatment by Ho Niet Dung. Master. Inside, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. At this point, there's no turning back for me. She slowly stepped further in. I still have my reasons to face him. Lingian bowed respectfully and said, Deputy Protector of the Headquarters, Dantai Lingian greets Lord Bai. But the next words shocked Lingian to her core. Her eyes widened. Lord Bai? You truly make this teacher feel hurt. Lingian, I know you've come to ask something of me, but you don't need my help. Over the years, you've always drawn clear boundaries with me, and now you come seeking me out. You show no respect for me at all. You're not even willing to call me master. Lingian raised her head and softly called out, Master. Bai Qinglang approached Dantai Lingian and coldly said, It's time to prove your filial piety. Go bathe with me. Dantai Lingian was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. Meanwhile, in the 2nd floor underground chamber of Blood Hall, Bai Qinglang sat in the pool and coldly warned, Stepping into this pool will temporarily block all divine powers and abilities. You'll be no different from a mortal. It won't harm your body or innate constitution. At this moment, Dantai Lingian's face showed anger. She thought, inspecting my body is something he must do. For now, because of Hong Yi, she decided to temporarily comply with this demon. But just when she let her guard down, Bai Qinglang reached out his hand and grabbed Dantai Lingian's ankle. She panicked, thinking to herself, this is bad. Could this devil possibly want? Right after, there was a loud splash. Water from the pool splashed everywhere. Dantai Lingian, still stunned by what was happening, suddenly found Bai Qinglang holding her in the pool. He spoke slowly. Master is always cautious. Dantai Lingian felt his touch, and her face immediately turned as red as a ripe tomato. Master, you. But she stayed calm enough to think. Bai Qinglang always wanted to turn me into a puppet, but perhaps the time for my body to mature hasn't come yet. Usually, he uses a celestial artifact to examine me. So, why is he touching my body directly today? He clearly saved me from the demonic zone of the Dark Extremity sect. He gave me a home. But in the end, it was all part of his scheme. Is this the time he's come to claim me? At that moment, Bai Qinglang leaned close to Dantai Lingian's ear and said, Lingian, let Master show you a treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Dantai Lingian under the water with him. Underneath, she seemed to see something that startled her. It was the silhouette of a woman who looked exactly like her. She appeared at the bottom of the pool. Lingian turned to ask anxiously, Master, who is this woman? Why does she look exactly like me? Bai Qinglang finally spoke slowly. Years ago, I saved you from the demonic zone, thanks to the help of Hewan sect's master Ce Tami. That sect leader, despite their ambiguous and seductive ways, is a wise and righteous person. But Master Ce only cooperated with me to save you for benefits. You possess a unique type of body. Ce Tami wanted to use you as a furnace for cultivation. Dantai Lingian gasped in horror as she heard this and let out a shocked cry. Then Bai Qinglang slowly continued. What you're seeing now is an elder sister, an innate puppet made from Yumu wood, a Mumu puppet. It is a replica of you. Consume 15 as compensation to replace the furnace for Ce Tami. However, in his mind, he secretly thought, the true story is that Bai Qinglang wants to use Dantai Lingian to exchange treasures with Ce Tami. But as long as I don't offer Lingian's body, and just change the pretext, there won't be any loopholes. Dantai Lingian spoke, slightly agitated. So over the years, Master has been regularly checking my body to quickly turn me into this puppet and give me to Ce Tami. Bai Qinglang turned and said, I have wronged you, Lingian. I did this to protect you and to not break my promise to you. Dantai Lingian, upon hearing this, stared at Bai Qinglang, speechless. Master, But she quickly shook her head, thinking, no, I can't trust this. I can't be fooled like Junior Sister. The heart-eating worm in my body and the dark symbols on my stomach ... How do you explain that, Master? Dantai Lingian then spoke again. Master, thank you for explaining, but I know all this. Before she could finish, Bai Qingling's hand reached out. He grabbed both of Dantai Lingian's hands. Then he placed his hand on her stomach. This made Lingian scream in fear. Master, no, I'm your disciple. If you do this, Lingian will hate you for life. But after a while, Dantai Lingian's face showed relaxation. This feels ... strange. Master, you're incredible, she kept calling out. No, don't, stop. She didn't know how long it took before Dantai Lingian finally exhaustively crawled out of the water. At this point, Bai Qinglang emerged from the water and said, the heart-eating worm in your body has been cleared through blood purification. No, it's the heart-piercing worm. This worm protects your body and heart. If anyone tries to examine your physique, the worm will use harmless pain to remind you to stay away. If you are truly violated, it will release its powers to protect you. Then he spoke with some regret. I didn't expect you to be so close to Zishen like this. You completely failed to understand my intentions. You think I'm trying to harm you. You can't tell who really wants to harm you. Girls grow up, and yet can't stay guarded. Bai Qinglang turned and walked away. Now that your wish is fulfilled, you can leave without hesitation. Dantai Lingian, upon hearing this, silently shed tears. At this moment, Bai Qinglang was extremely satisfied when he heard the system's notifications. Congratulations, host, for succeeding. Received 5,000 points for the major affection quest. Current balance, 5,000 points. Through performing the divine massage technique, you've reached level 99. Dantai Lingian quickly left. Kinger hurriedly followed her, calling out, "Senior sister, are you leaving now? Master gave me namala fruits to give to you. She said you loved these when you were little. Master said that during the sect leader election, no matter what your position is, she will support you." Kinger looked at Dantai Lingian in confusion and said, "That's strange. Clearly, you've been with Master for so long. Why, in the end, did Master still need me to convey these words to you?" Dantai Lingian took the tamala fruits and couldn't help but reminisce about her childhood. When she was young, whenever she received something she liked, she would happily share it with Bai Qinglang. "Master," she thought to herself, "all these secrets I've kept for years are finally coming out. The timing is just too coincidental." Lingian doesn't understand, nor can she trust him. But this isn't Master's fault. Tears kept flowing from Dantai Lingian's eyes. "It's my fault. Please give me more time. I'll return to your side, just like Kinger. I'll serve you." At that moment, the system again congratulated the host. "Congratulations, host. Successfully spread affection. Received 2,000 points." At the Merciful Men's sect, at the Black Moon Hall, Deep Hongi is lying on the large bed. Her body begins to twist, appearing extremely seductive, both hands tightly gripping the bed frame, in a dreamy state. Her mouth constantly murmuring curses at Bachelin Lang, the sect leader. "Although I have never met you, but you bully Lin Am so much. You must be old and ugly, completely disgusting." At this moment, an image of her holding hands with Dam Dai Lin Am, the seal, appears. Deep Hongi and Dam Dai Lin Am have no fate, but their bloodline has a sisterly bond. We formed the seal of respect. The flower, the soul, can sense each other's feelings anytime, anywhere. Deep Hongi is extremely seductive, but in reality, she only feels discomfort in her body, along with a frustrated mood. "Lin Am just went to meet that demon. My body has become so strange like this. Sister Lin Am, where are you now? What did that demon do to you? Why is her face so hot?" She moans softly and says, "Deep Hongi swears, I will definitely tear Bachelin Lang apart." Suddenly, an old man's voice rings out. "Hongi, are you there? Can you hear my voice?" She quickly jumps up, looking suspiciously towards the source of the voice. This sound, right after that, Deep Hongi quickly changes into another outfit, more polite, excitedly running to open the door, calling loudly. Suddenly, she opens her eyes wide, looking surprised at the person in front of her. The person who just arrived is none other than the great elder of the Merciful Men's sect, Deep Taiyan. Deep Hongi anxiously asks, "Grandfather, what happened? Why do you look so haggard?" Deep Taiyan does not answer her question. Instead, he responds to his granddaughter's concern with a gentle pat on her head. Then he advises Hongi, "Listen carefully. The great disaster is coming. From now on, I won't be able to protect you anymore." After hearing this, she couldn't hide her worry and asked again, "The great disaster is coming. Is everything prepared, little Hongi?" Deep Taiyan's expression suddenly darkened. Her voice became serious as she spoke. She prepared to sit in the position of the sect leader. Deep Hanwai gritted her teeth and endured. Tears began to fall, rolling down her cheeks. Even Ai felt sympathy upon seeing this. She clasped her hands together and spoke, "Hanwai listens to your teachings." Deep Taiyan waved her sleeve. She appeared confident. Her demeanor exuded the authority of a knowledgeable person, someone full of wisdom. This time, he held the grand selection of sect leader. It's not about abusing power. It's not about directly passing the throne to you, because only by fighting for support from the important factions in the sect can you stabilize the entire sect. Deep Taiyan's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Among the four great hall masters, upon hearing one do you think you can most easily sway?" Immediately replied confidently, "Of course, it's Tila Hall Master named Thean Pham. He's my maternal uncle. He will definitely help." Deep Taiyan hesitated and began to refute. "Not necessarily. Neem Hall Master is weak and indecisive. He forgets his principles for small gains and fears for his safety. Moreover, important matters are handled by his wife. One glance from her would make him unwilling to assist you." Deep Hanwai pursed her lips, thinking deeply. "Then what about the fierce tiger Taoist of the Sat Hall? What do you think about him?" But Deep Taiyan frowned. He started to analyze seriously. "The Sat Hall has the strongest influence. with countless disciples and growing stronger every day. He works hard for the sect. His respect for the elders. Why does he do that? Daipanwai immediately understood and exclaimed, "This person has ambition. He will not submit to evil." Then she hesitated. Then there is only the mysterious saneness of the Kuhal. Daiptayan still didn't seem satisfied. He shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. She cannot help you. With his gaze, this hall master has other schemes. You cannot control him. The mysterious saneness of the Kuhal is out of the question. But Daiptayan still wasn't satisfied. He shook his head, rejecting the idea. No, she cannot help you. With his gaze, this Ho Hall master has other intentions. You cannot control him. Deep Hanyi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The three of the four great hall masters cannot help you? Does this mean? Immediately, Deep Taiyan replied, according to my father's dying wish, I should form a marriage bond with the hall master of the Eula Hall by Qinglong. We would work together to strengthen our sect. Deep Hanyi, upon hearing this, was stunned. The words marriage bond appeared above her head. Her eyes widened, mouth agape, shouting loudly, what? Then she crouched down, clutching her head in fear. She imagined a hideous demon with a long tongue sticking out. It looked utterly disgusting. Aesthetic standards impossible. Absolutely impossible. This demon is the master of Lin Ying. If I marry him, what will Lin Ying call me? Master's wife? How can that be? Deep Hanyi, in a rage, shouted loudly in protest. No, Hanyi absolutely will not marry him. Meanwhile, at the Tula Hall, Tui Xing and I was bowing respectfully, reporting. Master, I report. Today, when Tui Xing and I brought Lin Ying back to the main hall, I saw Bai Qinglong. She hesitated. She seemed puzzled, tilting her head and asking, what did you see? Tui Xing and I quickly replied. Tui Xing and I saw many demons from the eastern region, wandering to the La Sa Hall. Over 1,000 people in the sky. But Qingling's gaze shifted slightly. But she remained silent, listening attentively. Tui Xing and I also heard that the Yinggui Hall has always been humble, but it's also expected to summon the leader of an external sect's forces. Seeing that you did not react, Tui Xing and I anxiously lowered her eyes. She thought to herself, the Ming sect is about to change drastically. The master has never liked to interfere with sect affairs. What will he decide to do? Bai Qinglong looked down arrogantly, smiling strangely, and saying, it's fine. I will act. Tui Xing and I, upon hearing this, looked at him with eyes full of admiration. She smiled, her lips curling up. The master is so domineering. Bai Qinglong did not respond, his thoughts focused. After reviewing the last check, Tui Xing and I has absolutely become loyal to me. This kind of master-servant relationship damages one's character. Tui Xing and I should stop at the right moment. Shaking off the thought, he immediately waved his hand, ordering Tui Xing and I, from now on, our relationship will return to the normal master-disciple bond. Regardless of the situation, you will call me master. Upon hearing this, Tui Xing and I froze. Her expression quickly darkened. Confused, she asked, why? The servant identity is a special characteristic of Tui Xing and I. Master, don't you love Tui Xing and I anymore? Don't you want to teach me anymore? Do you want to distance yourself and abandon me? Bai Qinglong realized that she misunderstood his meaning. He quickly explained gently. I do not deny your identity. It's just that this kind of relationship should undergo some development and transformation. However, Tui Xing and I did not hear a word. She started undressing, saying, in the end, I am still the loyal servant of the master, right? Master just wants to change how we address each other. My name is Tui Xing, and I am the master's servant. How about calling me ... She suddenly paused. She didn't know where to go. Dressed as a maid, smiling brightly, she suggested that the servant leave. She immediately put on a seductive expression. Her eyes filled with passion as she said from now on, Ting and I is now the servant to help the master resolve all necessary matters. At the forbidden land of the Zhenwu Sword Sect, the Blackwater Mountain Demon Tower, a towering spire appeared. In the dark, silent space, Feng and Aizu, cold and composed, holding a sword, with one hand holding a small box. She stepped through puddles of blood and bodies. To the surprise of those present, suddenly someone shouted loudly, Feng and Aiyu. 3 injured men, sitting collapsed before Feng and Aiyu, trembling. The man in the middle hastily spoke. So, you are the spy of the demon path. Do not trust her. Throw her into the tower. Your master, the sword saint, is truly blind. His face has also been beaten up. His body was leaning against the wall, crying out in despair. Do you dare cure the poison in me? I'll fight you with one finger. If you win, I will tell you everything. Whatever you win, I will tell you. I will tell you everything. Feng Anaizu, looking at the three people in great pain and despair, she smiled coldly and responded to the three managers. It's a pity you have lived this long. People from the demon path will not fight you fairly. Another man cornered. He struggled, shouting at the top of his lungs, Demon woman, if you dare, kill all three of us. We are the managers of the Forbidden Land with the best talents, even the sect leader. But before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by Feng Anaizu. Feng Anaizu decisively swung her sword across his throat, sending him on his way. Immediately after, he died, unable to close his eyes before the remaining two men. The two men were stunned, seemingly not believing their eyes. They exclaimed, the demon woman is indeed a cruel and ruthless demon. Feng Lizu placed the box down heavily on the ground. Coldly speaking, he got what he wished for. What do you two think? She then bent down, kneeling on one knee, one hand resting on the box, looking at the two men and asking, the key to the box of heavenly secrets containing the saint weapon. Are you still not willing to hand it over? The plump man trembled. With some effort, he extended his hand holding something, stammering, here is the key, will you? Let us live. Feng Anaizu happily took the key from his hand. Her voice sounded as if she had already gotten it, so why not? Immediately after, a red light flashed. She had swung a fatal strike across his chest. The painful scream echoed. The man was utterly stunned, unable to speak. He fearfully cursed, demon woman, you will be struck by heavenly thunder. You must not die. Her voice echoed, just as his blood sprayed across the ground. You all think of me as who? Feng Lizu's face was cruel, covered in blood. She raised her finger to her lips, smiling smugly. I am the greatest disciple of the demon lord, Then Lang, but I hadn't been pleased for long. She suddenly changed her expression. Feng Lstu's body was trembling uncontrollably. She hugged her stomach in pain and screamed, my stomach. That demon has triggered the cursed script on me again. She gently touched her stomach in surprise. No, the cursed script hasn't activated. Could it be that I've been poisoned? Feng Lstu ignored it and bent down. She grabbed the box on the ground. She didn't care, just took the demonic item and headed back to the Eula temple. Then, the box lid suddenly opened. A stream of dazzling purple light burst forth. Feng Lstu sat down and stared at the box. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she spoke. I had no other choice before the two junior sisters eliminated him. I had no other option. Beseech Then Lang was lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Master, master. At this moment, Tinni was kneeling at his feet. Her hand touched his thigh, asking curiously, what are you thinking, master? Can you tell me, Tinni? Beseech Then Lang changed his expression. He quickly reminded her, I've been indulgent these past few days, letting you sleep at my feet. This won't happen again, especially during this time. Tinni widened her eyes in surprise. She placed both hands on his thigh and leaned in close. You mentioned this time. Is Master troubled about something? Is it the selection tournament for the sect master? What about the sideburns? Beseech Then Lang let his hair down, covering his eyes. He slowly replied, perhaps having heard the answer from him. Tinni laughed heartily. Then she lay back on his thigh, exclaiming, Tinni guessed right about Master's thoughts. Beseech Then Lang was somewhat flustered by her actions. He broke into a sweat, slightly embarrassed. He immediately grabbed her legs that were swinging in front of him. He tried to control himself. You cannot. You must not do this. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Due to your god-level massage skill being fully leveled up, this practice cannot earn experience points. Bai Chang Lang looks dissatisfied, grinding his teeth, thinking, what kind of practice is this? I am correcting the virtue of my disciple. I am suing you for slander. System, you are slandering me. Tui Xing Ni. Her hands gently touch her full chest. She smiles softly. Master, Tui Xing Ni wants to show you a treasure. Bai Chang Lang's face pales and he trembles, thinking, what treasure? Could it be that you want to perform? The thing in the original work, that couldn't even pass the inspection? Tui Xing Ni takes out a token. It is held tightly between her chest. A token from the Grand Elder of the Blood Pill sect. A token of Lac Chang Feng. Bai Chang Lang looks at the token with confusion. He asks, how come his token is in your hands? Tui Xing and I comfortably lies on Bai Chang Lang's lap. She hands the token to him for an explanation. Elder Lack is offering a reward, looking urgently for a heaven heart herb, an artificial top-tier herb. Just so happens Tui Xing and I knows how to refine it. If I collect 10 materials from the demon herb plain last night, I would finally refine it into a knife and give it to Elder Lack. Tui Xing and I wraps her arms around his neck in satisfaction. Tui Xing and I is only foolish in front of her master. She is very smart in other situations. Tui Xing and I always thinks of plans for her master. Helping our sect. In the original work, this token was used by Qiao Shen with resources from Master Yuxuzi. He traded it, and later in the strategy line, the Hongyi took advantage of it to gain a powerful supporter. Bai Chang Lang's face turns smug. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he thinks, I didn't expect Tui Xing and I to steal from Qiao Shen. Is this an added bonus? When receiving her absolute loyalty, Tui Xing and I, after all, deserves this reward. Right after that, he reaches behind her to pull Tui Xing and I into a tight embrace. Then he gently bites her ear, praise her for doing well this time. This is the reward she deserves. Tui Xing and I squeals happily. She looks extremely cute and shouts loudly, Master, the announcement is coming up soon. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Earn 3,000 points. Current balance is 10,000 points. Beseech then Lang immediately changed position and gently placed her sitting on the chair. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Tinni sitting there in regret. He immediately said, Go according to the Grand Master's order and suppress everything. Beseech then Lang smiled, turned and confidently walked away, not forgetting to repeat the earlier phrase. At this moment, at the headquarters of Thong Min Zhetyam Palace, a magnificent palace appeared in the space. Dark and chilling, Tiu Thine knelt on the ground. With a surprised expression, he shouted in confusion, not understanding what was happening. What? The Grand Master doesn't want it. Why is this 9-ranked Yanks an herb of mine like this? Why is my herb real? An elder received him. He gently stroked his beard, sneered, and replied, The reward from the Grand Master is real. The herb in your hand is also real. But someone came before you. The action was overdue. Hearing this, Tiu Thine was a little stunned and asked again, Why is that? The Grand Master's reward just started 10 days ago. Who found this item before me? Please, Elder, tell me. The elder's expression remained unchanged. He leisurely pointed at his face and spoke. You don't need to know. 3 direct disciples of BC Chianchik on the 5th day of the reward brought this item. As for what she wants as a reward, we don't know that. Tiu Thine began to understand. He thought of Tinni's disgusting expression and beseeched then Lang. His anger flared up again. Tinni, is this her idea? Or is it that demon's order? He was so angry that he shouted with fury, I'll definitely tear apart that man and woman. He was so angry that he screamed and yelled in flames. The bastard! I'll tear them apart later. The elder looked at Tiu Thine, grumbling as he ran off with the box, shouting, Damn it. He laughed out loud and said, Is it too early? Your Dao heart is not strong enough yet. The young man, Tiu then, was frustrated after being tricked. He stomped his feet and shouted loudly, Damn it, what should I do, disciple? His disciple, Tiu then, with a tired face asked, Disciple Tiu then, a stone face, looking restless, asked, Did I give the heavenly heart herb to Lac Than Fong yet? Tiu then, with a sluggish face, sighing, said softly, Master Ngok Hutu, couldn't I find a clean place for my original soul to leave? Ngok Hutu understood immediately that something was wrong. He became furious. He shouted loudly, Why is it still in your hands? Did someone steal it from you? I told you to give it right away. Why are you dragging your feet? The old man didn't pay attention. The corner of Tiu Then's mouth twitched. He muttered one sentence. Totally useless. He shouted loudly. Enough already. Tiu Then's expression changed quickly. His face showed contempt. He pointed at Ngok Hutu without hesitation. What are you scolding me for? For your great plan to overthrow the demon sect. You said I should be a spy for 3 years. 3 years, 3 years, 3 years, and then 3 more, and now it's almost 15. The old man Ngok Hutu was suddenly scolded like that, and was at a loss as to how to handle it. He could only whisper and advise Tiu then. Protecting the mortal world is the duty of my Dao sect. You don't want to waste 15 years, do you? He then put on a serious face. I used the spiritual flag to divine last night. I saw the great secret of the Ming sect. Master Daib Taiyan passed away 7 days ago. Hearing this, Tiu then was surprised. He recalled the scene he saw. It was the scene of Master Dipe Tai's passing. Hearing this, Then was surprised. He thought about the scene he had witnessed. It was like the scene of Master Dipe Tai. The other day, I went to the Black Moon Path and appeared in front of my niece, Dipe Manhwa, and others from the Dipe family. Angisi Huda quickly explained to him. That was the spirit god, not the body. Today is the final time for the shattered soul of Dipe Tai Yan. He tried to persuade then. The matter is related to the secret sacred object of the Ming sect. Come here and listen closely. Master said to tell you quietly. You still have the final opportunity to gain trust. Support Dipe Manhwa to the throne. Make her your puppet. However, Then couldn't catch a word. He had no mood to pay attention to anything else. He was more concerned about the stinking mess pressing into his face. In his mind, he started to think about how to handle it. He leaned away from the foul, hard thing. I don't want to go there. Elsewhere, in a magnificent bedroom far away, Ho Nu Yat Dung lay on the spacious bed. It seemed like she was having a nightmare. Making her cheeks flush, sweat poured down her body. Images of unpleasant memories appeared in her mind again. Before, she was flustered, shielding her body from the lewd gazes of the vile men around her. One of them approached, teasing her body. Why are you sticking out? Others joined in. You're going to become a pig, a fat pig. They surrounded and teased Ho Nu Yat Dung, making her feel both ashamed and humiliated, not knowing how to handle it. Just then, someone approached calmly. The person took off their cloak and draped it over her. She was surprised. She looked at the person who came to her rescue. It was no one else but Bai Then Lang, the senior brother. Bai Then Lang smiled softly. This cloak can cover your body. It can also silence mindless words. The senior brother, Bai Then Lang, smiled softly. This cloak can cover your body. It can also silence mindless words. Ho Nu Yat Dung looked at him. Her eyes filled with gratitude. Senior brother. Suddenly, her expression turned astonished as she screamed. Senior brother, no. The image of a bloody battlefield appeared. Ho Nu Yat Dung stood helplessly, continuing to call out to the figure. Master, why are you hurting us? There must be a misunderstanding. The senior brother I admire most. Why must we slaughter innocent disciples? Bai Then Lang turned his head. He looked at her with fiery red eyes, filled with killing intent. His face still had patches of fresh blood. She cried out in pain. Why has my brother turned into this cold, heartless person? At this moment, Ho Nu Yat Dung woke up suddenly, still shocked from the aftershocks of that dream. She hugged her head with her hands. Sweat poured down her face as she angrily exclaimed, Damn it, I dreamed about that demon again. Outside, an old woman was standing, waiting for her behind the curtain. When she saw her stand up, she respectfully reported, Saintess, the auxiliary function of the Yin Earth Hall is already in place. At this moment, they are waiting in the main hall. The La Sut Hall has also gathered nearly 2,000 demon servants. They are all holding protective charms and magic weapons. Seems to have already predicted the current situation. She exclaimed, the ancestor is still alive. Can't sit still anymore. Then what about the Eula Hall? The old woman quickly replied, I have only been able to probe the White Hall Master. He just emerged from the blood cave. He was holding the little disciple, Sui Jing and I. They were laughing and talking like in the Spring Tower Garden. Who are you, Dong? Somewhat incredulously asked again. He was holding the hand of a disciple. The old woman hurriedly knelt down. Please, holy lady, don't be angry. I didn't detect any specific purpose from the White Hall Master. Hui Yudong showed no sign of anger. She sneered lightly and said, At that age, you still don't know how to reflect. During the day, holding the hand of a disciple strolling around. At this moment, the old woman felt something strange. She looked up. She was about to speak and mention the White Hall Master's goal. Hui Yudong stepped out from behind the curtain. She had changed clothes at some point, and she coldly rebuked. What are you doing? Still holding on to the appearance of a demon lord, by Qing Lang. You are truly despicable. At the main headquarters of the Shangmin Mountain sect, Tiangshu, Bai Qing Lang and Sui Jing and I were moving forward together. Suddenly, Bai Qing Lang shivered. Moving forward together. Suddenly, Bai Chang Lang shivered, sneezed due to the cold wind. Tui Xing and I saw this. She turned to ask her master, What's wrong? Bai Chang Lang rubbed the tip of his nose but didn't answer her. In his mind, an image of Ho Nu Yat Dong appeared suddenly. It seems like someone is secretly drawing a cursed circle on me. Who could it be? Tui Xing and I noticed that he didn't pay attention to her, so she gently hugged his body and asked, "Master, does this feel better?" Immediately, her cheeks turned as red as a tomato. Her eyes seemed somewhat harmless, but there was also some kind of temptation in them. The two senior sisters once said, "Tui Xing's body will be as hot as a furnace in the winter. Perhaps Master could try getting into Tui Xing and I." Bai Changlang reached out and touched her neck, smiling mischievously. "So that's your constitution? It can match the cold murderous aura. Body temperature and coldness are two different things. It's too cold." Then he released her. The two continued on their journey forward. Tui Xing and I walked while asking her master, "Why do we have to go to this desolate back mountain?" Bai Changlang smiled smugly, while secretly thinking to himself, "Of course, it's to steal the opportunity from Tiu then. According to the original story, if I don't come here, it would be to cheat for Tiu then. If I want to feel the thrill of stealing, then I'll go all in." That was his thought. But when he replied, he gave a different response with another implication. "Let the opportunity fly for a while. Maybe it's about to land." At that moment, on the mountain wall, a purple light was being absorbed. At a central point, a figure was floating in the sky. It was no one else. A figure was floating in the sky. It was no one else. It was the venerable Thongmin Daiptai. He appeared amidst a space full of snowstorms. His gaze was deep as he looked down and asked, "Is it Bai Dian Master Bai Changlang?" "Yes, Daiptai." Yan landed in front of Bai Changlang. He quickly clasped his hands and greeted the venerable. "It is an honor. Yula Dian, Tui Xing and I, pays respects to the venerable." Deep Taiyan looked at the two people with an expressionless face, and then spoke up. "Exorcise the evil spirits, swear the chaos, and make the heaven and earth without form and without structure. Batch Deer and Chu, your fortune is not trivial. You've consumed this supreme item." Batch Than Lang heard this, and fell into contemplation without responding. Tatinni saw this, and quickly answered on behalf of the master. "When it's needed is the matter of my master. No need for the ancestor to worry." Deep Taiyan was somewhat surprised by this response. But soon after, he burst into loud laughter. "Batch Deer and Chu really knows how to train subordinates. I am looking for you because of something. If you have time, let's discuss the matter." Batch Then Lang's expression turned serious, giving an order. "Tin Hai, you can step back for now. The opportunity has arrived." After Tin Ni left, Deep Taiyan and the boy sat down in the snow and began chatting joyfully. He started talking about old times. Talking non-stop, just chatting about everything. From the time of the ancient primordial demon god's creation to the third emergence of the Taoist goddess land from the Haiyan sect, great battles between justice and evil broke out. Batch Then Lang became a bit impatient. He silently sighed to himself. At this moment, Deep Taiyuan's soul, according to the original text, isn't it about to disperse soon? Like someone about to transcend, almost leaping out of existence. Press the control key and you can skip this part. Suddenly, Deep Taiyan stopped telling the story and sighed. "Then Lang, my young friend, I don't have much time left." After saying that, he took out the magical artifacts from his person. "This item is one of the two great holy relics of my Shuangming sect, the Shuangming ring. With this, your status is second only to the sect leader." Hundreds of thousands of disciples were watching. Deep Taiyan handed the magical artifact to the boy and then spoke up. "This gift is for you. It can help my granddaughter, Deep Hongyi, fight alone." Batch Then Lang looked at the magical artifact and expressed his opinion. "The dark moon path of the inner sect, Pathmaster. Deep Hongyi. Is this the successor that you've chosen, then?" Deep Taiyan gently lowered his eyes and sighed. "It seems that Batch Deer and Chu has his own thoughts. Forget it. If my granddaughter Hongyi can be helped, help her. If you can't help, then replace her." Batch Then Lang pondered, looking at the ring in his hand, thinking to himself, "Have I heard these words somewhere before? But if I can hold the position of sect leader, I won't refuse it." Deep Taiyan spoke as his body slowly dissipated. "I still have to final matters. One is that Deep Vo Dao has lost Hongyi's father." Batch Then Lang stared in confusion at Deep Taiyan. The will of Vo Dao. He wanted someone to marry Hongyi and also strengthen my Shuangming sect. The boy quickly imagined himself marrying Deep Hongyi. His face immediately changed color, thinking, did he mean replace earlier? Could it mean marrying in her place? In the original text, Batch Then Lang had already died, and there was a hidden setup about a fiancé. Batch Then Lang then coughed a few times. "This is a small matter. I'll decide later. Hurry up. Let's talk about the second matter." Deep Taiyan quickly brought up the second matter. It's been rumored outside that the Taoist goddess land from the Haiyan sect has defeated you. Is that true? If even Bachdiren Chu isn't her match, does that mean my demonic sect is doomed? Bach Then Lang remained silent for a moment. After a while, he nodded and replied, yes, she did defeat Bach Then Lang. Deep Taiyan was shocked, his mouth hanging open. It seemed like he realized something. The boy then continued speaking. But she didn't defeat me. If she comes back, I'll take action. Elsewhere in the main hall of the Shuang Ming sect in front of the mountain, a group of masked individuals stood in front of Tiu Shen and spoke up. Tiu Shidi, please return. The ancestor has been in seclusion for a long time and hasn't seen anyone else. Tiu Shen refused to give up and continued to plead with them. Please, senior brothers, the main hall is waiting for me. I truly need to meet with the ancestor. The time is running out. We can't delay any longer. But before he could finish speaking, when suddenly, a beam of green light struck him. What are you afraid of? Tiu Shen was blasted away, spinning through the air. Deep Hongyi stepped forward, angrily shouting, if the sect master hears you spreading nonsense here, I'll definitely chop off your head. Get lost. Don't make me repeat it a second time. Tiu Shen, battered and bruised, sat on the ground, thinking to himself, Master Ngoku, I followed your instructions completely, but it still had no effect. What kind of nonsense is your fortune-telling? At Eula Palace, the palace was magnificent and majestic, surrounded by red silk banners flying in the wind. In the center, there was a figure sitting on a throne. Bach Then Lang was sitting, resting his chin and smiling. The place where the master resides. The palace is so cool. I should have come here earlier to enjoy it. He continued to put his feet up on the chair, and then prepared to take the next step. The blood disaster seems to have been overcome. Next, I must retrieve the 5 organs of Bach Then Lang's original body, to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. He then thought of Deep Hongyi and smiled wickedly. The heart of the original body is in the Demon Tower. The key is with the 3 Supreme Elders. Without the sect leader's authority, one cannot access it. Deep Hongyi sits in the position of sect leader. She fulfills Deep Taiyuan's wish. And it aligns with my interests. Bach Then Lang raised the magical ring in front of him and held it up. The Shuang Ming Soul Ring is now in hand. Now, only the Shuang Ming Soul Sword and Snowy Lie are missing. Will you disappoint your master? Then his blood-red eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. To be honest, with Zhao Lai Tuet's personality, she would probably be the hardest to influence with love. What method could resolve the conflict within her heart, I wonder? Bach Then Lang suddenly remembered the seductive appearance of Fong Lai Tuet. Then he thought of something and exclaimed, that's it. The thing on her stomach. At night, in the Qianshui city market, the brightly lit streets filled the whole city. Every corner of the city was bustling with people. It looked very lively. Fong Lai Tuet walked with each seductive step, entering a drunken tavern. The young attendant, seeing a beautiful woman, immediately greeted her warmly. Is it you? The famous Han GMP who came here? Yama King of the Eastern region is looking for you. Hearing this, the attendant's face turned pale. His voice stuttered as he spoke. Yama King of the Eastern region? Fong Lai Tuet gently opened the door and entered a room. She was very leisurely, at ease, swinging her long, seductive legs on the chair. Suddenly, a large, overweight man walked in, with an excited expression, introducing himself. Lai Tuet, Great One. It's me, Hong Qian Pham from Eula Palace, the Red Protector. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Lai Tuet immediately threw him a bag. This is the demon item the palace master needs. You will personally escort it. Quickly take it back to Eula Palace to fulfill the orders. Then she took out a jade green pill. Coldly, she said also, take this. Hong Qian Pham, seeing the pill she handed over, his body began to tremble in fear. 7 Extreme Dung Body Pill, Lai Tuet, Great One. I always take my work seriously. I won't dare delay this. She didn't care about his words at all. With cold eyes, Fong Lai Tuet gave 2 choices, eat it or die. Hong Qian Pham, upon hearing this, quickly grabbed the pill. With sweat pouring down his face, although he didn't want to, he still had to slowly place the pill in his mouth. Once done, he turned and left, uneasy. I'm leaving now. At this moment, Fong Lai Tuet lowered her veil and softly spoke. I hope this will be the last thing I do for that demon. Spirit, is your plan still going smoothly? She looked out the window. Gazing at the bright moon outside, she began to reminisce about the past. I grew up under the shadow of that demon. In her heart, She had long been tainted into his image. Like little junior sister when she was young, we, as older sisters, must help her escape from the demon's torment as soon as possible, from the suffering of that demon. Suddenly, Fong Lai Tuet felt something. Her eyes widened in shock. She then clutched her stomach, struggling. A mysterious purple evil energy began to emanate from there. She questioned to herself, why is it starting to hurt again? The dark curse of the demon hadn't been activated. Could it be that I've been poisoned? Why? Fong Lai Tuet suddenly recalled the moment she opened the box. As if realizing something, she exclaimed, could it have been then? A wave of dark purple energy wrapped around her body, causing her to grit her teeth. Enduring the pain, her expression began to change, struggling to speak. It's over. I didn't bring any detoxifying pills with me. If the poison invades the meridians around my body, wouldn't that mean? Fong Lai Tuet closed her eyes. She resigned herself to accept it. Forget it. Fate like this, controlled by that demon, living would be worse than death. In the end, I can finally be freed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her eyes turned blood red. Suddenly, countless tentacles emerged from her stomach, causing her pain as if she were dying and being reborn. The tentacles wrapped around her body, then slowly slithered down, wrapping around her legs, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, crying out, Master, Master, Great One. Why? Fong Lai Tuet's expression no longer showed pain. Instead, her expression turned flushed with resentment. Even now, you still won't let me off. Why? Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind, placing gently on her shoulder, comforting her softly. Listen to me. Don't move. Bach Then Lang suddenly appeared and hugged her, whispering softly, you're poisoned with dark energy. Only a great master can save you from this. Suddenly, Fong Lai Tuet screamed in pain, then spat out a mouthful of blood. It stained the floor beneath her. She gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face still showing a hint of struggle. Bach Then Lang then spoke, explaining, the poison that has entered your danshan can be purged. Only I can have a method to save you in this way. But the tentacles were still writhing on her body. The tentacles slowly wriggled across her body. Suddenly, a wave of pleasure surged, making her cry out involuntarily, but unable to scream, Master, Great One. Not like this. But Bach Then Lang still leaned close to her ear, whispering, the poison from the demon suppression tower is no trivial matter. Even a great master would be hard-pressed to avoid injury. So, you must cooperate and let me extract it all at once. Fong Lai Tuet struggled. As the tentacles continued to caress her body, in her heart, she thought to herself, this demon is up to something. I am nothing but a pawn. Why should he waste his divine essence and not just cure my poison? Could it be that Lin Yin and Tin Ni did something? Has he changed his nature? She then recalled how he looked in the past. He once said something to her. Life, the music of Zhao Li, the moon. Fong Lai Tuet gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, thinking to herself, wait, what am I thinking? That's the demon Lord Then Lang. He must want me to thank him, to control my spirit even more deeply. Suddenly, a clear voice called out from outside the door. Lai Tuet, are you in there? She recognized the voice, and it sounded familiar. She murmured, this voice ... Third young master, why are you here? The third young master, from outside, replied cheerfully, in an extremely happy tone. Is it really you, Lai Tuet? I heard you came to Qianshui City for training, so I came to inquire about the shop. Anyway, with your appearance, Lai Tuet, no matter where you go, you always leave a deep impression on people. So, Lai Tuet, may I come in? Bach Then Lang was smiling. While she felt a little embarrassed by the situation, Fong Lai Tuet stuttered and spoke up to stop you. You cannot enter. The third prince still insisted on not giving up. He tried to persuade her. Last time I met Sister Lai Tuet, I accidentally heard her crying. At that time, you didn't pay attention to me, but I was always worried about you. At that moment, the tentacles tightened around her more and more. She struggled to speak, thanking the third prince for his concern. I'm fine. Fong Lai Tuet gritted her teeth and endured the pleasure, so that she wouldn't let out any moans. I'm fine. You can leave now. He could hear something strange in her voice. He quickly asked, Sister Lai Tuet, why are you breathing like that? Fong Lai Tuet lost her patience. She shouted, I told you. I'm fine. I need to rest now. Please leave. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment. Then he turned and left. All right, I'm leaving. Outside, It became quieter. After no more noises from outside, she finally screamed, "Master, stop it. How long are you going to bully Lai Tuet?" But she heard nothing. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. She looked around and realized there were no more tentacles around her. She thought, "It's over, right? Did he really cure the poison for me?" Beseech then Lang glanced at her, seeing her still confused, and spoke, "Lai Tuet, you search for the Soul Ming sword for your master. Your master is happy, but you only focus on the task, not caring about your own life. Master doesn't like that." He reminded her with a few words. "Remember, don't let it happen again." Fong Lai Tuet's face turned red. At that moment, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations, practitioner, for successfully dispersing the great love." Beseech then Lang smiled when he saw the system's message, and smiled with satisfaction. "Congratulations, practitioner, for successfully dispersing the great love." Beseech then Lang looked at the system interface, and smiled with satisfaction. He was somewhat surprised and exclaimed, "Just casually removing the poison for Lai Tuet doubled the points. Could it be that her hatred for me is so deep? So the more love she gives, the more points I get." His face suddenly turned serious. His expression became cruel as he thought deeply. But the person outside the door, the one who called him Third Prince, must be the male lead from the second documentary, the Crown Prince of the Tang Dynasty, the third prince of the Imperial Dynasty of the So Lam Kingdom. Beseech then Lang began to imagine controlling a person, like controlling a puppet. It all started with this documentary. Players can freely choose their powers, Qian Shen or Lam Mak, but in the relationship between Lam Mak and Lai Tuet, it should not be this way. At this point, he was slightly puzzled. He tried to analyze the plot. Clearly, an unexpected disturbance had occurred. This is the legendary butterfly effect, right? There will be new storylines. That never happened according to the original rules. Beseech then Lang dismissed the thoughts in his mind, and stood up. "Forget Lam Mak. He doesn't pose a threat to me right now. Continuing to suppress Qian Shen is the real issue. The sect leader election is approaching. It's time to check on that temple leader." In the room, Dai Penwai kept pacing back and forth, very worried. "It's over. It's over," she muttered, grinding her teeth in discomfort. "Should I tell Linum about his last wish? He wanted me to marry Beseech then Lang. Would she and I have a relationship? We vowed to stay together for life." Dai Penwai clenched her fist and shouted in anger. "If I really marry Beseech then Lang and become the master of Linum, she might be so angry that she'd take drastic measures. I have to tell Linum the truth and discuss a plan. Sister Linum is exceptionally intelligent. She will surely find a solution." Just then, the door suddenly opened, revealing a pair of long, slender legs stepping inside. It was GM Guy Linum. Her expression was dark and extremely displeased. Seeing this, Dai Penwai quickly ran over to ask, "Sister Linum, how are you? What happened that night? Is the Blood Master okay?" GM Guy Linum slightly shook her head and whispered, "Nothing. I'm just a bit tired. I'll rest in your building for a while. If there's anything, we can talk later." All right. Then wait for me to rest before we talk." Dai Penwai lowered her head. She passed by GM Guy Linum and left. She left, leaving GM Guy Linum alone in the spacious room. At this moment, GM Guy Linum began slowly undressing. She gritted her teeth, feeling ashamed. How humiliating, GM Guy Linum. You let him touch your body? Don't you feel guilty towards him? Why? She muttered to herself as she looked at her reflection in the mirror. When that man held me tightly. Clearly, I could have chosen to end it and preserve my purity. GM Guy Linum shouted in anger. Why didn't you? I hate you now. She recalled the scene when he embraced her. The more terrifying thing was, subconsciously she started to relive the details of the embrace. She couldn't stop thinking. Her body continued to respond with every sensation. At that moment, GM Guy Linum wrapped herself in a blanket, crying, Hin why? I'm sorry. Suddenly she stopped, then poked her head out, thinking, no, I still have one last chance. Her face flushed red. She clenched her teeth and thought, the sect leader election is coming. And why must sit on the sect leader's position? Only then can I use the power of the sect to escape from him. At the La Palace, the palace lord of the Lada Hall, named Thean Pham paced back and forth in the hall. He sighed and frowned, speaking up. The ancestor instructed me to fully support Hin Wai in the sect leader election. The sect leader. That fierce master of Lotta Hall wants me to ally with him, to give him benefits and help him ascend to the throne. Neem Thien Pham looked up. He asked his wife for her opinion. My lady, what do you think we should do? The woman sitting on the chair, with an extremely arrogant demeanor, was the wife of Neem Thien Pham, Hin Cm Nang. She was holding an eyeliner pen. Then slowly answered. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Neem Thien Pham smiled, flattering her. That's right, my lady. To be honest with you, my heart is set on supporting the fierce master of Lotta Hall. After all, the power of Lotta Hall is very strong now. My lady, what do you think? And CM Nang placed her foot down and spoke up. You want my opinion? I think you're stupid and ugly. You're truly a waste of a waste. She was furious. She threw the eyeliner pen at him and yelled. The fierce master of Lotta Hall. His heart is malicious, arrogant, and extravagant. His heart is malicious, arrogant, and extravagant. To expand his power, he will use any means. What do you rely on, thinking that once things are settled, he will give you a drink, not just directly devour the Lotta Hall's power? Neem Thien Pham bowed and praised his wife's wisdom. Then, according to your opinion, my lady, should we support him? Why? Though she's young, she is also my own granddaughter. At this time, I should help her in her difficulty. And CM Nang suddenly kicked him. She scolded him as he fell backward. You fool! Neem Thien Pham was kicked back. He cried out as he stumbled backward. She raised her long legs high. Admiring them, she gently stroked her hair and responded. In this chaotic situation, we should keep the Lotta Hall in a neutral position, so that everyone will try to pull us in. You remember this. The bigger the storm, the bigger the fish. Neem Thien Pham's face turned red. He slowly got up and nodded in agreement. I understand, but ... What if Beseech Then Lang of the Yula Hall steps in? Then things might get out of control, right? And CM Nang shook her head firmly and replied, No, it won't. You don't understand him. She gently stroked her chin, smiling mysteriously with your mind. You couldn't have imagined. He is a man beyond imagination. What he seeks is the ultimate path, right? We both are helpless. These mundane matters are not worth mentioning. She then glanced at him. Look at you. She then kicked her high heels off her feet. Towards him. You're the kind of man who, even if your wife stands before you completely undressed, you can't do anything. Neem Thien Pham sat cross-legged, obediently like a little puppy. Yes, I am a useless man. He picked up the shoe. Suddenly, he knelt before the high heels. He whispered, I don't deserve her. At that moment, a subordinate came in to report, Lord Beseech Yanchuk from Yula Hall is here to visit. Neem Thien Pham gritted his teeth, furious, and asked, Beseech Then Lang, what for? What does he want with me? The subordinate, trembling, answered. Beseech Yanchuk said, he has something to discuss with your lady. He asked for your supervision outside the door, to prevent outsiders from learning any details. Neem Thien Pham's eyes turned bloodshot. He screamed, What? He seemed to transform into a monster. He immediately drew his sword, intending to deal with him. On my territory, he told me to guard the door. This is too much. Outside, the sound of footsteps grew louder. Neem Thien Pham stood at the door with his sword. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, If Beseech Then Lang really dares to break in, he will get what he deserves. Suddenly, he turned to look at his wife. And CM Nang hugged her body, blushing as she sighed. He's in. Beseech Then Lang, full of momentum, opened the door and entered. Neem Thien Pham glared at him with a chilling look. In his heart, he thought, I haven't seen this guy in a long time. He really has the demeanor of a demon lord. It's late at night. Why are you visiting the Tula temple? Beseech Then Lang smiled and replied, If madam is so direct, then I will be direct as well. He stepped forward. Standing right in front of Hin CM Nang, he made his suggestion. In half a month, choose the sect master. Madam, you want to stand by me? And CM Nang hesitated and said, White Temple Master, on what basis do you think I will agree to you? Beseech Then Lang used his magical power to lift her high heels. I will give madam a reason you cannot refuse. Then, he slowly knelt down and gently lifted her foot. Beseech Then Lang's action was to forward, making her thoughts become confused. What is he doing? Beseech Then Lang cunningly thought to himself. Before coming, I specifically changed a card. I added full plot details. A side character. It cost 2,000 points. Using this card, you can know a character's background information. That was never revealed in the main storyline. She was still mesmerized, falling into the trap he set. I'm not a demon. It's fate that wants to set up someone like Madame. Beseech then Lang had put in the effort. If you perform, you must perform well. He was still gentle with her, not forgetting to mention Madame. You don't want your husband to lose his position. The temple master, right? And CM Nang's expression changed slightly after hearing his mention of Neamthian Pham. Beseech temple master, you're overdoing it. Everything seemed to slow down a little. His tone became more firm. Earlier, I had another even more outrageous story that I wanted to tell you. The protagonist of the story is named Vin Siemni. 25 years ago, the head of the Vin family accidentally killed Emperor Nuyon Tai. The great Chu wiped out the Vin family. Over 300 people in the Vin family were beheaded. At that time, the holy son of Hapon sect, Taimo, took an interest in Vin Siemni's divine, pure spirit body. He told the Hapon sect to take Vin Siemni as the saintess. In reality, he wanted to cultivate her into a tool. Beseech then Lang was still kneeling beneath her slender legs. She stood frozen, listening to him tell the story. Surprisingly, Vin Siemni seized the one and only opportunity to escape. She even knew Neamthian Pham, the pillar of the demon path, while fleeing. At this moment, Vin Siem Nang clenched her arm tightly. Her teeth gritted together. Though Neamthian Pham was obsessed with Vin Siemni, making people loathe him. Though Neamthian Pham was even a eunuch by nature, anger flared. The image of the useless, leeching husband Neamthian Pham, crawling helplessly on the ground, like a pathetic, cowardly waste, appeared before her. But to escape from the pursuit of Taimo, Vin Siemni still married him and became his Virgo wife. Suddenly, Beseech then Lang stood up. With a smug expression, he whispered into her ear. If I told you, what if the difficult secret of Neem Temple Master was accidentally exposed? Once Neem Temple Master lost his position, even expelled from the Thong Min sect, what do you think Taimo would do? Madam. What do you think, madam? Soon after, and CM Nang regained her composure. She replied to him, White Temple Master, isn't this action despicable? Beseech then Lang stood before the white smoke. He arrogantly glanced at her. In this world, is there anything that I, the demon lord Beseech then Lang, can't do? Madam, I believe you already know what to do by now. And CM Nang gritted her teeth, her brows furrowed. Her eyes, empty and vacant, stared into the air. She had been cornered by him. She lifted her knee and shouted loudly, Beseech then Lang, I hate you. But her movements couldn't be as fast as his. Before her knee could even rise high, he gently caught it with his hand. Taking advantage of the situation, Beseech then Lang wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. He looked into her eyes and spoke challengingly. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your useless husband. This posture is truly bold. And CM Nang struggled, screaming, Let me go. Beseech then Lang, convinced of his righteousness, said, You don't know anything. And CM Nang shouted, clarifying, That time I left the Hapon sect was not my only chance. The other chance was you. Beseech then Lang was stunned. He thought, when did this happen? Why can't I remember? He quickly withdrew his hand from her thigh, denying her words. I don't know what you're talking about. If you think I owe you something, that's your problem. Before he could finish speaking, she made a bold decision, so quick that her hair flew in the air. And CM Nang dashed forward like lightning, then wrapped her arms around his neck. She then gave him a fierce kiss. After a moment, she finally let him breathe again. And CM Nang suddenly turned shy after the kiss. She turned her face away, but her cheeks were as red as a tomato. She nervously spoke, Beseech then Lang, in this life, you have defeated unmatched heroes. Have you ever been kissed forcefully by a woman? 066. At this moment, in his mind, only the image of Tatinni hugging him to sleep appeared. He responded without expression, Never. And CM Nang, hearing this, became even more embarrassed and turned away. Good, then you will remember me for life and never forget. This is the consequence for your forgetfulness. Her face was so red she had to use both hands to cover her cheeks. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Her eyes clearly revealed her confusion. Her mind was in a frantic inner battle. Oh my. What am I saying? I'm a woman who is already married. Beseech then Lang stood there, indifferent to her self-satisfaction. What mattered to him now was the notification from the system. He smiled with satisfaction, pleased with himself. Still unclear on the point accumulation mechanism of great love, but he would keep accumulating points. After all, to deal with the final opponent, Nisi Tam Lam, it wouldn't hurt to accumulate more. Soon, it was the next morning. The snow fell heavily, covering everything. Only the tall trees in the distance remained visible. Dai Penwai, with a sword in hand, was fervently practicing. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She focused all her strength. Swinging the sword fiercely forward, she shouted loudly, "Trust me, Sister Linum. Henwai will never betray you. She will use all her strength to win the position of sect master and help you escape from that demon." With those words, Dai Penwai poured all her strength into a strike. Dust flew everywhere, scattering all things. Beseech then Lang, that disgusting old man. I would die before I marry you. Suddenly, applause echoed loudly, reverberating through the sky. Unexpectedly, a dark figure appeared in the swirling white smoke. She couldn't make out the face, but the voice sent chills down her spine. No wonder you're the perfect ice spirit's sacred body. The Ji family's swordsmanship is indeed admirable. Beseech then Lang tore through the white smoke and stepped out. His eyes glowing red, he stepped closer to Dai Penwai. His tone was full of pride. It's a pity, with just this strike, you still haven't injured me. Dai Penwai's eyes were filled with determination. She glared with killing intent, trying to guard against his demonic aura. This is definitely no ordinary demonic power. Beseech then Lang moved, without making a sound. His long hair covered half of his face, but still revealed his blood-red, cold eyes. He approached and greeted Dai Puinchik, introducing himself. Under the gloomy sky, Beseech then Lang stood before Dai Penwai, causing her to feel a bit afraid. She clenched her fist in defense, cautiously asking, Beseech Yanchik, what brings you to my small black moon alley? Do you need something? Beseech then Lang stood there, his proud red eyes gazing at her. He asked Dai Puinchik, do you want the position of sect master? Upon hearing this, Dai Penwai's expression changed. Her face was filled with confusion, as she skeptically asked, what do you mean? The man and the tiger may be fierce, but no one dares claim they control the sect master's position. Her thoughts became clear as she realized this man was casually speaking of such a matter. It seemed as if the moment I speak, he can support me and dominate the crowd. Dai Penwai clarified the purpose of his suggestion. She asked slowly, Beseech Yanchik, answer me one question first. Has the old ancestor encountered this person recently? Beseech then Lang slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. At this moment, his face not only revealed cruelty, but also a lustful gleam in his eyes. He spoke softly, affirming, yes, just one sentence from me. Made Dai Penwai tremble uncontrollably. Her demeanor had lost the initial wariness, and began to choke on her words. Understood, Bien Huingchik. Her cheeks unknowingly turned bright red. Her gaze clearly showed embarrassment, and she snapped loudly, don't get your hopes up. Bien Huingchik will not marry you. Bien Huingchik has already promised herself to someone else. There's no chance for you. Dai Penwai seemed shy, extremely embarrassed. Responding at least for now. Not possible. Very quickly, Beseech then Lang splashed her with cold water, waking her from her delusion. He stared directly at her and said loudly, do you think this is what I want, Dai Puinchik? Fame and fortune, the makeup and appearance of women have never caught my attention. He quickly flipped the situation like flipping a pancake. He was both hitting and caressing her gently, showing compassion. Like you, losing your parents at a young age, and with the old ancestor not having time to keep you company. You were lonely and without a place to belong, which made me feel sorry for you. Beseech then Lang reached his hand forward. He softly spoke, so if Dai Puinchik doesn't mind. His words and actions seemed to have enchanted her. It felt so warm and human-like. He straightforwardly made the suggestion, be my daughter. Dai Penwai was slightly stunned and paused. Then she thought about the scene. This suggestion was beyond her expectations. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she thought, from a wife to a daughter. How twisted is this demon? Without letting her wait long, Beseech then Lang immediately presented a jade green ring, its glow radiating around it. Dai Puinchik, Bien Tun is serious. Daipen Y had gradually been moved. Her face softened as she gazed at the ring on his hand. She asked, "Is this really from my grandfather? Did he really give the soul ring of Thong Min to you?" She lowered her face and softly spoke. If this was his final wish, Bien Huingshik will of course not disobey. Now we officially join forces. If I take the position of sect master, I will certainly not treat you poorly. Beseech then Lang remained focused on his own plans. He gave her a cold, sharp glance. Now, Bien Tun wants Dai Huingshik's promise. His suggestion made Daipen Y so angry that her face turned bright red. She gritted her teeth and bluntly asked, "Beseech Yanshik, do you want to do this to me?" In contrast to her anger, Beseech then Lang just sternly denied it, claiming he was the Jiaofa. He became more cunning over time. His blood-red eyes showed utter cruelty. Deep within him, he arrogantly recounted, Thong Min's sect, mostly known as Thong Min Jiao by the world, was once praised. The sect master was young, revered by the Jiaofa. Later, you will be the sect master, and I will be the Jiaofa. We can join forces to make Thong Min's sect great again. Daipen Y seemed to recall something, that there was a prior engagement. How could a future husband bow to a father figure? How could the future sect master bow to the Jiaofa? The great disciple of the Yin Temple, Tiu Thine, request an audience. Upon hearing this, Daipen Y looked out curiously, as if she were searching for something. Beseech then Lang then lowered his face in silence, as if he had already predicted something. He thought to himself, Tiu Thine, as expected, came just as written in the protocol. Fortunately, I arrived one step ahead. Otherwise, the ant will rely on the benefits it previously received. It opens up an emotional line with Deep Hongyi. Deep Hongyi begins to ponder. Tiu then, how could someone casually barge into the main hall like before, and speak so boastfully? Suddenly, Batch then Lang came up with an idea, and Hongyi. Meeting face to face doesn't seem like a big deal. She hadn't even understood what was going on, when he had already quickly come up with a clever plan. After all, our new relationship still lacks a fair witness. His face gradually became sly. He smirked with a satisfied expression, deciding that if he were to interrupt halfway, he'd see it through to the end. In the Black Moon Hall of Thuong Min's sect, Tiu then was pacing back and forth anxiously. Suddenly, a voice called out. He quickly turned around and excitedly called out to Tiu then. Deep Hall Master. Batch then Lang, who was walking alongside Deep Hongyi, responded. He was extremely shy and awkward. Meanwhile, he waved playfully as a greeting. Isn't this the chief disciple of Master Ho? What a coincidence. Tiu then couldn't help but ask Batch then Lang in surprise. Why are you here? What are you doing? Batch then Lang, pretending to be close with Deep Hongyi, wrapped an arm around her proudly and said, As you can see, I am building a close relationship with Hall Master Deep. Our relationship is perfectly normal, right? This made Deep Hongyi blush even more. It's not unreasonable, is it? Batch then Lang's mischievous hand deliberately rested on her waist, making her feel extremely confused. Is this from the standpoint of a husband or a father? Tiu then couldn't believe his eyes. This was too unexpected for him, to the point where his eyes widened and his pupils dilated excessively. He angrily shouted at them. What is the relationship between you two? When did this happen? Exactly when? Batch then Lang suddenly glared with bloodshot eyes. He stared intensely at him. Tiu then, you think you have the right to question me? Just like that, Tiu then was utterly terrified. His face turned pale as if drained of blood. He stumbled backward and fell. He could only sit on the ground, watching Batch then Lang and Deep Hongyi in disbelief. Seeing him like that, Batch then Lang became even more amused and taunted him. Speaking of which, last time I only took one of your arms. I even felt it wasn't worth it. Don't force me to take more from you. Tiu then could only lower his head, muttering to himself, Why? Why is it like this? He clearly felt that Batch then Lang should have died by his hand. Why do I find myself retreating step by step before him? I have become obsessed with the image of Batch then Lang. He kept muttering, My strength, my reputation, my women, everything that should belong to me, I no longer have. I feel like I'm living in the shadow of that man. Tiu then became this way. Yet Batch then Lang paid him no attention, intentionally ignoring him. He walked away with Deep Hongyi by his side. Tiu then didn't even look back at them. As he walked, Batch Then Lang thought to himself. Indeed, losing the protagonist's perspective is equivalent to losing the luck of the main character. Although the twists in the plot aren't enough to kill you immediately, Batch Then Lang spared one last thought for Tu Then. Before leaving, with Deep Hongi, who blushed shyly beside him, they left him sitting there, utterly defeated. But from now on, I will only become more ruthless, overwhelming your predetermined fate. In the Black Moon Hall of Thuong Min's sect, Deep Hongi's mind couldn't stop wandering back to them. She and Damdai, Lin Am sat across from each other in meditation, silent. But in her mind, Deep Hongi couldn't help thinking of him, causing her cheeks to blush. This devil, Batch Then Lang, truly excels in strategy. He is skilled at manipulating others' minds. She began imagining herself becoming his wife, enjoying blissful moments. She thought to herself, what talk of mentorship? If someday we become husband and wife, would I still have to bow as a daughter to him? Damdai Lin Am, sitting across from her in meditation, felt no less conflicted. She furrowed her brow, struggling to accept the events of that night at Kinchien. Why didn't I resist? Instead, my body reacted strangely. Just thinking about playing in the water with Hongi made another man appear in her thoughts. Why am I thinking about such things? Could it be that we've been poisoned? After calming down slightly, the two of them slowly opened their eyes. Unexpectedly, their eyes met. Startled, as if caught in the act, they instinctively turned their heads away and began coughing awkwardly. It seemed their thoughts were aligned, leaving both of them flustered and unsure of what to do. From now on, can she and I still be honest with each other? He thought. Meanwhile, at Batch Then Lang's place, he leisurely held a cup of wine in his hand, satisfied. The preparations are nearly complete, he thought. Raising his wine glass high, he sat majestically on his throne, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The Sect Master Selection Conference. Batch Then Lang versus the Fierce Tiger Taoist. Main storyline boss against side branch boss. This is truly exciting. His slender hand opened the system panel, revealing the items he had acquired. I remember the Fierce Tiger Taoist, after losing the fight for Sect Master, staged a comeback storyline. But no matter what happens, I can still test out the Peak Realm and the 13 Arts, the 9th grade escape poison technique. As he finished speaking, the system panel immediately appeared in front of him. On it was written, "Congratulations, host. You have received a new main mission. The primary objective is to eliminate the Fierce Tiger Taoist. Grant him liberation through great compassion. The reward will be the Hellfire 10 Perfections and the Supreme Slash, a pseudo-immortal grade weapon." Tinmi also managed to gather intriguing reactions. Batch Then Lang was momentarily speechless at the system's phrasing. Do we really need to chase down and utterly eliminate an old man over 100 years old? Do you seriously call this great compassion? After a brief scoff, his demeanor returned to its cold, ruthless state. His blood-red eyes seemed to pierce through everything as he questioned aloud. But this main mission is appearing for the first time, and it's slightly different from the original storyline. Is the system deliberately guiding the plot in a new direction? At that moment, Tuesday Tinni respectfully bowed and greeted him. Tinni pays her respects to the master. The task you assigned to Tinni has been completed. Tuesday Tinni began to recount her work to him. Of the 3 secret letters sent to the 3 elders, they immediately expressed their stance and listened to your arrangements. As she spoke, it seemed to excite her even more. She smiled softly, her purple eyes growing deeper, as she continued her report. When the Fierce Tiger Taoist learned the news, she then recalled the events in the Demon Lord's Hall. The Fierce Tiger Taoist had just picked up his wine cup. The moment Nam Kung Tai Thuong spoke, he asked, "How's the progress in persuading the other elders?" Nam Kung Fong, one of the 10 great Tai Thuong elders of Thuong Min's sect, stood to one side, hands clasped behind his back. With a serious expression, he reported, "The situation is not favorable. First of all, Lak Than Fong. Lak Tai Thuong seems to have sided with the Eula Hall." He continued, "The 3 elders who previously accepted our benefits are suddenly avoiding us. The elder of the Sect Affairs Court, Elder Neat from the Disciplinary Court, and Elder Theet from the Beast Taming Court. Their attitudes are unclear as well." Hearing this, the Fierce Tiger Taoist immediately flew into a rage. He slammed his wine cup onto the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. "Those scoundrels, they take my benefits with gratitude, but when it truly matters, they turn their backs on me." He seemed to lose his composure, standing up abruptly in frustration. His eyes burned brightly, and he shouted, "If they push me any further, I'll summon my entire sect and create a new Thuong Min sect entirely." Nam Kung Fong glanced around nervously, as if worried someone might overhear. He quickly reminded the fierce tiger to stay calm. Master Taoist, please keep your composure. But the fierce tiger Taoist could no longer restrain himself. He shouted angrily, composure? How do you expect me to stay composed? At least among the 10 Tai Thuong elders, plus Nam Kung Tai Thuong, I still have the support of 4 elders. He gave a triumphant smile. This battle, the advantage is mine. The sect master's position is already decided. Mark my words. Bach Then Lang, hearing this, burst into laughter. The heavens intend to destroy him, and they must first drive him mad. The 3 secret letters. It's just a simple trick. Yet the fierce Tiger Hall master overreacted. Then, he returned to his usual serious demeanor. He asked Tinny, aren't you curious about the content of the letters? Tuesday Tinny approached him hurriedly, speaking with a firm and confident tone. Everything depends on whether the master wishes to say or not. Tinny has no need to be curious. Besides, compared to the secret letters, I'm more curious about ... She suddenly hugged Bach Then Lang's neck, her face full of anticipation for a reward from him. How will the master reward Tinny? Because she rushed to hug him so suddenly. The wine cup in his hand spilled all over his own clothes. Seeing this, Tuesday Tinny hurriedly apologized, embarrassed. It's Tinny's recklessness. Please forgive me, master. After that, she knelt down, grasping the hem of his wet robe, showing her intention to fix her mistake by cleaning it for him. Seeing her actions, Bach Then Lang couldn't help but feel slightly flustered, thinking to himself, oh no, this girl is becoming more and more audacious. At that moment, he found himself musing. I can no longer tell if she's doing this intentionally or not. At the sacred site of Vang Kung, Piao Yaolei, and Haiyan Bang, a magnificent scene unfolded on the surface of the lake. The silhouettes of a group of people could be seen faintly. It turned out they were a group of young women performing a ritual. Below them, a circular pattern began to appear, followed by a column of water shooting upward. One of the women in the group exclaimed in astonishment along with the others. Is the Holy Lady emerging early? Why is this happening? The battle with the Devil Lord Then Lang just ended not long ago. Why so soon? Gradually, the image of a woman began to appear in the sky. She spoke softly. That man, he's still alive. The woman was none other than Tao leader Mi Si Tam Lan of Haiyan Mon. Upon her return, she immediately gave an order. Tell the leaders of the 4 great sects to meet me at once. At the Van Tuong Palace headquarters, tens of thousands of people are present here. Very crowded and lively. They excitedly shout loudly. I support the mighty Tiger Hall Master. We want to take over Central Lands. Capture Mok Tam Lam alive. Support Master Deep. Support Blood Descendant Deep. Some people even start arguing, each supporting a different side. They aggressively grab each other's collars. Supporting Master Deep. Better support Hall Master Nam. He's Master Deep's uncle. Then why not support Nam Phai Nan? She's the elder. While 2 people are arguing, a young man stands up and intervenes. I only support the White Hall Master. Everyone, hearing this, turns to mock him. Then Lang Ma Tun, you dare to support him? Is your brother a werewolf or what? Reward him with a spot at the bottom of the Bloodlord's Sea. While they are arguing, a magnificent carriage appears in the sky, so majestic, flying over their heads, making everyone look up in awe. A loud voice comes from inside the carriage. Am Kwai Dirnho, the Hall Master, has arrived. Tiu then lands the carriage on the ground, pointing at the crowd and shouting, silence. Make way now. Then he reaches towards the carriage with great respect. Master, we have arrived. Ho Nu Yet Zung steps out from inside, completely ignoring him, leaving Tiu Then's hand awkwardly in the air. Feeling embarrassed, she calmly asks, where is the current Hall Master? Tiu Then feels anger inside, but forces a smile. Master, the 10 elders of the headquarters and the Nam Kung Supreme Elder will all be attending. In front of tens of thousands of people, she ignored my outstretched hand again. Ho Nu Yet Dung's face revealed a sneer. She mockingly asked, Nam Kung Fong? It seems that despicable Black Tiger has prepared quite a lot. Suddenly, another loud voice echoed, announcing, Asura Hall's Master Nam and Madam Nam have arrived. From afar, a carriage pulled by 2 giant, radiant 5-colored birds appeared. It looked extraordinarily grand and splendid. The carriage landed below. Inside sat Hong Kim Wong. Nam Thien Pham was driving it himself. Forcing a reluctant smile, he spoke, Madam, no matter what, I am still the master of Usura Hall. Driving the carriage personally, like a mere servant, is too much. But before he could finish, Hong Kim Wong interrupted. Her expression turned stern and displeased. Already tired of this. Good timing, now get down and kneel. Hearing this, his voice trembled. Madam, at least give me some dignity and respect. Hong Kim Wong grew impatient. Useless man. All you care about is face and reputation, nothing like him. Think about it, who is truly holding up Usura Hall? Will you kneel or not? Nam Thien Pham. In the end, he reluctantly knelt down to serve as her step. She stomped her high heel onto his back and stood atop him, gazing into the distance. Nam Thien Pham endured the pain, only daring to groan softly. Hong Kim Wong looked into the distance, seeing that Nuyet Ho Dung had arrived. Nuyet Ho Dung. This woman arrived so quickly. She glanced at the seat next to the hideous man. As she thought about it, her face flushed red. She raised her hand to cover her mouth. That man has not yet arrived. Seeing that Nuyet Ho Dung had arrived. Nuyet Ho Dung. This woman arrived so quickly. She glanced at the seat next to the hideous man. Thinking of this, Hong Kim Wong's face turned red. She raised her hand to cover her mouth. That man hasn't arrived yet. At this moment, the two women faced each other. They exchanged glances, far from friendly. Hong Kim Wong stepped forward and spoke first, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Holy lady, I saw you eyeing the position of the White Hall Master. Could it be that you are secretly scheming? Nuyet Ho Dung was not one to back down and retorted. Madam Nam, you're only fit to manage someone like Nam Thien Pham. You're not even qualified to interfere in my affairs. Hong Kim Wong brushed past Nuyet Ho Dung, her tone unchanged as she deliberately asked, then the matter of this man. It has nothing to do with you, holy lady. Hearing this, Nuyet Ho Dung was visibly provoked. She frowned and asked Hong Kim Wong in an irritated tone, what are you trying to say? Hong Kim Wong leaned in close to her ear and replied, after some profound discussions, I, Madam, and the White Hall Master have formed an alliance. Today, I will fully support him in taking the throne. Hearing this, Nuyet Ho Dung was quite surprised and asked, what did you say? Nam Thien Pham, standing to the side, blushed with wild fantasies. In his mind, he thought, my wife even uses Bai Then Lang as an excuse to oppose Ho Hall Master for my sake. Deep down, she still cares about me. The two women continued their confrontation. He sighed sadly. Just when will I get to sit there? Meanwhile, Bai Then Lang was changing his clothes. Tuesday Lin Ni suddenly barged in, calling out, Master, are you changing clothes? Seeing Bai Then Lang's muscular physique, she began drooling, her pupils turning heart-shaped as she thought to herself, Master's body is so perfect, so beautiful. Embarrassing images flashed in her mind. And she wished, if only he belonged solely to Lin Ni. A few seconds later, she coughed, regaining her composure, and said, Master, just now, Lin Ni heard the headquarters bell ringing. The grand selection has begun. Will you be going now, Master? Bai Then Lang finished dressing, snapped his fingers, and replied to her, no rush. We're still missing a decisive trump card. A small red orb appeared in midair, radiating streams of red light. Then it projected an image. And it was a man, carrying a box while flying on a sword in the sky. Tuesday Lin Ni seemed to recognize this person. That's Zich Chu Ve Hong Thien Pham. Under the command of the Grand Scribe, what he's urgently delivering is the Thien Min Soul Sword. Bai Then Lang immediately confirmed. What she said was true. Indeed, when these two sacred weapons fall into my hands, it will be time for my sword to make its glorious debut. He smirked confidently, pointing to the sky. It would make me look so dashing. Nuyet Ho Dung sternly asked Hong Kim Wong, what did you say to Bai Then Lang? Hong Kim Wong played with a strand of her hair, then leisurely replied, listen to yourself. Ho Hall Master, you seem to know Bai Hall Master very well. Could it be you have some secret affair with him that others don't know about? As they spoke, a sudden loud laugh broke out. When the crowd below saw the newcomer, they began to cheer. He loudly asked Hong Kim Wong and Nuyet Ho Dung, what are you two doing? The newcomer was none other than the fierce tiger Taoist. He intruded on the conversation between Kim Wong and Nuyet Dung. Today is a good day, so discussing trivial matters is inappropriate, isn't it? The two of them looked at the fierce tiger Taoist and had the same thought. Fierce tiger Taoist. He's the real trouble today. At this moment, Nam Kong Fong stood up and said, "It's time. Everyone, please take your seats." He then announced, "The Grand Assembly for selecting the new sect master officially begins." Dam Dai Lin Am stepped forward, holding a scroll. As per sect tradition, we invite the left protector of Dam Dai to announce the candidates for selection. She unrolled the scroll and prepared to read. Dam Dai Lin Am announced, "Heiyu Hall, Deep Han Wai." Master Deep. As soon as she read the first names, the crowd below grew restless. A mere hall master dares to vie for sect master. Although she's from the Deep family, this position isn't hers to take, is it? Deep Han Wai heard the murmurs about her. Suddenly, she became tense. She looked around, constantly searching for Bai Than Lang's figure. In her heart, she thought, "Did Bai Than Lang come? Why am I hoping for that man? Engagement, teachings, what nonsense. You'd better break your promises so I can hate you in peace." Dam Dai Lin Am continued reading. Am Kwai Hall, Nu Yet Ho Dung, Hall Master Ho. She, too, was thinking to herself, in a way similar to Deep Han Wai. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Didn't he say he would stand by me? Leaving me waiting like this. Was it just to tease me? At this moment, she read out the name of the fierce tiger Taoist. La Sat Hall, fierce tiger Taoist. Hearing his name, the crowd below erupted in cheers and applause. Our master, the fierce tiger, is destined for greatness. His magical prowess is unparalleled. The position of sect master must belong to the fierce tiger Taoist. Nam Kung Fong seemed pleased with the crowd's reaction. Excellent. The La Sat Hall master truly has the bearing of a great leader. The fierce tiger Taoist, sitting to the side, couldn't stop grinning. Look, both on stage and off, they're all my people. What do you have to fight me with? With that thought, he immediately leapt off the stage. Fellow Taoists, how about we wrap this up quickly today? He spoke confidently and loudly. Remove those irrelevant. Let this master and Hall Master Ho decide the winner immediately. Hearing this, Dam Dai Lin Am responded calmly. Fierce tiger Taoist, I remind you, as left protector, this is against the rules. Her words displeased him instantly. The fierce tiger Taoist eyes turned red with malice. Rules, you, left protector. You know best how you obtain that position. Now, I doubt anyone would protect you anymore. He leaned closer to Dam Dai Lin Am, mockingly whispering, even your master included. Even your master. That useless pig or dog of yours. Those words of his truly angered Dam Dai Lin Am. She immediately drew her sword and attacked the fierce tiger Taoist. He squinted his eyes. Little girl, how dare you disrespect your elder? He then swiftly pulled out his whisk. The fierce tiger Taoist whisk wrapped tightly around Dam Dai Lin Am's sword, blocking her attack. He then emanated an overwhelming aura of oppression, ordering Dam Dai Lin Am to kneel before him. Under his power, Dam Dai Lin Am seemed unable to resist, but she mustered all her strength to avoid kneeling. In her heart, she thought, I absolutely cannot kneel. It would let him mock me further. Nu Yet Ho Dung, sitting above, could no longer remain still. She began to channel her power, sending it directly into Dam Dai Lin Am. With Nu Yet Ho Dung's strength, she broke free, slicing through the fierce tiger Taoist whisk. He looked at his whisk, which had been chopped into pieces, and was devastated. My precious whisk, Nu Yet Ho Dung. You won't get away with this. Nu Yet Ho Dung then rose from her seat and stepped onto the battlefield. Fierce tiger, your opponent is me. Bullying a junior, is that your skill? Hearing this, he immediately called upon his ally. It was none other than La Fong Ho, the Beast Hall Master. If Hall Master Ho says so, then, as a junior, I humbly ask for your guidance. Deep Han Wai could no longer remain seated. You dare to bully Sister Lin Am, the left protector. She stepped down onto the battlefield. It seems there are quite a few tigers by your side. Deep Han Wai approached where Dam Dai Lin Am was standing. It's better for a candidate like me to remove some of them. Hong Kim Wong, sitting above, observed the situation. This isn't right. The fight can't continue like this. If this goes on, it's falling right into Fierce Tiger's plan. Nam Thien Pham, hearing this, responded, but his clueless remark earned him a glare. Let me go talk to him. Surely, Fierce Tiger will respect me. Hong Kim Wong angrily threw a scroll at him. Stay out of this. You fool, just stay out of the way. An elder asked Nam Kung Fong for guidance. But he remained calm, watching the chaos with amusement. Nam Kung Tai Thuong, isn't this exactly the way of the demon sect? This is nothing unusual. This aligns perfectly with our sect style. Nam Kung Fong agreed. Strength is necessary to become the sect master. Deep Hanwei felt nervous and began to regret her decision. This is bad. I've trapped myself now. Even if I defeat Hall Master La, other Hall Masters supporting Fierce Tiger will emerge. La Fengho spoke up, his tone arrogant. What are you waiting for, Master Deep? What are you waiting for, Master Deep? Surely, by now, you understand the tide isn't in your favor. He arrogantly continued. Even if you wait for Bai Than Lang to arrive, it won't make any difference, because the Fierce Tiger Taoist has mastered the Great Sorrow, soul-stealing technique, and is now the strongest among the Hall Masters. Hearing this, all three women were stunned. They truly had not anticipated this. La Fengho continued speaking, mocking Bai Than Lang. As for Bai Than Lang, it's likely he's already been crippled by that holy maiden. That's why he doesn't dare to show up at the sect master selection. La Fengho thumped his chest, laughing loudly. Bai Than Lang, some demon lord he is, just the greatest failure of the East. If he truly has the ability, would he dare kill me here and now? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something completely off. La Fengho was struck with a punch that killed him instantly. Even the Fierce Tiger Taoist standing nearby was left in shock. Bai Than Lang slowly approached. The choice of sect master is not up to you to decide. All of you, quiet now, and look this way. Bai Than Lang spoke. This master, support Deep Hanwei. Master Deep will succeed as sect master. With Tuesday Lin Ni at his side, his sharp and threatening gaze swept over everyone. Who agrees? Who opposes? Tuesday Lin Ni stepped forward, clearing the way and announcing, the Eula Hall Master has arrived at the assembly. Let this election begin anew. She respectfully bowed, extending her hand toward the steps. Master, please take the stage. Every step Bai Than Lang took emanated an indescribable power. Everyone below looked up at him, each with a furrowed brow. Damn Dai Linam, seeing Bai Than Lang, sighed in relief. He finally arrived. Bai Than Lang exuded an aura of strength that was visibly palpable to all. He was truly the demon sovereign, Than Lang. Damn Dai Linam looked at Bai Than Lang and thought to herself, Tuesday Lin Ni is obsessed beyond reason, and even our senior sister is swayed by evil. I must not let myself falter. As she was lost in thought, Deep Hanwei, her cheeks flushed red, stepped forward to Bai Than Lang. Her voice stammered. Bai Hall Master, you're here. Bai Than Lang glanced at her and spoke in praise. Master Deep, you've done very well. He continued walking forward, hands clasped behind his back with an air of ease. The rest is now up to me. Damn Dai Linam also approached, shyly, timidly calling out, Bai Hall Master. Her hands instinctively clutched her robe. She then changed her way of addressing him. Master. Bai Than Lang responded. Earlier, what happened? I witnessed it all in the sect's sparring grounds. It seems some have forgotten a simple truth. His eyes glinted with a faint killing intent. Fixing on the Fierce Tiger, the disciples of Eula Hall are not to be insulted. The Fierce Tiger Taoist stood frozen in place. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host. Major affection event successful. Critical effect achieved. Points gained, 20,000. Current balance, 45,000 points. Before the blood execution order was issued, Bai Than Lang observed the Fierce Tiger Taoist. At this moment, he was a genuine Nasan soul cultivator. To complete the system's task of killing him, some special tools would be necessary. He looked at the system screen. My affection points didn't just come out of thin air. Does the system have any recommendations? The system responded instantly. Random Ancient Insect Pack available with a 20% discount. Only for 1,000 points required. You can receive 3 random battle-worthy ancient insects. Bai Than Lang, satisfied, selected an option on the screen with a tap. This reminds me of when I studied ancient techniques with Tuen. Let's go with this. An image of an ancient insect appeared. The first insect in the system pack was revealed. Windborn Sharp Wolf. It can store a strike beneath the Nasan Soul Realm. It silently flies to the enemy, triggering an attack upon contact. It struck La Fengho earlier. That insect's secret attack to the face Deliver the killing blow to Hall Master La Fengho. Two outsiders. It appeared as a miraculous nascent soul-level technique. Bai Fan Lang's eyes narrowed. I must ensure everyone believes. I have returned to peak nascent soul strength. Nam Kung Fong stood up. Bai Qingling slowly stepped forward. Only then can this good play unfold according to my script. You hid the GU worm in your palm. The second type of GU worm in the system. Thunder Illusion Zen. Using the power of Thunder Tribulation to move, Bai Qingling approached. Standing in front of the fierce tiger Taoist, he began to unleash his power. Purple light radiated around him, blindingly bright. Nong Gongfeng, sitting on the dais, muttered to himself, what kind of body technique is this? Even during Bai Qingling's peak, I had never seen such a thing. Bai Qingling pointed his finger at Nong Gongfeng. I don't like wasting time. Let's lay our cards on the table, Supreme Nangong. 2 lead, have the hall leaders vote for the sect master. All the riffraff, step aside. Hearing the word riffraff, the fierce tiger Taoist was furious. Riffraff? Is this directed at me, fierce tiger? Nong Gongfeng chuckled amiably, haha. Choosing a sect master requires caution. Moreover, the flower hall leader has yet to speak. The fierce tiger Taoist smirked at this. Good, let them bite at each other first. Who told you to destroy my Buddha dust treasure? Bai Qingling looked toward Hui Yurong. Junior sister. Do you understand? No one. No one can bully Bai Qingling's junior sister. Hui Yurong coldly refused. Who is your junior sister? She died long ago. The person standing before you is the elegant saint, Hui Yurong. Hui Yurong bit her lip. She stepped forward and said, I agree with Chief Bai's proposal. Moreover, I withdraw from the competition for sect master. Han Jin Yang watched the drama unfold. Ren Qianfen chuckled curiously. I want to see what kind of medicine is in their gourds. Aren't they just dogs biting dogs? Lady Cao furrowed her brows. Whenever he speaks, Han Jin Yang gets angry and punches him. I'm too lazy to talk to an idiot like you. I'm too lazy to talk to an idiot like you. You're still dodging? Do you even dare to dodge? Bai Qingling stood before his chair. He seemed to be pondering something. Then he glanced at the seat next to Hui Yurong. The shadow by Hui Yurong's side had disappeared. It seems he also knew there was no role for him in this play. Bai Qingling let out a sly smile. The only player left on stage. He turned his gaze toward the fierce tiger Taoist. Only the sick cat remains. The fierce tiger Taoist suddenly shouted loudly. Bai Qingling, we've always stayed out of each other's way. Why must you block my path? Hearing this, Bai Qingling clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at him. Staying out of each other's way? Really? A dog like La Fenghu, relying on someone's power, humiliated me in front of everyone. Hearing this, the fierce tiger Taoist's forehead veins bulged. Endurable. You want to play? I'll play to the end. He also began to unleash his power. Didn't you say let the sect leaders vote? Fine, I agree. Bai Qingling kept the smile on his face. He waved his hand. Fine, let's play. Such an unbearable stench. What kind of order is this? The fierce tiger Taoist heard this and immediately warned him. You will regret this, Bai Qingling. Do you even know whose sect the Chongming sect is now? Bai Qingling's tone remained unchanged. Does it matter? Perhaps in a moment, you'll find your imposing aura isn't as fearsome as it seems. Bai Qingling already had plans in his mind. He sneered, Fierce tiger, oh fierce tiger, you're after the sect master position, aren't you? Have you considered the worst case scenario? What will you do if you end up splitting the faction and founding your own? He raised his hand and began to release the GU worms. Countless tiny GU worms started flying toward the fierce tiger Taoist. Unfortunately, from the start, I've intended to take your life. Tantai Lingian stepped forward and continued to speak. Time to calculate the results. Based on the rankings, the votes of the 10 Supreme Elders will now be announced. She began to announce the votes. 6 votes in favor of Chief The. 4 votes in favor of the Fierce Tiger Chief. The Fierce Tiger Taoist, upon hearing this, responded. He expressed his dissatisfaction with the results. 5 of the Supreme Elders are Yi's family. This vote isn't impartial in the least. Don't celebrate too soon. The Hongyi lowered her head and thought to herself, could he really ascend to the sect master position this way? Would I have to marry him as agreed? Could senior sister Lingian accept me as the matriarch? Could senior sister Lingyan accept me as the matriarch? A voice interrupted the Hong Yi's train of thought. Chief there's no need to be anxious. Bai Qingling spoke. Today, this is your stage. You will undoubtedly become the next sect master. Show your strength. Don't let me, standing here as your foundation, down. Tantai Lingyan continued reading. Among the 23 elders of the main sect, 13 supported Chief 10 supported the fierce tiger chief. Hearing this, the fierce tiger Taoist could no longer remain calm. He questioned, what did you say? He was incredulous. I had calculated that I could have a 7-vote advantage. But 5 elders betrayed me. Even if the remaining chiefs vote for me, it won't turn the tide. He suddenly realized something. Turning to look at Bai Qingling, smiling, as he sat behind him. Bai Qingling, you rigged the votes too. At that moment, Nang Gongfeng stood up. Wait a moment, he said. Tantai Lingyan, you've missed the votes from the chief level. He walked up to the fierce tiger Taoist. Although in this election, many chiefs were deemed unable to vote, it doesn't mean those eligible votes can be ignored. You cannot overlook their right to vote. Namkung announced that the Tula Hall accepts the new Hall Master, abandoning the vote for the fierce tiger Hall Master. Everyone present was extremely shocked upon hearing this. Everyone began murmuring, what is happening? The Tula Hall Master, isn't he the uncle of Master Deep? Is he looking outward? Or promoting talent over family ties? The fierce tiger Hall Master is valiant. This time, there's a chance to reverse the situation. Deep Hongyi was shocked upon hearing this. She turned to look at her uncle and asked, Uncle, what are you doing? Nam Thien Pham remained silent. Deep Hongyi thought to herself, then Lang Demon Lord, who has no ties to me, is willing to entrust everything and help me as much as he can. Why does Uncle Hong Kim Wang sit idly by? Immediately enraged, she turned and delivered a painful kick to Nam Thien Pham, causing him to fall to the ground. She stood up, covered her mouth, and laughed. Her foot stepped on her husband's head. Excuse my husband, everyone. He made a mistake just now. Hong Kim Wang smiled brightly as she explained. Both publicly and privately, he supports Master Deep of the Black Moon Hall. Right, husband? Nam Thien Pham, lying on the ground, struggled to respond. I just wanted to argue with Bach Than Lang. Upon hearing this, Hong Kim Wang became even angrier. She pressed her foot down harder, making it impossible for Nam Thien Pham to lift his head. Hong Kim Wang, growing impatient, smiled and asked again. Right, husband? Nam Thien Pham could only comply with her words at this moment. Yes, exactly. Namkong Elder must have made a mistake. Please correct it. Hong Kim Wang, satisfied, having achieved her goal, then winked at Bach Than Lang. Seeing this, Bach Than Lang responded with a heart gesture. Yes, Madam Nam, that's truly the case. His gaze towards Hong Kim Wang was filled with admiration. She really understands the situation. The fierce tiger Taoist saw all paths blocked for himself. He became extremely furious, clenching his teeth and veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted out word by word. I quit. He pointed at Nam Kung Fong's face and cursed. I, fierce tiger, have done so much over the years. Everything for the sect. I've raised countless things for you people. When it's about benefits, you speak sweetly. But at critical moments, you turn against me. None of you deserve to sit in those positions. Nam Kung Fong maintained his calm demeanor. He replied, if fierce tiger says he quits, then so be it. Are you trying to make things difficult for us? The fierce tiger Taoist grew even angrier upon hearing this. He retorted, difficult how? If it's difficult, then don't do it anymore. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. If Deep Hong Yi can become the sect master, then so can I. I want to be the dual sect master. Bach Than Lang, hearing this, responded, a clown, are you? Look at yourself. Are you trying to split the Thuong Min sect? Destroy the foundation of the sect? By saying these words, you will not be able to leave Van Tuan Palace alive. Bach Than Lang glanced over at Nam Kung Fong. Look at Nam Kung Elder's expression. Perhaps even he is no longer on your side. Nam Kung Fong, hearing this, remained silent. Fierce tiger, angered, turned back. Pointing at Bach Than Lang's face, he cursed. You despicable scoundrel. After cursing, he immediately unleashed his power in a fit of rage. If I die, I'll take you with me. Great sorrow soul-stealing demon art. Ho Nu Yet Dung hurried forward, shouting, go now. This demon art is not something you youngsters can handle. Once it activates, it will absorb the souls of thousands, consuming their blood and flesh. Bach Then Lang stood up at this moment, his demeanor calm and composed. No need to panic. It's just a talking corpse. Fierce Tiger, hearing this, grew even more enraged. He laughed maniacally. Bach Then Lang, you're arrogant. My demon art will be here in a breath. Prepare to die. Bach Then Lang extended his hand to summon the GU insect. Have you heard of the eternal dream GU? It's an inconspicuous type of GU insect, even harmless to ordinary people. Fierce Tiger Taoist, hearing this, began to panic. It doesn't consume flesh or blood. It feeds on externalized demon arts. By now, thousands of GU insects had swarmed towards him, engulfing Fierce Tiger Taoist. Bach Then Lang continued to explain. The stronger the demon art, the more it enjoys eating. The fuller it gets, the more powerful it becomes. He recalled how lucky he felt. The final GU insect from the system reward. Its appearance and power completely mismatched. Thankfully, I haven't cultivated externalized demon arts. Otherwise, the unlucky one would have been me. The Eternal Dream GU is specialized in devouring externalized demon arts, effective even against peak nascent soul cultivators. Bach Then Lang smirked mischievously. Let's bet if your demon art is stronger. Or if my peak nascent soul body is tougher. Bach Then Lang clenched his fist, and Fierce Tiger Taoist's chest exploded instantly. He glanced at him with a faint smile. This guy is so weak, he couldn't even endure this much. He scoffed. Bach Then Lang looked at the massive wound on Fierce Tiger Taoist's chest. At least hold on a bit longer for everyone to place their bets. With that, he unleashed immense power. His eyes turned blood red. Then we'll bet on the next move. Let's see who will survive for a few more breaths. Fierce Tiger Taoist roared angrily. It's impossible. The lowest demonic path. How can it kill a peak nascent soul cultivator? And a half-stepped-out integration expert like me? He raged like a madman. He seemed to have gone mad. His body began to transform immediately. The body is just decoration. You ants wouldn't understand. Ho Nu Yet Dung, observing everything, immediately realized. Is Fierce Tiger using his body to nurture demon arts? What is he doing? At this moment, Fierce Tiger Taoist had transformed into a monster, an utterly grotesque sight. He roared, great sorrow soul-stealing demon form. After a moment, his transformation was complete. Before everyone's eyes stood a giant monster roaring. The great sorrow demon soul body. The spectators below were utterly enthralled. They kept chanting, Demon Ancestor. This is the Demon Ancestor. The Demon Ancestor has appeared. Fierce Tiger swung his massive monster hand outward, completely confident after transforming. GU insects consuming demon arts. What nonsense. My demon soul body is invincible. He extended his hand to absorb the souls of the onlookers below, strengthening himself further. Such a method was truly cruel, draining souls and spirits without resistance. He opened his mouth wide. The souls of those people immediately flew into his mouth and were swallowed whole. Deep Hong Yi, Dam Dai Lineam, and Hong Kim Wong were standing together at this moment. Even just the residual force shook their spirits. If they confronted him directly, they'd have no chance to fight back. Nam Kung Fong, witnessing such methods, he grew extremely angry. Publicly slaughtering sect members in this situation? That's too much, Fierce Tiger. Fierce Tiger squinted his eyes. He stepped in front of Bach Then Lang. It's your turn now. Just an empty name, Bach Then Lang. Bach Then Lang calmly closed his eyes, then opened them again, revealing red eyes full of killing intent. He reached out his hand. Tuesday Tin Ni. Tin Ni, bring the sword talisman. Tuesday Tin Ni obeyed immediately and took out a talisman. Yes, master, she shouted, and threw the talisman toward Bach Then Lang. Hearing that Bach Then Lang intended to use a sword talisman to defeat him, Fierce Tiger burst out laughing. A sword talisman, Bach Then Lang? You think you can use a sword to kill me? He began stepping closer toward Bach Then Lang, his tone full of disdain. Useless, useless, useless. It's just a weapon. It's ineffective against my demon soul body. Fierce Tiger Taoist charged forward, intending to strike and kill Bach Then Lang, but Bach Then Lang remained calm and composed. Finally, he spoke. As he held out the sword before him, a mere ordinary sword wouldn't do, of course. But what about this one? Fierce Tiger froze when he saw the sword. He hesitated for a moment. This sword, when I arrived, it appeared unremarkable. Could it have some hidden power? The talisman released by Tin Ni slowly flew towards the blade. The sword immediately emitted a terrifying burst of power. My extreme demon soul body can't withstand more than a single strike. Bai Than Lang widened his eyes. Then, without saying a word, slashed his sword down. The ferocious tiger, once so confident, now screamed. Impossible! A massive surge of power erupted. The people below looked on, watching the tiger until his last breath. Even as he died, he couldn't believe it and wondered, how can there be a power that counteracts demon soul bodies? Could that sword be? Bai Than Lang held the sword in one hand, looking extremely majestic. He finished the tiger with a single strike. Bai Than Lang watched him fall and said, "This is a special blow, just for you." You realize it too late. He was extremely satisfied with the result. Bai Than Lang smiled and thought to himself, truly worthy of the soul sword of destiny, and the talisman perfectly complements it. It's not in vain that Fong Nituet took a risky trip. This is the real ultimate card in this play. After resolving the only issue, he turned and announced loudly, "As you all can see, Master Tiger has accepted the selection results and ascended to immortality." Then Bai Than Lang declared, "Headmaster Deep is the rightful successor of the sect as destined." Deep Hongyi was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. She hurriedly turned around and called, "Bai Than Lang, wait." Hearing her voice, he turned back to look. Deep Hongyi immediately knelt to the ground. The sect master of Thuong Min, Deep Hongyi, pays respects to the Grand Patriarch. Tin Ni, standing beside him, was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "Grand Patriarch." Dam Dai Lin Am, standing nearby, was equally surprised to see Deep Hongyi like this. She asked with confusion, "Hongyi, why are you doing this?" She blushed and muttered to herself in frustration, "Bai Than Lang must have cast some kind of spell. This devil truly deserves to die." Seeing Deep Hongyi in this state, Bai Than Lang asked, "It seems you've made up your mind." Deep Hongyi, still kneeling, shyly replied, "Yes, everything follows my grandfather's wishes. Hongyi should see Master Bai as a father." Hearing this, Bai Than Lang was quite pleased. He approached Deep Hongyi with a look of approval, saying, "It's only right to return your grandfather's belongings to you." Nam Kung Fong, seeing what he was about to give Deep Hongyi, was utterly astonished. The soul ring, that ring, isn't it the symbol of the sect master's authority? Why is it in Bai Than Lang's hands? Could this all be part of the old sect master's plan? Bai Than Lang lifted Deep Hongyi's hand and placed the ring on her finger. "This one is simply fulfilling a promise," he said. Then he spoke, causing Deep Hongyi to blush. "Congratulations, Sect Master Deep." Bai Qing Lang lied to Deep Hongyi. "So, you are the true leader of Shangming now." Deep Hongyi still wasn't used to her new identity. She hesitated. After a moment, she responded to Bai Qing Lang. Suddenly, she stepped forward, grabbed Bai Qing Lang's hand, stood up, and raised his hand high. She loudly declared in front of everyone, "From now on, Hongyi is the leader of Shangming clan. With us as joint religious leaders, we will make Shangming sect great again." The crowd, hearing this, began to chatter and buzz. The entire hall became noisy. Bai Qing Lang remained emotionless, thinking, putting on a ring feels strangely like a wedding ceremony. When Deep Hongyi spoke again, it felt even more like political rhetoric. Suddenly, he glanced into the distance. Bai Qing Lang noticed Tin Ni, standing alone, isolated in the crowd. Tin Ni stood there murmuring to herself, "Why make things easy for that girl? Why isn't it me standing by the leader's side?" As the crowd buzzed louder, Nam Kung Feng stepped forward and spoke up, "Wait, I don't agree with this." Bai Qing Lang glanced at him, thinking, Nam Kung Tai Thuong, this old man still can't stay off the stage. The fierce tiger Taoist was just a clown performing, but this man is the true representative of the opposition. Nam Kung Feng stepped forward and said, "Deep, today you're at the peak of your acclaim, securing an overwhelming advantage to take the sect leader's seat. This, I do not oppose, but these people absolutely cannot claim to be joint religious leaders on their own. For thousands of years, there's been only one person worthy of the title of religious leader. What gives him the right to claim this title?" Bai Qing Lang turned to Deep Hongyi and asked, "Sect leader, what do you think? What do you think?" Deep Hongyi momentarily felt unfamiliar with this way of addressing. Her face turned red. "Master sect leader, huh?" She coughed to dispel the awkwardness. Then immediately, Deep Hongyi stood up to defend Bach Then Lang. If there's a precedent, then why not? Or does Nam Kung want to emulate Mangho? Testing Lord Bach's virtue? Nam Kung Fong continued to justify. He condemned Bach Then Lang's actions. Bach Then Lang arbitrarily killed La Fengho, 2 leaders of Mangho and Thuong Min. If this act isn't punished, it will surely cause great chaos. The sect leader must provide an answer to the sect. Deep Hongyi, hearing this, was also at a loss. She anxiously looked toward Bach Then Lang. Bach Then Lang, however, smiled confidently. He drew his sword and pointed it at Nam Kung Fong. I don't bother explaining to you. You are not worthy to hear my authority. Heaven and earth bear witness. With that, he sheathed his sword, driving it into the ground before Nam Kung Fong. He stepped forward and lifted the sword. This is the sword you just used. Nam Kung Fong held the sword, and immediately realized, could this be the soul sword of Thuong Min, passed down for 7 generations of our sect? He examined the sword thoroughly. The relic of the Thuong Bin patriarch, a wielder of two holy relics, can act decisively and punish traitors. If this is genuine, then Bach Then Lang truly holds this authority. Bach Then Lang, seeing his doubt, remained unfazed. He stepped forward and said, you dare lie about your title and claim? Is this a fake? Its power, as Mangho has experienced, isn't enough. Tuesday Lin Ni angrily stepped forward and scolded Nam Kung Fong. Nam Kung Elder, how dare you insult my master? This matter cannot be dismissed so lightly. Tuesday Lin Ni became so agitated that Bach Then Lang pinched her cheek and said, don't say too much. Nam Kung Elder has understood. Afterward, he and Tuesday Lin Ni turned and left. As she departed, Tuesday Lin Ni turned back to make a silly face at them. With this, the matter here was settled. We're leaving, she said. The 4 girls standing behind watched their figures fade into the distance. Dam Dai Lin Am couldn't help but ponder. Why is Tuesday Lin Ni so close to him? There must be some conspiracy. Why doesn't he get close to me or Sister Lai Tuet? Surely, for Sister Lai Tuet's sake, he must be eliminated. Ho Nuyet Dung glanced at Dam Dai Lin Am and understood what she was thinking. Ho Nuyet Dung silently cursed Bach Then Lang. This manipulative behavior, still playing with the girl's heart. Hong Kim Wong then spoke up. It seems that in the future, the Yu La Hall will replace La Sut Hall, becoming the leading force of Thuong Min. As for our Ta La Hall, we can only work more closely with Lord Bach in the future. Nam Thien Phim heard this and forced a smile. He truly wasn't willing to ask or clarify anything. Clarify what? The system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission, killing the Taoist Mangho. Reward, 10 magic points. Accumulated points, 30,000. Current balance, 48,000 points. The scene shifted to the Trichton Tower of Tala Hall. Hong Kim Wong lay on the bed, sighing heavily, her face full of sorrow. Nam Thien Phim stood nearby, blushing as he thought to himself, my wife truly is the #1 enchantress of the 9 provinces. Even Mok Tam Lam can't compare to her. As the saying goes, a woman who pleases herself brings beauty. Tonight, does my wife want to? Just then, Bach Then Lang's voice suddenly rang out from outside the window, startling Hong Kim Wong for a moment. A high tower 100 feet tall, with hands as delicate as stars. Madame Nam truly has refined taste. Hearing this, Nam Thien Pham angrily shouted, Bach Then Lang, why is he here? Thien Pham, help Lord Bach come in, said Hong Kim Wong. Hearing this, tears welled up in his eyes as he asked his wife, why do you invite Bach Then Lang in, and even want me to assist? Bach Then Lang stepped in from outside. Thank you for your kindness, madam, but the restrictions of Trichton Tower can't stop me. He looked at Nam Thien Pham, smiling warmly, and said, a disciplined and self-controlled leader like you can step out now. I came here at your wife's invitation to discuss some matters. Nam Thien Pham, furious, his veins bulging. Bach Then Lang, you're going too far. Do you think the master of Tala Hall is merely a decoration? He drew his sword, preparing to attack Bach Then Lang. Today, I'll use your life to test my sword and settle this grudge. Before he could finish his sentence, Hong Kim Wong stepped forward, shielding Bach Then Lang. Nam Thien Pham, are you seeking death? Nam Thien Pham fell to the ground, his face filled with fear. Madam, it's this thief's fault. I just wanted, but Hong Kim Wong lost patience. and immediately ordered him out. No matter what sounds come later, you're not allowed to come in. Understand? Understood. Being thrown out, Nam Thien Phim felt utterly devastated. He tearfully called out, Madam ... But in the end, he obediently left and sat by the door, pressing his ear against it. Eavesdropping. Hong Kim Wong sat down and poured tea for Bach Then Lang. Lord Bach, please, madam, there's no need for formality. He took a sip of tea and thought to himself, I remember this scenario. Bach Then Lang glanced at Hong Kim Wong, who looked shy in front of him. Back then, Hong Kim Wong had fled from the seductive arts of the Hop Hon sect, but she couldn't escape the love parasite planted deep within her. Its effects were deeply rooted in her body. He frowned, knowing that tonight was the nearest outbreak of the parasite's influence. It would consume her. Truly, this game of flirting with the edge is relentless. Always these kinds of scenarios. Hong Kim Wong moved closer to him and asked, Lord Bach, do you find the flavor of the demonic beast milk interesting? If the demon Lord Than Lang is willing to taste it, it would be an honor for a woman like me. She spoke as she continued pouring tea. Speaking of which, Lord Bach, you're not that young anymore. And still, you haven't taken a wife. If you had a wife to prepare delicious fairy dishes and brew spiritual fairy tea, wouldn't that be wonderful? Bach Then Lang thought of Tuesday Tinny back home and blushed. He coughed to hide his embarrassment. Madam, please speak plainly. Why did you invite me here? Hong Kim Wong licked her lips seductively. He's embarrassed. Has he fallen for me? She pressed her advantage. Hong Kim Wong placed her long, slender legs onto Bach Then Lang's lap and asked, in a bewitching voice, Who's more beautiful, me or Lord Ho? Bach Then Lang remained calm, glancing at the legs on his lap, and asked back, Why bring up Lord Ho? Hong Kim Wong lifted her legs slightly. Lord Bach, you know exactly why. Is this how you manipulate women? She touched her stockings and asked, Do you know the origin of these stockings? Bach Then Lang seriously examined them and replied, Made from Zen silkworm threads, with anti-demonic properties. My disciple would surely love them too. Especially in white. Hong Kim Wong became even bolder. She moved closer, wrapping her arms around Bach Then Lang's neck, and asked, So, do you like them? In front of such beauty, he maintained his composure. If you ask if I like them, saying no would be a lie. But as for the original owner of this body, he might not feel the same. His gaze grew deep, and he smiled faintly. If it were truly Bach Then Lang himself, he would only feel that Hong Kim Wong's flattery was insufficient. Seeing his silence, Hong Kim Wong continued, Have you still not remembered, Bach Then Lang? Her question left him dumbfounded. Hong Kim Wong suddenly grabbed his hand and placed it on her thigh. She seemed to lose patience and said loudly, This Zen silkworm fabric, you gave it to me. Hong Kim Wong began to recount the past, flashing back many years ago. Bach Then Lang, you wanted to refine Dam Dai Lang Am into a puppet of desire. Beauties were needed to consume soul energy, weren't they? A group of maidens stood before you. The saintesses of the Hop Hon sect. You were free to choose. Of course, they didn't know. They only thought I was gifting them to you as servants. The girls seductively offered themselves. Lord Bach, please choose me. As long as I'm in your sight, I'll always make you feel comfortable. Another younger girl spoke up. Lord Bach, I'm very good at keeping secrets. Everyone says my lips are sealed tight. Another knelt at his feet, saying, Choose me, choose me. I can do anything for you. I can do everything. But Bach Then Lang's gaze unconsciously shifted to the side. His eyes stopped on a shy and timid girl. She stammered, unable to speak clearly. Her name was Van Cam Ni, the Hop Hon sect leader. Noticing Bach Then Lang's interest, approached Van Cam Ni and said, You've got a good eye. Van Cam Ni possesses the immortal phoenix body, an excellent material indeed. Is she the one you want? But Bach Then Lang, still cold as ever, immediately refused, just reminiscing about trivial matters. Bach Then Lang picked up a piece of cloth and walked toward Van Cam Ni, handing it to her. This fabric is for you, he said. Take care of yourself. Van Cam Ni looked at the fabric in her hand, feeling deeply moved. Returning to the present, Hong Kim Wong appeared utterly upset. She began to scold Bach Then Lang. You wicked man! I've thought about you for so many years. You must take responsibility for me. Han Kim Wang, becoming agitated, said, that day, among so many sanuses, your gaze was always on me. Yet, in the end, you didn't choose me. Why? Bach Then Lang calmly replied, Madam Nam, you're having a reaction. At that moment, an imprint appeared on Han Kim Wang's thigh. The love parasite curse. The toxic art of the Hop Hon sect. You escaped from the sect but not from this. Han Kim Wang cried out and fell, clinging to Bach Then Lang. Only then did he respond to her, revealing the purpose of selecting women in the past. Back then, choosing women was actually about selecting sacrificial materials. Although you were the most suitable, you reminded me of my own experiences from years ago. Bach Then Lang began to recall, having an extraordinary physique yet being lured by villains, only to end up as a living elixir. He placed his hands on Han Kim Wang's shoulders and said, my pity for you is also pity for myself. Back at the sect leader's grand selection, I owed you a debt. Today, I'll repay it by curing your poison. Han Kim Wang finally understood, tearfully looking at him and calling his name, Bach Then Lang. Meanwhile, Nam Thien Pham was still outside, pressing his ear to the door, trying to eavesdrop, but he couldn't hear a thing. Nam Thien Pham worriedly wondered, what's going on in there? What are they doing? Suddenly, the door swung open, causing him to fall backward in pain. He saw Bach Then Lang stepping out. Nam Thien Pham immediately questioned Bach Then Lang, what have you done to my wife? Why are you the only one coming out? Where is my wife? His eyes widened in shock when he saw what was on Bach Then Lang's hand. What is that on your hand? Could it be? Bach Then Lang raised his hand and said, of course, it's poison. Did you not know your wife was poisoned? If you weren't so incapable in such matters, would it have been my place to step in? With that, he turned and left, leaving Nam Thien Pham sitting dumbfounded on the ground. Adjust the crown of the Tala Hall Master, he said. Don't wear it crook. As Bach Then Lang walked away, he thought, the losses at Han Kim Wang's place have been temporarily compensated, but with Ho Nu Yet Dung, I'm not sure where to start. He recalled the past. Between me and junior sister Nu Yet Dung, there were clearly games and old secrets that were never revealed in this lifetime. Even the owner of this body, Bach Then Lang, because of scattering his essence to preserve himself, doesn't remember anymore. But some things cannot be forgotten. The related memories must still be buried in the heart of the original self. And ... The heart of the original self is currently preserved in the Pharma Tower. Next, we must visit Farm Tower, both for memories and to regain the Demon Lord's peak power. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhao Shen is furious, shouting loudly toward the sky, calling out, Who are you wrong, Dantai Langyan, Sui Xinga? The Hongyi, his eyes are bloodshot with rage. You short-sighted women. One day, I will make you pay. I'll make you see what a true son of heaven's destiny is. Suddenly, the drawing on the ground behind him started to speak. My disciple, there is no need for this. There's still a chance to turn things around. Zhao Shen turned back, frowning, thinking, Master Yusu Zi, at this time, you're projecting your spirit onto such a strange entity. His master replied, the Hongyi now sits as the sect leader of White Celestial Wolf, becoming the religious patriarch of Shangming. Although your assassination and manipulation failed, Sanus Mu has already determined the fault wasn't yours. Sanus Mu said, the third holy demon war must be won. Now, there's an opportunity to destroy White Celestial Wolf's true form. It must be you, the son of heaven's destiny. Zhao Shen asked, what does that woman mean? How do I even have a chance to kill White Celestial Wolf? Zhao Shen's master continued according to their plan. One of the four great demon abysses of Shangming, the sixth demon tower, houses 1/4 of White Celestial Wolf's original body. Zhao Shen seemed unconvinced. HMPH. That old woman Mu just wants to use me as a pawn. Why would White Celestial Wolf dismantle his perfect formless demon body? Stop fooling me. That day, when Sanus Mu fought White Celestial Wolf, she discovered his formless demon domain was incomplete. In the end, White Celestial Wolf relied on his original body, hidden elsewhere, to guide his soul to successfully escape danger. At that time, White Celestial Wolf's soul was weak, and Sanus Mu invaded his sea of consciousness, spying on his inner vulnerabilities. The weakness of Bai Qingling is a girl, and an ancient tower. The girl's identity cannot be determined. The tower's nameplate indicates that it is the Vima Tower. After listening, Zhao Shen felt that his chance had come. So that's how it is. Inside the Vima Tower, there must be the organs and vital essence of Bai Qingling. The key to the Vima Tower is held by the leader of Shangnin's sect and the Supreme Elder. That's why he had to support a sect leader. But then he suddenly realized, stomping his feet in frustration. What's the use of knowing this? We can't even get into the Vima Tower. Zhao Shen's master reminded him. Don't forget, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Bai Qingling supports the Hongyi's rise in the Shangmin sect. Who would be most uncomfortable about it? Hearing this, Zhao Shen seemed enlightened. They all thought of a name together. Supreme Elder Qian Bao at the Namkung Chamber. In a room, Tendai Lingyan handed a stack of papers to the Hongyi. Hongyi, starting today, you are the leader of the Shangmin sect. These secret documents, I officially hand over to you. In my capacity as protector, the Hongyi happily accepted. Lingyan's sister. You know I always find these matters troublesome. Why not keep it as usual? You handle the minor issues, and we discuss the major ones together. Tendai Lingyan's expression remained unchanged, even slightly grim, as she replied. Lingyan dares not overstep her authority. Or, you could consult the great patriarch for assistance. Hearing this, the Hongyi hurriedly reached out to grab Tendai Lingyan's hand, worriedly asking, Lingyan's sister, are you angry with me? Why are you angry? Is it because I ally with Bai Qingling? She hurriedly explained. That was the will of my grandfather on his deathbed. Let me handle this myself. Hearing this, Tendai Lingyan asked, what did the ancestor say? The Hongyi became shy and hesitant. He wanted me and Bai Qingling to become Dao companions. When Tendai Lingyan heard this, it was like thunder striking her ears. The Hongyi continued, Lingyan's sister, don't worry. I've thought this through completely. If I really marry that man. Her cheeks flushed red. But it absolutely wouldn't affect our relationship. We could each handle our own matters. I'd still call you Lingyan's sister. And you call me. Before she could finish, Tendai Lingyan fainted. In Bai Qingling's dream, he dreamt of himself and Hua Nuyet Dung as children, sitting together in a temple. Hua Nuyet Dung, her cheeks blushing, shouted, bow to heaven and earth, teacher. Bai Qingling didn't follow. The girl turned to ask, senior brother, why didn't you bow? Bai Qingling replied, it's just a joke. No need to take it seriously. Junior sister. Hearing this, Hua Nuyet Dung began crying like rain-soaked flowers. Why not take it seriously? Didn't senior brother say he would follow Dungni's wishes? Seeing her cry, Bai Qingling anxiously tried to comfort her. Don't cry anymore. I'll do as you wish. Seeing that he agreed, Hua Nuyet Dung immediately stopped crying and smiled brightly. Alright, Dungni knew. Senior brother cares for Dungni the most. Then they both bowed to the demon ancestor. This time, Bai Qingling also bowed with Hua Nuyet Dung. Hua Nuyet Dung suddenly grabbed his hand, and Bai Qingling's cheeks turned bright red. Hua Nuyet Dung cheerfully shouted, couples bow to each other. She laughed with great joy. But when they bowed to each other, they awkwardly bumped their heads. At that moment, Bai Qingling woke up from his dream. He held his head, saying, what's going on with my head? Is someone trying to assassinate me? Bai Qingling turned to his side, and saw a leg lying next to him. Tui Xinger sleepily called out, Master ... She was half asleep. Muttering, Tui Xinger wants to be Master's puppy. Bai Qingling immediately became serious, calling her name. This woke her up. Tui Xinger's face showed a hint of anger. Glancing at Bai Qingling, with a scolding tone, he said, who allowed you to ride on my head? You're really getting bolder and bolder. Tui Xinger, realizing her mistake, scratched her head. Actually, senior sister Tandai came to visit. But Master was still asleep. I waited and accidentally fell asleep. She giggled, and Bai Qingling asked, is it Lingyan? I see. I'll go meet her. The two met in a small pavilion in the forest. The Hongyi also followed behind, watching them. She hid behind a rock not far away, observing Tandai Lingyan. Lingyan approached and respectfully bowed to her master. The Hongyi grew anxious, thinking, Lingyan. She clearly still can't accept this. Does she intend to challenge that man for my sake? Her mind wandered endlessly. Or is she longing for me to return to Master's side? I'm such a fool. Why did I push her to this point? The Hongyi, deep in thought, began blaming herself. She felt conflicted and wondered. So what exactly are they talking about? I can't quite hear them clearly. At this moment, Tendai Lingian's clothes were already discarded on the ground. Master, please stop manipulating Hong Yi's mind. I know my purpose is to become a sacrifice. I'm willing to offer myself if it means you'll spare Hong Yi. Her clothes were nearly all removed. Tendai Lingian, with a pleading expression, said, if you must, take it out on me. Don't pity me just because I'm your disciple. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice called Lingian's name from behind, startling her. It was the Hong Yi who stepped forward and saw the scene. She covered her mouth in disbelief. What are you doing? Tendai Lingian, holding herself, turned and called out loudly, Hong Yi. She hurriedly ran toward the Hong Yi, trying to explain, listen. Let me explain. It's not what you think. The Hong Yi's face was gloomy. It seems I came at the wrong time. At that moment, Bai Qingling stood up, laughed loudly, and said, no, you came at the perfect time. He stepped forward and touched both of them. You two are my disciples and adopted daughters. A warm family. As a family, we should join forces to conquer the demon path and take control of Jiangtu, making the Shangmin sect great once again. Hearing his words, both girls were stunned. Adopted daughters, a warm family, disciples, warmth. Bai Qingling turned to the Hong Yi. The sect leader, I request the Vima Tower key. Have you reached a decision? According to the original plan, once the sect leader was supported to the throne, the key could easily be obtained from the Supreme Elder. The Hong Yi replied, well, I reported the matter to the Supreme Elders, but it was interrupted by Nangong Supreme Elder. He suggested opening the Vima Tower as a trial ground for disciples, to suppress the awakening of the feral souls and fierce beast inside. Hearing this, Bai Qingling sneered. Well played, Nangong Feng. Playing this trick on me, are you? He intends to bully me with my mere 3 core disciples, borrowing tens of thousands of sect disciples under his control. To suppress the Alada Temple, Tendai Lingian added, now that the great senior sister is absent, I'm afraid Xinger won't be able to suppress the disciples of her rank. As for Zhao Shen of the Yinwei Temple, he's already half a step into the foundation establishment stage. Hearing this, Bai Qingling glanced at her and said, Protector Tandai, aren't you from the Alada Temple? I was talking about the Alada Temple. And you excluded yourself. Tandai Lingian stammered, unable to respond. Bai Qingling said nothing more and walked away laughing. I know Tandai Fairy. A noble-blooded and visionary individual, unlike that silly Xinger girl, who is willing to give up everything for her master. The 2 girls stood behind, watching Bai Qingling's retreating figure. As he left, they let out a sigh of relief. At least the earlier chaos has been resolved, they thought. I must continue my strategic philosophy of widespread love, without any mistakes. Tendai Lingian stood there in a daze, then covered her face and softly asked herself, was he expecting something from me just now? Clearly, I could have met his expectations. Why didn't I? The Hong Yi hurriedly approached to support Lingian. Sister Lingian, no matter what, he's still your master. Your hesitation earlier might have hurt his feelings. At this moment, Tandai Lingian could not stop her tears from flowing. Hong Yi, I truly had high hopes for you, she said, looking at the Hong Yi, then shouting in anguish. Before, we vowed to honor the flower oath, and now look at what you're doing. You're siding with that man. To reprimand the sister you were supposed to trust forever. Hearing this, the Hong Yi froze in shock and called out, Sister Lingian. She couldn't believe it. The person she trusted the most was now blaming her. The Hong Yi, too, became angry and shouted, we vowed never to let a man touch us. But what were you doing when I came in? You were the one who betrayed the flower oath first, Sister Lingian. With that, the Hong Yi turned and walked away. Tendai Lingian quickly called after her, where are you going? The Hong Yi turned back and replied, if Sister Lingian betrayed me first, don't blame Hong Yi for not holding back. I'm going to find my fiancé. Tonight, we'll consummate our marriage in Alada Temple. Tendai Lingian felt like she was struck by lightning. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. What? Does she want to become the matriarch of Alada Temple? Grinding her teeth, she screamed. even if there's going to be rebellion. I should be the first one to act. The scene then transitions to a Lotta temple. Bai Qingling was sitting on his chair. Tui Xinger stood below him. If you've entered the netherworld, you must follow its rules. She held a jar in both hands. The jar emitted a mysterious purple light. Tui Xinger called out, "Spirit General Yi, heed my command." The jar immediately floated into the air, hovering mid-space. From it emerged great plumes of energy, and a giant figure appeared. It was Spirit General Yi, summoned by Tui Xinger. Tui Xinger looked at Spirit General Yi with excitement. Wow, this demon breaker fits perfectly with my spirit summoning ability. No flaws at all. It's powerful enough to summon a Lotta. This ghost general is amazing. She was overjoyed, approaching Bai Qingling and asking, "Why did Master suddenly personally teach Xinger battle tactics today?" Actually, what Xinger wants isn't just this reward. Bai Qingling, with his eyes closed, replied, "Isn't it because of your senior sister? You're just like a grown girl who can't be kept in check. For the next Vima Tower trial, and the ultimate enemy, everyone in a Lotta temple must strengthen their abilities." He stood up and stepped down. Today's lesson in battle tactics will indeed make you much stronger. Bai Qingling drew his sword. But you still need to know. He raised the sword high, releasing an immense power. Bai Qingling exclaimed, "Strength without limits." Tui Xinger was mesmerized, focused solely on Bai Qingling's majestic appearance. "Wow, Master is so powerful." One slash to kill. Bai Qingling looked at the sword in his hand, reflecting, "This is the reward for slaying the fierce tiger Taoist at the sect leader assembly. The 10 absolute demon slayer, as expected from the original artifact, crafted by the treasure production system at the rarest level. Even the weakest strike is so powerful." In his mind, he envisioned Zhao Shen and Nang Hongfeng fleeing from Lingyan and Hongyi. Wait, no. After escaping. Calm down, I finally understand. The Vima Tower storyline is deviating from the original. It must be Zhao Shen and Nang Hongfeng colluding with each other. Thinking this, he smiled. "Why do you all treat me so cruelly? I think you lack universal love. When the Vima Tower trial begins, I'll be sure to nurture you all well." In front of Vima Tower, at Qiama Square, a large crowd has gathered here. Nam Kung Feng stood at the front and began addressing everyone. Today, the Vima Tower opens to serve as a trial ground. Inside the tower, whether it's demonic energy or rare treasures, will belong to the champion. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples carrying portraits of Master Fierce Tiger immediately shouted in unison, "Conquer the Pharma Trial Tower. Rebuild the Asura Temple." Seeing them so noisy, the disciples behind Ho Nuyet Dung quickly retorted, "Asura Temple. Stop shouting already. Choose a new temple master first. Senior brother Tiu then is the strongest." Ho Nuyet Dung suddenly spoke up, asking the young man standing beside Tiu then, "Do you still remember the military pledge?" Tiu then, calm and composed, recited the punishment he had set for himself. "In this trial, I must secure the top spot. If I fail, I will cut off one arm." Ho Nuyet Dung coldly reminded him, "You're missing a line. All peculiar items besides rare treasures must be handed to the master for inspection. Do not open them on your own." Tiu then respectfully bowed and saluted her. "Yes, master. I will remember." In a moment when no one noticed, Tiu then's expression began to change. His gaze was filled with killing intent, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Ho Nuyet Dung and Bach Then Lang, "Wait for my surprise." Neem Thien Pham also asked his disciple, "Neep Tran, are you ready?" And Iep Tran confidently assured him, "I won't disappoint you." Nearby, the first disciple of the Asura Temple, Hong Kim Wang, while playing with her hair, looked at Neem Thien Pham and his disciple with utter disdain. A disciple of the dreamlike heavenly vision sect isn't worth expecting much. She touched her lips and blew a kiss to Then Lang. "Last time, when I left... Bach Then Lang and I have decided to join forces. This time, we will certainly reap even greater rewards." The Grand Sect Trial. Then Lang, after receiving Hong Kim Wang's air kiss, smirked coldly. Hong Kim Wang is getting bolder and bolder. The path has indeed widened for her. However, he suddenly noticed the killing intent-filled gazes directed at him. Ho Nuyet Dung and Tiu then were silently applying pressure on Then Lang. He wondered, is this pressure from the Asura Hall really all directed at me? After that, he pretended to cough lightly and spoke to his disciple Tinni. This is the secret move your master has prepared for you. Tinni was overjoyed and received the item Then Lang tossed to her. The shadow doppelganger pearl. Just open it at the critical moment. Your master will assist you when needed. She was so happy that she jumped up to hug him. Thank you, master, for the reward. This time, Tinni will do her best. Immediately after, Than Lang instantly felt another wave of invisible pressure. It seemed like there was an additional source of pressure. Just at this moment, Dai Linam shouted, "It's time." As usual, the sex trial would use a candle-blowing contest to determine the order of entry into the tower. In front of them, a row of eternal candles had already been set up. The candle-blowing contest. A row of 20 eternal candles, infused with spiritual energy. No spells or artifacts allowed. Use only pure energy from the body. Blow out as many candles as possible in one attempt to gain priority. Tinni, full of confidence, stepped forward. Usura Hall's Tinni requests to compete. Dai Linam was astonished. Junior sister. That's how a demonic disciple should act. You must have the courage to stand out. Tinni began to concentrate her spiritual energy. She stared intently at the row of eternal candles ahead. She shouted, "Ghost fool, lend me your strength." A glint of light flashed in her eyes as she commanded, "Extinguish, ghost fool." Behind Tinni, a surge of spiritual energy swept forward to extinguish the row of candles. Of the 20 eternal candles, only 15 remained. Usura Hall's Tinni extinguished 15 candles. Nam Kung Fong was astonished at Tinni's capability. Incredible. These spiritual candles aren't easily extinguished. But Then, he must be like a fierce tiger. Then arrogantly dismissed Tinni's efforts. That's all she's got. Then of the Yin Ghost sect requests to try. He wore a sinister smile, while cursing internally. Ho Nu Yet Dung and Than Lang. One a hypocritical wench, the other an untrained servant. You will regret rejecting the love of this heaven's mandate son. Then drew his sword with one hand and began concentrating his energy. He unleashed his full power, and with one strike, the eternal candles were quickly extinguished. However, a few candles remained. Nam Kung Fong excitedly shouted, "One strike extinguished 17 candles. Very good, very good. You are now the leader of our history." A disciple under the master of my Shang Ming sect, he pretended to turn and ask for the opinions of others. It seems the first entrant has been decided. Does anyone have any objections? Then sheathed his sword on his back and humbly spoke to the others. I concede. Tinni, standing next to Than Lang, felt deeply ashamed. Master, I lost to him again. It's fine, it's fine. Dai Linam muttered, glaring at Nam Kung Fong, who was smugly in front of her. She suddenly remembered the mocking words of Deep Hong Wai. I understand, Dai Fairy, with your noble lineage. Your vision is broader, unlike that foolish Tinni, who is willing to give everything for her master. If Sister Linam has already broken her vow before, then don't blame Hong Yi for not holding back. This sect master will now find my fiancée. Tonight, we consummate in the Eula Hall. At this moment, Dai Linam suddenly spoke. Wait, she surprisingly stepped forward to request to blow the candles at Eula Hall. Dai Linam requests to blow the candles. Immediately after, a wave of murmuring erupted from the crowd. Dai Guardian. Isn't this degrading your status? Shouldn't she distance herself from Eula Hall to avoid suspicion? Nam Kung Fong also seemed intent on stopping Dai Linam. Dai Guardian, you bear the title of Sect Guardian. And you're also one of the hosts of this trial. Personally stepping onto the field disrupts the rules, doesn't it? Even Than Lang was deeply surprised by Dai Linam's actions. This is truly unexpected. Could Linam still hold a grudge against me? Is she trying to support someone to kill me? Suddenly, their gazes met. She looked his way, and when Than Lang saw her eyes, he became even more certain of his suspicions. No doubt, that gaze carries that exact intention. Deep Hong Yi was equally shocked by Dai Linam's actions. She silently speculated, Sister Linam, are you really willing to become a fool for that man in front of everyone? That day, when you confessed to the master, who raised you? Was it truly as I had guessed? Afterwards, She angrily bit her lip, silently cursing damn Dai Lin Am in her heart. Forget it. The shallow friendship between us no longer needs to be maintained. From now on, each of us will go our separate ways. You can live with your master. With that thought, Deep Hongyi immediately stood up to help Dam Dai Lin Am, Dam Dai Guardian, as a sect guardian, and a disciple of Eula Hall raised by the sect father. Your words and actions today show your respect for your master. Even in the demonic sect, we have no reason to criticize. Seeing Deep Hongyi speaking on her behalf, Lin Am was utterly astonished. Hongyi glanced at Lin Am, trying to deduce her true intentions. Calling him sect father so casually, and wanting to consummate with him before ... Even you are walking Tin Ni's path. Seduced by that man, Nam Kung Fong finally agreed to her request. If the sect master insists, then let's witness Dam Dai Guardian's divine skill. Tiu then was extremely displeased, and immediately insulted Dam Dai Lin Am. Dam Dai Lin Am. Opposing me will be your greatest regret. A single strike extinguished 17 candles. That's the limit. I want to see how you plan to surpass me. Tin Ni, standing behind, was excited, clapping and cheering her on. Go, senior sister, go. Don't let that jerk Tiu then look down on you. Then Lang smiled, reassuring his disciple Tin Ni. Don't worry. This candle-blowing trial, your senior sister might not have an edge over her, he boldly declared. A direct disciple of Then Lang Demon Lord will never be underestimated. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from Dam Dai Lin Am. With just one move, all the candles on the table were extinguished. The expressions of the onlookers immediately changed. They were shocked by Dam Dai Lin Am's ability. Oh my, she's incredibly strong. One strike extinguished 20 candles. Now that's truly making history. Dam Dai Lin Am closed her eyes tightly, seemingly indifferent to the murmurs around her. Are all Eula Hall disciples monsters? She then turned to Nam Kung Fong and said, Nam Kung Elder, I will take the priority key on behalf of Eula Hall. At this moment, Tiu Then's face turned grim. He glared, gritting his teeth in hatred. Just an ordinary guardian. How could she extinguish 20 candles? It was clearly supposed to be me. The Pharma Tower key should have been mine. Tin Ni, curious about the palm technique Dam Dai Lin Am used, immediately asked Then Lang, Master, senior sister is incredible. Formation arts are her specialty. Then Lang explained further. It looked like she used palm wind to extinguish the candles, but in reality, she disrupted the formation within the spiritual bamboo. For Lin Am, this trial is merely a small game. At that moment, Dam Dai Lin Am knelt and presented the key to him, saying, Master, Dam Dai Lin Am has successfully secured the key for Eula Hall. She made a request and asked Then Lang to approve it. Master, please allow Lin Am to lead the team into the Ryama Tower. As everyone gathered in front of Ryama Tower, Nam Kung Fong announced, Today, the Ryama Tower trial officially begins. He waved his hand and summoned the entrance to the ultimate water mirror. A massive sphere of spiritual energy appeared before them. The ultimate water mirror reflected the images of those who had entered the Pharma Tower. Then Lang noticed the elders outside the tower, watching the reflections of disciples within the tower. Similar to the mechanics of a game, the original purpose must have been to highlight the protagonist's greatness, he thought, glancing coldly at Tiu Then. Too bad the glory that should have been his has now been stolen. Tin Ni, don't disappoint me, he murmured. Dam Dai Lin Am could only sigh. As she walked at the end of the line, she wondered. I spoke so sincerely, yet Master still let Tin Ni lead the team. Have I truly disappointed him? Meanwhile, Tin Ni, observing her surroundings, made a speculation. Judging by the structure of these stone chambers, we must be in the northern section of the first level. This seems to be the area with the strongest ferocious beast. The next checkpoint is far from here, she said, just as Dam Dai Lin Am suddenly shouted in alarm. This aura must be from an awakening fiend beast. The trial of the first level is about to begin. This aura must be from an awakening fiend beast. The trial of the first level is about to begin. She immediately shouted to warn the others. Everyone, be on high alert. Zhuan Yuan demon formation. However, when Tin Ni didn't move for a long time, Dam Dai Lin Am began to grow angry. Tin Ni, Why are you standing there? Get into the formation now. Tin Ni was utterly shocked by the scene before her. The demonic aura is so thick. A monstrous arm slowly reached forward. And it wasn't just one monster. There was a whole horde of fiend beasts, charging wildly toward them. Finally, a massive fiend beast appeared, its appearance absolutely horrifying. This seemed to be the leader of the fiend beasts. It's the Golden Core Demon, the Crimson Fiend Beastman. Tin Ni quickly pulled out her list and searched through it. Crimson Fiend Beastman found it. It's on the list. Damn Dai Lin Am, seeing Tin Ni suddenly run off, became extremely worried. Tin Ni, what are you doing? Immediately turned to one of fear. These fiend beasts each have cultivation levels no less than yours. But Tin Ni confidently charged into the horde. It's fine. It's fine. Master has prepared a unique mantra, just for me to use in situations like this. The fiend beast grew excited upon seeing Tin Ni approaching them voluntarily. Not only does she not run away, but she dares to approach our grand horde. But Tin Ni showed no fear. She smiled and replied to them, "Getting closer, are you? How about I tell you something quietly?" The Crimson Fiend Beastman was stunned by her attitude. Such courage. Fine, let me taste your fresh flesh. Tin Ni clasped her hands in front of her mouth and took a deep breath. Earlier, she said, she wanted to speak quietly with the Crimson Fiend Beastman. Surprisingly, she wasn't joking, it was true. Tin Ni whispered something mysteriously to it. We are direct disciples of Then Lang Demon Lord. As soon as Tin Ni finished speaking, the beast suddenly knelt down, bowing and stammering to Tin Ni. Please, please don't hurt me. I'm just a fool who failed to recognize greatness. The Crimson Fiend Beastman stood up, forcing a very awkward smile. I'll return to my burrow to sleep now. As it retreated, it quickly urged its subordinates. You lot? Quickly, escort the esteemed immortals to the next level. Farewell, noble fairy. After the fiend beasts had all left, Dam Dai Lin Am was incredibly curious about what Tin Ni had said to them. Tin Ni, what did you say to them? What just happened? Tin Ni appeared puzzled, wondering how to explain. Could this be the result of divine protection from my guardian angel? After witnessing this event, Nam Kung Fong was equally incredulous. This defies all logic. The Crimson Fiend Beastman, a demon guarding the tower, not only let them go, but even helped them clear the level. He angrily pointed at Then Lang and accused Eula Hall of cheating. Eula Hall cheated. I demand the disqualification of Eula Hall from this trial. Facing this baseless accusation, Then Lang smirked coldly. Cheating? This Pharma Tower is one I've cleared twice. Every capable demon here has experienced my methods firsthand. Allowing them to act as guides is my reward to them. Where's the cheating in that? At that moment, Hong Kim Wong's mocking voice rang out behind him. Then Lang, is our demon lord being troubled by old Nam Kung again? She perched on the armrest of a chair, reaching out to caress Then Lang's face. If you agree to continue where we left off, Mayasura Hall can push forward a little more for you. Then Lang remained silent. At Hong Kim Wong's proposition, he coldly glanced at her, pondering the hidden schemes in her words. What does she mean by that day? By Asura Hall? By a little closer? Could this woman be performing some kind of opera? He recalled the situation from a few days ago. He helped Hong Kim Wong eliminate the passion-inducing GU poison. That day, I drew a clear line with Hong Kim Wong. Then, it ended with the removal of the passion-inducing GU poison for her. But her marriage was forced by circumstances. Her husband was born as a eunuch. For years, he has been tormented by GU poison, unable to fulfill his duties. Then Lang suddenly realized something. I understand now. When he saw Hong Kam Yuang's flushed face, then Lang could confirm with certainty. This woman was born this way. Without the things women deeply desire, she won't give up. He smiled sarcastically at Hong Kam Wong. Madam Nam, your courage is truly admirable. Then Lang extended his hand to pat her thigh. Not just in front of Master Nam, but also before the elders of the sect. This is forcing me to respond to your provocation. All right. Then Lang unexpectedly touched her thigh. Hong Kam Wong blushed deeply and covered her mouth. At this moment, Nam Kung Fong angrily approached Deep Hong Wai to report Then Lang. Sect Master, Then Lang disrespected the rebuke of our elder. Please, sect master, punish Eula Hall severely. Deep Hongwai remained silent. She was calculating her next move. Is this method of Bai Than Lang's a way to flatter True Lin Yin? No. I don't want to lose this special favor. After thinking it through, Deep Hongwai immediately rejected Nam Kung Fong's accusation. This sect master believes the elder is mistaken. Eula Hall uses strategy to win over people, highlighting the style of our demonic sect. She even openly criticized Nam Kung Fong. To pass the trial, you must fight fair and square. Kill Nam Kung Fong. Your thinking seems more like that of a hypocrite. It seems you're turning into one, claiming to be righteous. Even though Deep Hongwai mocked him in front of everyone, Nam Kung Fong could only lower his head and apologize. No, I absolutely didn't mean that. After achieving her goal, Deep Hongwai let out a maniacal smile. Yes, as the sect leader, I should act this way. Sect father, can you feel it? As for Nam Kung Fong, at this moment, he was cursing Then in his heart. Then, the outcome you've earned. If it doesn't make up for today's humiliation, I will never forgive you. The scene shifted to the second floor of the Fiamma Tower. Tinni's group and Dam Dai Lin Am were observing a bronze statue. Dam Dai Lin Am immediately recognized the origin of the statue and explained it to the others. This bronze statue is called the Passion-Slaying Beast. It is the spiritual essence of the founder's mount transformed. Its duty is to test the inner demons of the challengers, to see if they are subdued by worldly desires. Ahead of them was a tall stone platform. Once someone steps onto the platform, the inner demon trial will begin. If one person succeeds, the entire team can pass and proceed. Outside, seeing Dam Dai Lin Am explained so thoroughly the origins of the bronze statue, they were astonished, truly worthy of being the Dam Dai protector. She understands the trials of the Fiamma Tower so well. She knew that the extreme reflection mirror could observe the interior of the tower. Was she deliberately showing off for the sect father? Nam Kung Fong gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with hatred. Damn it. Our sect is known as the most ruthless. The Eula Hall. This trial is nothing but a gift for them. Inside the Fiamma Tower, Dam Dai Lin Am clenched her fist. Her face flushed as she wondered, if I step onto the platform and accept the Passion-Slaying Beast trial, will my feelings for Hongwai be exposed? Tin Ni, standing nearby, was also shy, holding her flushed face. I have so many bashful thoughts about my master. I hope this mirror doesn't reveal all of them. The gazes of Tin Ni and Dam Dai Lin Am suddenly met. As expected, the two of them laughed awkwardly and hesitated. They kept deferring to each other to step onto the trial platform first. Junior sister, how about you go first? Afterward, the two of them remained silent, just staring at each other. In that awkward moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out. Senior sisters of Eula Hall, how about I go first? Neep Tran spoke in a flattering tone to them. My master once said, Eula Hall is an ally, not an enemy. You can rest assured. Dam Dai Lin Am forced a very awkward smile. All right, let's watch how junior brother Neep performs. After gaining their approval, Neep Tran confidently leaped onto the platform. Standing beneath the bronze statue during the trial, he shouted, I, Neep Tran, direct disciple of Tala Hall, accept the trial of the bronze statue. Immediately, there was movement. The eyes of the Passion-Slaying Beast lit up. After observing Neep Tran, it declared, a pure heart untainted by passion, you have passed. Outside the Fiamma Tower, the other disciples were astonished. They were shocked that Neep Tran passed so easily. This Neep Tran, a senior brother with such an imposing appearance, is actually still pure. Could it be that senior brother Neep doesn't like women? I heard his master made him like that. Is it true? This demonic sect is unbelievable. Hong Kem Wang coldly crossed her arms. Watching Neep Tran's performance, she remained silent. Nam, Thien Fem suddenly spoke to explain to her. Madam, don't be angry. Previously, I worried that Neep Tran had designs on you. So I was harsh to him. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred as he looked toward Than Lang. But I never expected that the one to seduce her would be someone from Eula Hall. Hong Kem Wang immediately retorted to him just moments ago. When that man made a move on me, why didn't you step in? If you had used your full strength, Bai Than Lang, wouldn't have been able to suppress you without Jiu poison. She approached him, grabbing Nam Thien Fen by the chin. You're so good at enduring, you useless man. Are you actually enjoying someone else taking your wife? Exposed by his wife. Nam Thien Pham's face turned red with embarrassment. Madam, that's not true. Don't say such things. Back inside the Fiamma Tower, Neep Tran humbly bowed to the others. I'll go ahead first, Neep said. Then disappeared through the teleportation gate. Tiu, then watching from behind, was stunned. Eulahal and the miscellaneous disciples of Talahal actually cleared the trial? Seeing this, Tiu then became even more determined. Which junior brother is willing to take this trial? Make a great contribution to Yangui Hall, but his junior brothers only scratch their heads awkwardly. Our private lives won't be exposed, right? In a team, as long as one person passes, that's enough. It doesn't have to be me, does it? Seeing no one willing to try, Tiu then gritted his teeth in frustration. Demonic cultivators are truly, although I'm reckless, I have a clear mind. The Jade Pure Art taught by Jade Su Master. I can definitely pass this trial. At this moment, Dam Dai Lin Am stepped forward. A disciple of Talahal. Dam Dai Lin Am accepts the trial. At this, Tiu Then's anger intensified. She beat me to it again. This woman is cold to everyone. She will probably clear the trial easily. Tenni below was extremely worried. Senior sister is too impatient. I was planning to use this chance to unleash the master's phantom clone Jiu. Only then could we pass the trial. The glowing eyes of the bronze statue stared intently at Dam Dai Lin Am. Those eyes seemed to see through her completely. From her childhood spent beside Than Lang, to the time she was punished for being mischievous by him, and later, as she grew older, to the time she spent together with Deep Hong Wai. Lin Am smiled brightly. So it's true. Deep in my heart, it's only Hong Wai, she thought. But suddenly, the image of her and Hong Wai shattered, and then Than Lang's image appeared. Why him? Why is it him? Her body was supported by Than Lang, and something was being pulled out of her. It felt as if a Jiu was removed. At that moment, the voice of the passion-slaying beast suddenly rang out. A demonic cultivator filled with emotion fails to achieve. When the statue's voice ended, the crowd outside erupted in chaos. No way. Dam Dai Fairy already has feelings for someone else. This is so painful. I've lost my goddess. Who's the bastard? The one who disrupted my goddess heart. Punish him. Deep Han Wai's hand, resting on her thigh, clenched tightly. So it's not me, but that man, right? Our relationship is only that of siblings. But then Lang is completely certain. That person is Deep Han Wai. No one knows her better than I do. It has to be Deep Han Wai. It can only be Deep Han Wai. This trial in the Fiamma Tower, she forcibly stepped forward to protect Deep Han Wai. The great love she harbors was meant to save her. Tenni immediately turned to look behind her. The plan to kill the master from some time ago. The two senior sisters were the deepest deceived. Who could harm the two senior sisters to this extent? She grew furious, glaring at Tiu Than and affirming, it was definitely Tiu Than. Tenni's eyes were filled with hatred. It was Tiu Than. As for Tiu Than, he suddenly panicked. What is this? Some kind of malice, like passing the blame. Why does it explode just when it reaches me? Dam Dai Lin Am seemed utterly shattered. After being declared a failure, she exclaimed, I failed. She ran over excitedly, gripping Tenni's shoulders tightly. This time, Eulahal cannot lose here. Tenni, you're the youngest, the most innocent and clueless about romance. Next, you lead the team through this trial. Tenni hesitated and waved her hands. No. I'm not going. Absolutely not. Who knows what the bronze statue will declare? She glanced at the person standing beside her. What about him? You go, Tenni said to the masked man. Dam Dai Lin Am looked curiously at him. Who is he, a newcomer? Yes, a newcomer, someone replied. Eulahal has decided that he will take on this trial. The man stood coldly, calmly under the bronze statue. The statue quickly declared, he has passed the trial. Hard as stone, not entangled in love. Success. Tenni was so overjoyed that she jumped up and down. The phantom clone Jiu really is effective. The summon puppet was flawless, calculating everything perfectly. She grabbed Dam Dai Linam's hand and quickly ran forward. Come on, let's move to the next floor. Wait, Lin Am asked Tin Ni seriously. Do you know the third floor of Fiamma Tower is called the Hell of Endless Souls? She held Tin Ni's hand tightly. In the Hell of Endless Souls, there are demonic beasts, stained with the blood of countless humans. They're not like the submissive creatures on the first floor. The beasts on this floor are dangerous enough to kill us. They are calamities that won't rest until we're dead, Tin Ni confidently explained to Lin Am. But Master said not to worry. Everything has been arranged. He said that when we reach the third floor, we'll understand. Dam Dai Lin Am was utterly surprised. What does that mean? The scene shifted to the third floor of Fiamma Tower, the Hell of Endless Souls. After descending to the third floor, Lin Am felt a surge of immense energy. She warned the others. This overwhelming energy is definitely dangerous. Don't act rashly before we analyze the formation. Understood? At that moment, Lin Am noticed a group ahead of her, a group of people standing there. It turned out to be Neep Tran's group who had gone ahead. They were halted before a pool of blood. Neep Tran. You all. Upon seeing the scattered corpses of demonic beasts, Lin Am asked in astonishment, did you kill all these? Lin Am was deeply impressed. However, Neep Tran replied, no, these demonic beasts were not killed by us. We of Tala Hall just arrived and saw this scene. Besides, they've been dead for a long time. The stench of blood has been trapped by the Fiamma Tower. Not only them, but even those observing outside the Fiamma Tower were equally shocked. All of them are dead. How is that possible? When did this happen? There wasn't a hint of information. Who has the skill to kill across the third floor of Fiamma Tower? Could it be the former sect leader? Deep Hanwai exclaimed as she stood up. It was him. In the entire Thuongmin sect, only he could have done this. Then Lang didn't refute her claim. He simply rested his chin on his hand and smiled coldly. It really wasn't me. It was Bai Than Lang, the original. He manipulated the control panel system in front of him. Years ago, Bai Than Lang barged into the Fiamma Tower and conveniently killed. But the third floor had nothing to do with me. Now, I'm walking the path of defiance and destiny reversal. This experience can still be used. Then Lang selected an item from the system. The system consumed 2,000 points to exchange for the item. Congratulations to the host for a successful exchange. Current balance, 46,000 points. He brought his two fingers together and placed them on his forehead, entering the realm of forbidden emotions. The number of single uses, encountering old images related to me twice, can immediately recall corresponding experiences. All actions of the original Qinglong in the past are clearly displayed before his eyes. The first time noticing this item, I thought it was trash. After all, I know everything about the original. Why would I need sentiment from touching it? The original Qinglang was aggressive, entering the third floor, facing the demonic beast alone. But the combat experience of the original was ultimately not his own. Recalling this battle of Qinglang would definitely lead to improvement. Qingling's eyes turned blood red, and with a ferocious face, he shouted, now Bai Fengta is Bai Qinglang. Die for me. Qinglang leaped furiously and swung his hand towards the demonic beast. The giant ant hybrid then was killed by him in an instant. Only by death can I find peace. All demonic beasts on the third floor were annihilated under Qingling's power. He licked the blood off his hand and thought to himself, a great harvest. This will definitely come in handy next time. After experiencing all of Qingling's memories, the original Qinglang smiled in great satisfaction. Truly enjoyable. Hu and Nuyet Dung looked at Qinglang in amazement. Senior brother like this also gets nervous and sweats. Why is the thing you hide in the tower so important? Why is she so delighted to think her plan is about to succeed? Soon, she will expose you, although all the evil beasts have been eliminated. Damgai Linum still couldn't hide her astonishment. She never expected the most dangerous floor, BA, to be like this. Then, without making Than Lang wait long, she immediately called out, urging Tin Ni. Tin Ni, hurry to the fourth floor and retrieve what Master wants. However, Tin Ni tightly held Linum's hand. Senior sister, let's go together. Tin Ni smiled happily. She secretly shared a secret with Damgai Linum. We will accomplish this for Master. He will surely be very happy. Master once said, "Be sisters. We are always his most beloved treasures." After hearing what Tinny said, Damgai Linum immediately burst into tears. Tinny, you still don't understand. He no longer holds any expectations from me. She tried to hold back her sadness. She smiled and urged Tinny, go ahead and fulfill his wish. Senior sister only hopes he truly cares and doesn't let you down. Tinny was very uncomfortable seeing her cry so badly. She awkwardly said, all right, senior sister, please don't cry anymore. I'll go in 3 hours. Damgai Linum looked toward the group of Niptran. As for the others, I'll hold them off. Niptran had already heard the entire conversation. He coldly explained, Damgai senior sister, no need to worry. Master has already fulfilled the promise with your teacher. We are only here to take the spoils from the BA floor, the items on top. They are not the target of the Devil's Tower. He glanced. He looked toward a group of people approaching. It was actually the Demon Ghost sect. Niptran confirmed, they are our true competition. This time, Damgai Linum had the same thought as Niptran. That's great, I think so too. However, when looking at the disciples of the Demon Ghost sect, she felt very puzzled. But where is Teothine? Why isn't he among the Demon Ghost sect disciples? At this moment, Linum started to feel something was wrong. It seemed like something wasn't right, but as long as they watched the path, they must pass through. Teothine would definitely not disturb Tinny. At that moment, on the 4th floor of the Demon Fire Tower, Tinny commanded the other disciples. It was the Divine Fire Furnace, the Black Demon God. You all step back. Do not get burned, as the area around the furnace was covered in a dense aura. The fiery energy around the furnace surrounded the Yang Jewel, which was what the master wanted. A piece of wood was floating in midair. At that moment, a man who looked exactly like Than Lang appeared. The person who came was AI. Disturbing my Than Nin. Tinny was extremely delighted when she saw her master, the same person from years ago. She excitedly held her blushing face. The domineering, disdainful nature of everything seemed as though the whole world could be crushed by his mighty hand. Tinny also wanted to let him crush everything. The man suddenly spoke. You came to retrieve the original essence of Beseech Than Lang, right? His eyes were red, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace. There is no way. I hope Beseech Than Lang dies. Get lost. Tinny frowned as she realized. You are the resentment demon of Master, the enemy. A jar with strange flower patterns appeared before Tinny. Just as Master predicted, the trial in the Demon Fire Tower wanted to avoid all battles, but that was impossible. She stretched out her hand and loudly called, bite him, Guoz. Guoz quickly approached, opening its mouth wide to bite the resentment demon. But the demon not only didn't fear, but didn't even bother to dodge Guiz's attack. Do you think I don't understand? He stretched out his hand and touched Guoz. Whatever Tinny has, it is just material and fertilizer for Beseech Than Lang. Before the power of the demon, Guoz was easily defeated. Have you ever seen AI being bitten to death by bread in a plate? Outside the Fire Demon Tower, Than Lang immediately noticed something was wrong. This is bad. He clenched his lips and thought to himself, around my original essence, a resentment demon was born. The heart is not unfamiliar. It does not affect my original essence, but it can know all the information of my essence. It can play a perfect role. This is very dangerous. Than Lang became worried immediately. What Tinny is facing now is the real original heart of Beseech Than Lang. After realizing this, Beseech Than Lang's original heart himself admitted, Tinny's trust in me would collapse, then it's all over. Tinny was in a very bad mood. She sighed. Indeed, I was wrong. Tinny tilted her head and coldly asked the resentment demon, you're not a resentment demon. You're a spirit-like creature, a mind-opening demon. You like to play tricks, don't you? The resentment demon was extremely surprised. The spirit controlling your demon? Another demon appeared behind her. Tinny had become completely mad. How much does Master love me? I've personally felt it on his bed. Your lies full of loopholes are meaningless except to anger me. The resentment demon widened his eyes in shock. Tinny shouted, "Control the demon." The demon behind her suddenly lunged toward the resentment demon. It opened its mouth wide and sucked him into its body, devouring him. The resentment demon's body began to dissipate. To his astonishment and disbelief, what? He was filled with hatred toward the demon. "You ugly demon." Before completely disappearing, the resentment demon still thought, "They could not take my original essence." Absolutely not. Tinny reached out and touched the wooden box. The resentment demon finally completely disappeared. "Give it here." After grabbing the wooden box, Tinny was extremely joyful. Master's divine furnace is no longer a fool. I really did it for Master. Stay obediently in my hands. Definitely don't cause any trouble. At this moment, a female disciple pointed at her hand and worriedly said, "Third senior sister, quickly treat your hand." Tinny, too happy to notice, ignored the injury on her hand. She pressed her face close to the wooden box. It's fine. A small wound is nothing." At this moment, as she relaxed her guard, the eyes of the female disciple suddenly flashed with killing intent. The wooden box in Tinny's hands was quickly snatched away by her. Tinny reacted quickly. She shouted loudly, "You are AI. You're not my junior disciple." After removing all the camouflage, the girl revealed her true face. And no other AI. She was actually Tiu Thine in disguise. "Of course, it's me." Tiu Thine's eyes widened. His face looked incredibly fierce. "Finally, the weakness of Beseech Then Lang has come to me." A guess suddenly came to Tinny's mind. Tiu Thine's transformation technique. Could it be that during the second floor trial, he infiltrated, disguising as someone else? Then, she ordered the demon to kill him. "Guos, bite him." Tiu Thine pushed the wooden box forward. Right on time. "You open this dirty box with your own hands." The wooden box opened before the attack of Guos. A stream of black smoke flew out from inside. Tiu Thine let go of the box, causing it to fall to the ground. Immediately after, Beseech Then Ling's original essence appeared before them all. Tiu Thine immediately became extremely excited. He had obtained it without any effort. The cruel, ugly memories Beseech Then Lang wanted to hide were now revealed. Then, a crystal clear mirror appeared in his hand. This is the mirror of celestial fate. Killing him would be too easy. Tiu Thine threw the crystal clear mirror towards the wooden box. He wanted to publicly expose the most ruthless secret of Beseech Then Lang, making the gods furious. 9 provinces would unite to punish him. 1,000 generations will curse him. The crystal clear mirror opened. At that moment, all of Than Ling's memories were reflected by the mirror to the outside. The demon fire tower's red leaf shocked everyone as they stood up. The crystal clear mirror showed an image of the tower shattered. Nam Kung Feng realized it. It was like a larger mirror unfolding in the sky. Those were fragments of AIS memory. Then Lang was also extremely shocked. He gritted his teeth. So angry he clutched his chest. The memories are synchronized. I remember now. I know what kind of person I am. Why does my junior sister hate me? I understand it all now. Then Lang bent over, preparing to flee. Now, I can't stop these memories from being revealed. I must retreat. I can't let those in the demon sect see my current disheveled state. At this moment, Tinny was just as shocked as they were. The person on the screen is Master. She looked at the crystal clear mirror and sighed, realizing clearly. Still in the tower, it was as if she could see through everything. She could see the scene in the sky. Tiu Thine was incredibly pleased with this magical item of his. The crystal clear mirror is not a cheap item. Like the crystal water mirror, it suppresses the other without comparison. It revealed the ugly, true image of Beseech Then Lang. It is the sharp sword that kills his demon heart. Tinny's eyes widened. Her mouth opened in shock. At this moment, the crystal clear mirror displayed a white blur. It was snow created. Everywhere was covered in ice and snow. On the ground was a blood trail stretching. The blood trail was left by a woman crawling on the ground. Next to her, a child was rushing to follow. When the woman could no longer crawl, young Then Lang was deeply worried. He immediately sat down beside her and asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" The woman used all the remaining strength to instruct her son. "Mother won't make it," she said with her last effort. "From here on, you must run alone." But the child was stubborn. No, I won't leave. I want to stay with you. The woman trembled when she heard her son's words. She tried to sit up, to comfort him. Don't cry, you. As a child of the heavenly demon clan, join a powerful demon sect like this. They won't dare to pursue you anymore. Before dying, she held his shoulder and said, remember, your father beseeched Thean Lan, the swordmaster of the Chan Vian sword sect, was surrounded and killed by the hypocrites of the three major orthodox sects. Your mother, Lami Nyan, the princess of the Chu dynasty, was poisoned and ambushed by your royal brother. She gently stroked Than Ling's face. My child, you are the true lord of destiny in this world. You must live on at all costs before leaving. She smiled, hoping to hear a promise from Than Ling. Promise me you'll live. After Than Ling's true identity was revealed, and CM Nang found it incredibly hard to believe. The successor of the heavenly demon clan, the young man in this painting, is that villain? She looked toward the Eula temple, but couldn't find Than Lang anywhere. This made her surprised. Did Beseech Than Lang run away? The young man in the painting was that wicked man. Hoa Nu Yat Dung looked toward the Eula temple, but didn't see Than Ling's shadow. This startled her. Beseech Than Lang just ran away. It seems someone wants to see your embarrassment. She coldly turned her head, deciding she would no longer care about Than Lang. Forget it, if you are scorned by the world. It is the punishment you deserve. Than Ling's past. At this moment, Than Ling's past continued to be exposed in front of everyone. Young Than Lang was lonely, kneeling before his mother's grave. His stomach growled continuously from hunger. Young Than Lang picked wild fruits along the road and ate them to satisfy his hunger. He ate while carrying the hatred as he left. After walking for a long distance, Than Lang arrived at the Blood Beast Gorge. It was filled only with evil beasts and demons. No humans in sight. A monstrous beast with glowing red eyes and sharp claws leapt aggressively at Than Lang. Immediately, a spray of bright red blood shot out. The large beast was split in half under the sword of Than Lang. After witnessing his strength, the other beasts that were about to attack immediately hesitated and shrank back. The recent battle was also witnessed by a man. He smiled and pretended to show concern, asking Than Lang, "Little one, why are you here alone?" Than Lang was not afraid, and he told the man his purpose. "I want to go to the Wuyuan city and join the demon sect to fulfill my mother's last wish." Upon hearing this, the demon pharmacist immediately decided to recruit him. "Then you don't need to go far anymore. My demon sect needs talent like you right now." A child appeared from behind him. "Master Pharmacist, are you speaking with AI?" The little girl looked at Than Lang with great curiosity. Than Lang was also quite shocked by the appearance of the strange little girl. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Countless blood splatters shot out from around Than Lang. The demon pharmacist tightly gripped his dagger. He felt extremely confused. Strange, the blood of the heavenly demon clan. How can it be ordinary blood? He became furious. Why is it just normal blood? He angrily pressed the knife to Than Ling's neck. He scolded him. "I master, teach you the way of the demon sect. Than Lang, give you the cultivation technique of the demon sect. Create a new life for you. Why can't you offer your demon blood to me, master?" The demon pharmacist then turned back, his kind demeanor patting Than Lang on the head. A mad smile appeared on his face. "Forget it. I'll raise you for another 3 years. At that time, we'll see if your worth is still just limited to a medicine catalyst." The demon pharmacist left Than Lang alone in the room, then turned and left. He stood alone outside. Than Lang coldly sneered and scoffed. What kind of demon cultivation are they talking about? He clenched his fist and asked himself, if it weren't for the demon blood in my body completely obeying my will, I fear I would have already turned into wasted medicine by now. After witnessing all the childhood memories of Than Lang, Tinny felt heartbroken and cried loudly. She wiped the tears off her face. The master had gone through such circumstances. How could it be so pitiful? I had no idea about this at all. It's truly tragic. I never knew. Dam Dai Lin Ying approached and patted Tinny's shoulder to comfort her. Who showed this scene? Where did that person, Tuthun, go? Outside the Flame Demon Tower. Deep Hong Yi sensed something was wrong. Why is the dark medicine master like the fierce tiger Taoist? What is the relationship between these two? She remembered the faces of the dark medicine master and the fierce tiger Taoist. Then she silently made a decision. This is closely related to the Shengming sect. I need to investigate this thoroughly. Ren Tianfan, after seeing his wife crying uncontrollably, he was very surprised. My wife, why are you crying? She was angry. She kicked Ren Qianfan in the face. No need for your concern. Shut up and get out of the way. Hu and Nuyet Dong was also surprised, no less than the others. But what she noticed was another issue. Why did the memory he hid involve this scene? Could it be that the following images go back in time? A little girl was running toward Than Lang. Medicine Master, is the Medicine Master here? Suddenly, someone burst in, surprising Than Lang. The little girl saw Than Lang in the room. She happily laughed. Oh, it's you? She ran toward him, waving her hand to clear her hair. You're the new senior brother, Medicine Master. Then Lang glanced at her and asked, who are you? The girl didn't answer, but instead ran forward and handed Than Lang an object. Take it. Don't be polite. Then Lang looked at the bead in his hand. Then he heard her explain. This is the famous Pearl of Beauty, a specialty of Zhangzhou. All seniors and junior sisters have a share. Receiving a gift unexpectedly left him stunned. Then Lang looked at the pearl in his hand. Then he listened to the girl's explanation. This is Jade Beauty, a specialty of Central Zhou. All senior brothers and sisters receive one. Receiving a sudden gift left him stunned. He didn't know how to react, except for my parents. This is the first time someone has given me a gift. Then Lang suddenly remembered to ask the girl's name. May I ask for your name, Miss? The girl looked embarrassed. My father doesn't allow me to reveal my name. But she smiled sincerely and said, but you can call me Dongni. And you? What is your name? Than Lang, blushing, turned his face away shyly. Bye-bye, Than Lang. Than Lang, the future demon lord. He handed the pill in his hand to Dongni. Dongni, junior sister, this is for you. Than Lang explained. This is the first ancient pill I ever refined. The Vital Blood Golden Cicada pill is for you. Consider it a return gift for the Jade Beauty. Dongni happily accepted the pill. Really? Then I'll take it. This is Than Lang's first creation in ancient alchemy. The future demon lord. Someday, it might sell for an astronomical price. The girl suddenly asked Than Lang about his family. With a pill so meaningful as this, why not give it to someone more important, like family? Then Lang bowed his head in silence. There's no one like that anymore. So, I hope you won't mind. Dongni hugged the pill tightly to her chest and said, my mother's life was short, and my father is plagued by illness. We really share the same fate. Then Lang laughed and clenched his fist. He resolutely promised Dongni, if that's the case, by Than Lang will one day refine a legendary ultimate pill, the unrivaled 9-turn divine pill. At that time, I will cure your father's illness. Dongni's eyes widened in surprise. She laughed joyfully, agreeing to Than Lang's promise. All right, I will be the first witness to your unrivaled ultimate divine pill. What an honor. Tiu then, after observing Than Lang's memories, felt utterly confused. Is there some mistake? Where is the evidence of crimes and hatred? Instead, these kids are getting along romantically. His face twisted in anger. If nothing useful appears next, then after this, how will old Nam Kung continue to protect me? Ho Nu Yet Dung silently watched the entirety of Than Lang's memories. She grew angry witnessing these scenes. Why are these the images? What's the use of remembering these old stories? Could it be that man figured it out and is intentionally using this to humiliate me? Ho Nu Yet Dung kept deceiving herself. No way, he wouldn't dare to lower his guard against me. But why are most of his buried memories about me? Her face flushed, and she bit her lip. I don't believe it. The Tao heart of the demon Lord Than Lang won't be consumed by these scenes. I have to keep watching until I see his true despicable nature. At that moment, Dongni kissing Than Lang was reflected in the Linglong mirror. Damn Tai Ling Yin blushed. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. This him? She quickly covered Tin Ni's eyes. Tin Ni, you mustn't look. Hong Kim Wong bit her nails in anger. She cursed repeatedly. This vile man. Men are all the same. She felt utterly deceived by Than Lang. He even said his first kiss was with me. But it turns out he gave it to that childhood sweetheart 800 years ago. From now on, If I can't completely possess your body. The disciples around him kept gossiping about him. Have you heard? Recently, the master accepted a new female disciple. I heard she's very cute. Like a fairy descended from the heavens. Then Lang heard all their whispers. Do you think she'd like someone like me? Forget it. Just look at yourself in a mirror. He silently listened to their plans. How about during the next devil grass lesson? We go and see that junior sister. Sure. Let's all go. Then Lang focused his attention on the jade beauty pearl in his hand. The scene shifted to the evil alchemist sect. In the Demon Wind Valley, a group of people was hauling a cart up the mountain. A chubby disciple kept rubbing his hands ingratiatingly. Junior sister Dung Ni, my name is Thursday Nam. Remember me, alright. Junior sister Dung Ni, if there's anything about devil grass you don't understand, just ask us. We'll tell you everything we know. Dung Ni suddenly opened her eyes in astonishment. Wait, what's this? She knelt down before a white flower, which emitted a radiant white light. The holy flower of Buddhism, the Udambara blossom. The other disciples, hearing her mention such a rare name, looked at her in complete confusion. Junior sister, what are you talking about? There's nothing in your hands. The Demon Wind Valley only produces demonic flowers, the Udambara blossom. Isn't it the mythical spiritual flower? Dung Ni was shocked by their disbelief. How can that be? Clearly, the Udambara blossom is in my hands. At that moment, a strange voice echoed. The Udambara blossom does not ask for an environment, only for fate. With fate, you will encounter it. Without fate, doubt born of ignorance is laughable. The disciples of the evil alchemist sect, mocked openly, were filled with rage. Who dares to mock us, over there by the medicine cart? They couldn't believe their eyes. The medicine cart is talking. Impossible. Then Lang, hiding behind the cart, hurriedly covered his mouth. I've said too much. After hearing the voice, Dung Ni froze for a moment, then smirked slightly. At this moment, then Lang was sitting alone meditating in the courtyard. Dung Ni approached and touched his shoulder. Good evening, senior brother. Or should I call you big senior brother? Then Lang, with a cold expression, rejected her. Are you forgetful? I told you. I don't want to see you again. Dung Ni held the Udambara blossom in her hand. But Dung Ni missed senior brother, so I came. Look, I picked the Udambara blossom today. Isn't it amazing? She handed the flower to Then Lang. It's for you, senior brother. Senior brother, I believe this is our destiny. Dung Ni shyly pleaded with him. Please don't be mad at me anymore. All right. But Then Lang still refused to compromise. No. I am angry. Angry that you didn't listen. Angry that you didn't leave the eastern lands. Dung Ni became serious and demanded he make up for it. If that's how you feel, then I'm here to settle the score. Our gifts were completely unequal. Senior brother, you owe me. Then Lang turned to her and asked. The demon Lord Then Lang is fair in his dealings. What do you want me to do? Dung Ni puffed her cheeks as she thought. Seeing her excitement, she tightly grabbed Then Lang's hand. I want senior brother to perform a scene and bow to the heavens and earth with me.